Alright. This is going to be attempt number. Who knows what I'm making this work? I've lowered the bit rate. This is going to be attempt number. Who knows what I'm making this work? I've lowered the bit rate. Do that. Okay, I hate to be so bothersome. I started streaming, and then I wanted to respond to someone. I started streaming, and then I read a reply to a comment I made on a post about this document, mentioning it to people. And unsurprisingly, I urged people to do what I'm trying to model, which is sit down and read this sort of thing word for word. And someone, this happens every time with these large documents. It happened with Project 2025. It's been happening with Supreme Court readings, where people will post AI summaries of, let me switch to full camera. People will post AI summaries of these documents. And the only way I see that sort of thing is like, hey, this thing is making headlines, but I'm too busy. I'm going to be charitable. That this abstract concept of a person posting an AI summary of an incredibly important bill and document. Sorry, I'm such an elitist prick as an educator, I guess. As a teacher, we're so elitist. So my concept of this person that would post an AI summary of a document to kind of, update people on what the document is about and get it out quickly so they don't have to do the work. The AI can just do it for them. They're busy. They're just a random person. Maybe they're not a journalist. Maybe they're not a politician. And so they throw it to the AI, and the AI summarizes it, and it throws back like, well, here's what the document's about. And there are some very easy and straightforward criticisms against doing that. 90% of which is just that when you read these documents yourself, and I can say this as someone who has made it public that is what I do. When you read these documents yourself, you have a lens as a human being. You have a worldview, right? And that worldview is informed by your experiences, and your experiences are a consequence of the society and sociological context in which you find yourself. Socio-emotional, developmental, socio-cultural context that you are raised up in. And the beauty is, as a human reader with a perspective, is you can apply your perspective to a piece of writing or a piece of legislation, and certain things will stand out to you, and that's actually beautiful and powerful and important and a part of civic engagement. The sort of like stone cold detached perspective that an AI is going to read a document with, unless you tell it to read it with a perspective, thereby you're trying to have it emulate a human when you are right there as a human that could do it yourself. Themes are lost. The resonation, the resonance that is your connectedness to these documents is lost when you use an AI to summarize these sorts of documents. You cannot compress a 1,118-page document into a 500-word summary. You just cannot do that. When there are individual specific policies in this document where one sentence in this document, one phrase, one paragraph in this document could change the outcome of an entire person's 80-year-long life. You cannot summarize this shit with AI. I'm just really bothered. Here's my perspective as an educator. If you were in a public school in the United States and you went to high school, your history teacher sat your ass down and made you read some fucking documents word for word. And you survived that. So why can't grown-ass adults in the real world be like, hey, I used Control F and I scoured through the table of contents and found certain sections that I thought concerning. Here they are, and here's how I understand them. If grown-ass adults can't do that, and instead are using AI to summarize a document that affects the lives of real people to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars, why the fuck do we ask teenagers to pull that off? If fucking adults can... I'm just so bothered. I'm just so bothered as a teacher. I know that if you went to public school in the United States in the past 20 years, your history teacher sat your ass down and did DBQs based on real documentation where you had to sit down and read it. I do not think the appropriate use of AI is to summarize things that could, listen, let's just be honest, that could end your life. That could affect your life in ways that are unconscionably violent, frankly. I don't know. I'm having a teacher moment. It's just, I really, really caution everyone from using AI to summarize these documents. You're probably thinking like, well, you're doing it, so it's personal. You're right, it is personal to me. It's personal to me because I have a background in educational psychology. And I understand that like reading this word for word is a million times more empowering than reading an AI summary. It's a million times more empowering. It's a million times more personal. I'm so much more, just from a cognitive psychology standpoint, from cognition and the processes of the brain and behavior as a consequence, I am so much more likely to actually internalize and memorize these things because I am reading it myself and I have a lens with which to interpret what I'm reading, as opposed to using an AI to summarize it. I know why that bothers me so much. It's because I just think it's lazy. Because, like, you know, the kind of person that has the free time to stay up to date on this kind of niche politics is also the person that probably has the free time to read through this for a little bit, right? Like, I understand, and I made an argument where it was like, hey, it's hilarious because, you know, I'm having people say like, hey, check out these AI summaries of the document. And then I'm on page 292 where the document says, except as provided in paragraph 2, no state or political subdivision thereof may enforce any law or regulation regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems during the 10-year period beginning on the date and enactment of this act. One sentence, one paragraph on page 292 of this document will have such a profound and inconceivable effect on society at scale. And it just so happens that it's about limiting the regulation of AI, while companies like Palantir and X and Google and Apple are developing AIs, and some of these companies are selling their AIs to the United States military and government. That's what you get for not reading the document. That's what you get for relying on an AI summary. I'm not saying the AI is biased against outing itself. I'm just saying that it takes a human being to sit down and read this crap. Call me a Luddite. Go for it. Call me a Luddite as I stream on YouTube. But the AI is likely, I don't know for certain, but AI is likely the tool of the oppressor. Whereas people power is the tool of the people. Unsurprising. So I have negative dispositions towards AI, large language model AI, neural network AI. Machine learning, that's kind of a different thing. I really like machine vision. I think that like that's what AI was supposed to be about. It's like machine vision and automation. This is not automation. This is the facsimile of a perspective. And it is antithetical to meaningful comprehensive learning. All right, that's enough ranting about AI summaries of documents. Let's play Fallout 4. I'm so enlightened. I'm so smart. Listen, man, I'm just saying, I taught in a classroom. I know what AI does to learning. I've seen what AI does to learning. And the idea that like an average citizen is going to start using AI to demystify the bureaucratic musings of a bill, that's just dystopian. It is just dystopian. Check out my video about Palantir, the 5051 movement, and comic book supervillains, where I talk about dystopia, and I make a very concise argument that we currently live in a dystopia right now. All right, we're gonna go back to playing. I'm gonna go try to kill Swan. We left off on page 295, which is the beginning of the section on healthcare. I need my water if I'm going to be yapping this fucking much for the next several hours. Okay, I got my water. I have, in fact, already eaten, which is very important. Uh-oh, what happened to stream? It's buffering. That doesn't seem like a good thing. Okay. I know, sorry, you're going to hear that go at me. It's annoying. Okay, close that out. Okay, I'm going to restart it here. I'm going to set it slow because the entire section on medical care. Oh, I promised stream that I would Google the difference between Medicare and Medicaid because I'm stupid and don't know the difference. Medicare is federal health insurance. By the way, I'm not using the Google AI summary. I'm taking it from the HHS. Federal health insurance for anyone 65 and older, whereas what? So Medicaid is for some people. Oh, okay. So Medicare is for old people. Medicaid is for anyone with super tight restrictions. Okay. I was kind of close in understanding that. We're gonna restart it. I'm just gonna go to 294, I guess. And the text-to-speech is already not working. By the way, it doesn't. You know. It doesn't. What is it called? Proceed. I know that this voice recognition system is probably based and trained on some sort of AI, and that is how Microsoft Word is reading this aloud to me right now. I also know that I'm not reading it word for word, sitting manually.
Intelligence models, artificial intel, Legend systems.
That's really loud for me right now. I want to turn that down. What the heck? Let's try this again. Starting at subtitle D, health.
Subtitle D, health. Subtitle D, health.
Health.
Part 1.
Yeah,
Medicaid.
let's go.
Subpart A, reducing fraud and
'Kay.
improving.
So first section is on
Enrollment processes.
their whole mythology that like a bunch of people
SEC.
are stealing medical care.
44,101. Moratorium on implementation of rule. Relating to eligibility and enroll. Meant in Medicare savings programs.
Okay, so there's this mythology on the
The
right
Secretary
that
of
people
Health and
are
Human Services shall
stealing health care. They're breaking
Not
their bones
during
on
the period
purpose
beginning
to go
on
to
the
the
date of
doctor
the
and get it
enact.
reset because they're addicted.
Meant of this section and
to
ending
health
January
care.
1st, 2035, impl.
No, their reasoning is that they're
administer or
relying on
enforce the provisions of the final
public subsidization
rule
of health care.
published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. Services on September 21st, 2023, entitled Streamlining. Medicaid, Medicare Savings Program Eligibility Deter. Menation and Enrollment, 88 Federal Reg. 65,230. SEC. 44,102.
Well, I doubt I have enough to defeat
Moratorium
Swan,
on implementation of rule.
but I'm gonna go for it.
Relating to eligibility and enroll. Meant for Medicaid, CHIP, and the basic health program. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall.
Children's health insurance program is
Not
CHIP.
during
I've
the
never heard of
period
CHIP until
beginning
now.
on the date of the enact.
Oh, I need to
Meant
fix
of
my
this section
stream
and
screen so
ending
you can see me
January
playing Fallout.
1st, 2035, impl.
Let me make sure this is still working.
Meant administer
Uh-oh.
or enforce the provisions of the final.
There's Fallout. Okay. You guys are
Rule
watching.
published
We're
by the
reading.
Centers for Medicare
We're suffering
and
together.
Medicaid.
Together.
Services on April 2nd, 2024.
Alright, so let's just do like 5
entitled
fragmentation
Medicaid
lines.
Program. Streamlining the Medicaid Children's Health Insurance Program and Basic Health Program Application Elegy. Ability Determination,
Gets all those I got.
and renewal processes. 89 Federal Reg. 22,780. SEC.
Alright, and then we'll just hit him with the Molotov real quick.
44,103. Ensuring
Fuck.
appropriate address.
It's Sojo over. I'm not doing this.
Verification under the Medicaid.
Oh my god, I only have
and
one stim pack. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
CHIP
I'm an idiot.
programs.
He already hit me.
A.
So hard.
Medicaid dot. 1. In general dot. Section 1902 of the Social Security Act.
Holy shit, it's over.
USC 1396A is amended.
Oh!
A.
Wow.
In subsection A. 1. In
Huh.
paragraph 86. By
Now, is it
striking.
still true that he can't get in here and I can just
at
do this
the
forever?
end. 2. In paragraph 87. By striking the period
Idiot.
and inserting and. 3. By inserting after paragraph 87 the following new paragraph.
Is he throwing a rock at me?
88 provide.
This is insane.
Beginning not later than January 1st, 2027, in the case of one of the 50 states in the District of Columbia, for a process to regularly obtain address information for individuals and rolled under such
Shit,
plan
she's throwing the
or a
rock.
waiver of such plan.
Wait,
in
does it hurt
accordance
me
with
when I fire this
subsection
damn thing?
BV and
No, wait, it hurts me when it fires.
B,
Oh no,
beginning
he's
not
just
later than
that strong.
October
That's not
1st,
good.
For 2029. For the state to submit to
I can't
the
tell if that's
SIS,
hurting me or if he's just his shockwaves are so
established by the
terrible.
Secretary under
Let me check my health when I do this,
subsection
actually.
U, with respect to an individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under such plan, not less frequently than once each month and during each
Wow, I might just beat him with 0 stim
or
packs.
redetermination
At
of
some
the
point he'll hit me with
eligibility
something
of
and it'll
such
kill me.
individual for medical assistance under such plan or waiver of such plan.
I can just do this while reading, like pretty
The
quickly.
social security
So
number
it's
of
talking about making sure
such
that
individual, if such
you know,
individual
social security
has
numbers are legit and people aren't
a
stealing
social
health insurance.
security
It's just
number
the
and is
premise of regulating the
required to
quote-unquote
provide
stealing
such
of health
number to
care.
N.
That's just such
Roll
a
under such plan or
oxymoron.
waiver,
Fuck do you
and
mean stealing healthcare? People are like
two,
breaking their
such
feet.
other
Like
information
obviously
with
doctors are starting to regulate pain medicine,
respect
for
to
example,
such
if you're worried about people
individual
using
as
it for
deterred.
substance abuse disorders.
mine
But, like,
necessary by the Secretary for
Who the fuck is stealing healthcare? You're stealing
purposes
healthcare
of
for more tax dollars.
preventing
Our tax dollars are for healthcare. Stop
from
doing the $150 billion to
simultaneously being
fucking
enrolled
the goddamn
under
military,
state
and maybe we'll
plans
be
or
chill.
waivers of such plans of
I can't believe
multiple
this works.
states.
This just feels like such a bad way to play the
2,
game.
For the use of such system to prevent such simultaneous enrollment, and 3.
Schwann's almost
in
dead.
the
This is
case
insane.
that
I could have
such
done this a while
system
ago. I should have done this earlier. I didn't
indicates
realize.
that an individual enrolled or seek ING to
I mean, this
enroll under
broadsider
such
thing is just
plan
as strong
or
as the actual
waiver
Power Fister, but the
such
Power Fister
plan
doesn't have
is
ammo.
enrolled under a state
So
plan
that's better in my mind.
or waiver of such a plan of another
Come on, let's see who dies first, Swan.
state for the taking of appropriate action
Swan dies first.
as determined by the
Love it.
Secretary to IDEN.
Yeah, let's go.
The state and disenroll an individual from
Let's go.
the state plan of such state if such individual does not reside in such
Huge,
state unless
huge stuff.
such individual meets such an exception as the Secretary may specify and
I thought it was going to take me like an hour to
B,
beat Swan.
by adding at the end the
But I forgot that
following
I'm not like playing this personally and I want to be like a good
Subsections.
gamer. When I used to
UU,
fight Swan, I wouldn't do
prevention
that
of
'cause it felt like
enrollment
cheating.
Under MUL. Typal state plans. 1. In general. Not later than October 1st. 2029. The Secretary shall establish a system to be
Alright, Myrna, I desperately need like just a stim
utilized
pack,
by the
please.
Secretary and states to prevent an
thank
individual from
God.
being simultaneously enrolled under the state plans or waivers of such plans of MUL.
Oh, thank God.
Typal states.
45s aren't important to me.
Such system shall
556s aren't important to me.
A.
I can't believe the
provide for
broadsider's
the
not worth
receipt of
more.
information submitted by a state under subsection A. 88, B, I, and B. Not less than once each month. Notify
I'm actually
or
good,
transmit
so
information
let's
to
call
a
that
state
good.
or allow the Secretary to notify or transmit information to a state
Hell yeah.
regarding whether an individual enrolled or seeking to
Okay, I'm gonna go
enroll
store
under
some of
the
these
state
new items I
plan of
got that are heavy. I don't need them.
such state or waiver of such
I believe
plan
the
is
Armorer
enrolled
perk does not require
under the
intelligence,
state plan or waiver of such plan
so I'm gonna get really good armor.
of another
Or
state.
try to every time.
2. Standards. The Secretary shall establish such standards as determined necessary by the Secretary to limit and protect information submitted under such system and ensure
Store the
the
broadsider?
privacy of such
Store the officer sword. Keep the
information
pulse mine.
consistent with
Hell yeah.
subsection A7. 3. implementation funding. There are appropriated to the Secretary out of amounts in the
Peak.
Treasury not otherwise appropriated.
75 damage per
in
punch is
addition to
crazy. I know by late game I can get up
amounts
to like 100
otherwise
something.
available. 21A. For
You know, I
fiscal
thought
year
I'd freaking need the
2026,
power armor for
$10
this too, but I
million
didn't.
for
Not at all.
purposes of establishing the system required under this subsection to remain available until expended. And 1B for fiscal year 2029, $20 million for purposes of maintaining
Let's see what
such
I got on
system
for item.
to remain available
Peril.
until expended. VV process TO obtain enrollee
Wow,
address
that is a
IN.
huge difference.
Formation point.
1 in general. For purposes of subsection A88A, a process to regularly obtain address
I've got a bunch
in.
of crap to sell.
Formation for individuals enrolled under a state plan or a waiver of such plan shall obtain address in for Mation from reliable data sources described in para. Graph 2 and take such actions as the Secretary shall
See, back there, I sell
specify
some
with
stuff.
respect to
I
any
need to
changes
like
to such
make a
ad.
billion crops or something so I can
Dress
just start
based on such
growing food instead of
information.
buying it because I'm not getting a lot of money in
2.
this game quickly.
Reliable data sources described. For purposes of paragraph 1, the reliable data.
Okay, so again, they're just
Sources
really
described in
obsessed with
this
the idea
paragraph
of
are the following.
someone who isn't.
Lowing.
They're really worried about
A
immigrants,
mail returned
people that
to
don't
the
have
state by the
people that aren't citizens.
United
How about
States
that's the most
Postal
like
Service with a
encompassing
forwarding.
word? They're worried about people that aren't official
Address.
American citizens that don't have American
B, the
citizenship.
national change
They're worried
of
about those
address.
people ever
Database maintained by the United States
ever having
Postal Service.
healthcare.
C. A managed care entity
Dude.
as defined in Section 1932 A1B or prepaid inpatient health plan or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in section
Oh, I have like
1903
hella money. What is going
M9D
on?
that has a contract under the
Give me a bunch of stim
state
packs.
plan if the address
Hell yeah.
information is pro.
Give me a couple of
Linked to
rataways,
such
not a lot,
entity
just
or
a
plan
couple.
directly from or
I really don't use them that often.
verified by such
Alright, I'm
entity
going
or plan
to go
directly with
plant a billion
such
foods
individual.
so I can just start spamming going back
D,
to the
other data sources as
place.
identified by the state and
But to do that,
approved
I
by
need to
the Secretary.
find the
2.
greenhouse area.
Conforming amendments. F. Paris.
Oh no,
Section
not more
1903
legalism.
R.
Listen,
3
I'm not
of the
gonna deny that like
Social Security
is,
Act,
uh,
42
terribly
USC
unpleasant to actually
1396B,
read. This is
R.
terribly
3
unpleasant to
is
read. I think that's all the
amended.
more reason you gotta fucking do it.
1.
Even if
by
you hate it.
striking in order and insert.
Wow, what does it take so long to
ING
get the mute for?
A in order. 2. By striking through the public and inserting through I, the public. 3. By striking the period at the end and inserting end. 2. Beginning October 1st.
Okay, I'm literally going to take
2029,
everything and
assist.
transfer all of it to my
TEM established by the Secretary
to Sanctuary.
under Section
so I can just keep growing food instead of
1902 UU dot and
all this other crap.
4. By adding at the end the following. New subparagraph.
I don't even know if I'll have enough people at Sanctuary to
1B,
raise this much food
beginning
though.
October
It's gonna be an
1st,
issue.
2029, the Secretary.
Yeah, I only got 5
Second, may
people.
determine
I need to work
that a
on that.
state is not
I need to find a new
required
cola
to
bottle
have
and go get Sheffield. I need to go get some of these other
in
wandering
operation an
people.
eligibility determination system, which provides for data matching through the SIS. TEM described in subparagraph A.
Okay, I will want it to be
meet the
like super close to me instead of having to
requirements of
deal
this
with anything
paragraph.
else.
B. Managed care. Section 1932 of the
Food.
Social Security
1 carrot
Act,
plant.
42 USC.
Some corn.
1396 U02 is amended
In real
by
life, you have to
adding
put
at the
corn
end the
2 feet to
following.
1.5 feet apart.
New subsection.
This is something you would
J,
know if you were also an
transmission of
Ohioan.
address information dot.
It's 1.5 to 2 feet.
Beginning
I
January
guess that's if you want max
1st,
efficiency. I'm pretty sure
2027,
that a lot of
each
farmers
contract
actually
under a
plant it
state.
more like
Plan with a
more
managed
like
care
1 foot apart.
entity as
And
defined
I know
in
that you can go as dense as like 8 inches apart, but
1932
I just think that's kind of crazy,
A1B,
frankly.
or with a prepaid inpatient health plan or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined. In section 1903, M9D shall provide that such entity or plan shall promptly transmit to the state any address,
Am I finally out of mute fruit or no?
information
No,
for
okay.
an individual enrolled with such entity or plan that is provided to such entity
Dude,
or plan
planting could also
directly
give me
from,
so much
or
XP.
verified by such entity or plan directly with such entity.
Am I finally out, or do I have about
Visual.
100 potato plants to plant now?
B,
Okay, I
chip
do.
Dot. 1 in general dot section 2107
Cool.
E1 of the
Hella food for my area now.
Social Security
Now I
Act,
just need to go do that
42
again.
USC.
I'll go to sleep. I'll sleep for like 2 days
1397
or something.
GGE1 is
Yeah,
amended.
sleeping for 24 hours. Who cares?
A, by redesignating subparagraphs H through U as subparagraphs I through V, respectively, and B, by inserting after subparagraph G the following new subparagraph.
Still sleeping.
H, section 1902, A, 88, relating to add dress information for enrollees and prevention of
I feel well rested.
simultaneous enrollments.
Wonderful.
Dot.
Do we have mute fruit yet?
2. Managed
Or
care.
will I have to load in?
Section 2103 F.
Nah,
3
I guess I
of the
could have seen that coming. I should have seen it
Social
coming, really.
Security Act, 42 USC 1397 CC F.
Okay, I
3
gotta go
is
start fighting some robots
amended
and
by striking and
getting some
E
different
and
things. Speaking of
inserting
which,
E and J.
where I don't know if
SEC.
I'm gonna be strong enough to go fight Saugus Ironworks right now
44,104.
and get that quest done where I
Modifying
save the
certain
boy or
state
whatever.
requirements for ensuring deceased individuals do not remain enrolled.
Modifying certain state requirements for ensuring
Section
deceased individuals do not
1902
remain
of the
enrolled.
Social
Oh,
Security
fixing
Act,
the like.
42 USC.
Maybe that's kind of valid for once, but like
1396A,
occasionally
as
that does
amended by
happen where
Section
like someone is dead
44103
and
is further
supposedly they
amended.
still get service. But you know what? I saw a
1
really
in
great
subsection
local
A,
piece of journalism from here in
A
Denver
in
where they found
paragraph
someone who was
87 by
claimed
striking
dead
and
falsely, but was
inserting
totally
a
alive
semicolon.
and still needed to access their
B
social
in
security
paragraph
and some
88
other
by
government
striking the
subsidies,
PE.
and they had to
Right
prove
at
that
the
they were
end and
alive like
inserting
5
and
times.
and.
Like over the phone couldn't happen.
C
Like in
by
person they wouldn't
inserting
take it.
after
This and that.
paragraph
This guy
88
could not
the
prove that he was alive.
following new
And he was a
paragraph.
veteran. He could not prove that he was. I think he was a veteran. I can't quite remember, but
89,
I remember that being
provide
like
that the state shall
an
comply with
unfortunately notable thing. He had
the
to prove that he was alive in order to access
eligibility
this stuff.
verification
So as much
requirements
as they're
under
complaining about like, ooh, dead people are still
Section
getting
WW,
healthcare,
except that this
there are also
paragraph
living
shall
people
apply
that don't get it that are supposed to.
only in
So
the case of
and like the
50
number that
states
this
and the
happens with is
district
so incomprehensibly small.
of Columbia.
That's like one
and
of these issues with legislation. It's like,
two,
why the
by
fuck are we
adding at the end
legislating
the
a
following
100-person
new
issue away when there are
Section
100 million person issues that you could
WW,
legislate and deal with?
verification of
Like, what a
certain
waste of
eligibility
time.
CRI.
Just especially as like a libertarian anarchist person, like I
One,
just,
in general
why are
dot,
you
for
legislating something
purposes
so
of subsection
inconsequential?
A, 89,
So unimportant.
The eligibility verification requirements, B. Beginning January 1st, 2028, are as follows.
All right.
A, quarterly screening to verify enrollee status. The state shall, not less.
Are all the people I
frequently
killed
than
still dead? There's no way. I would have
review the
thought.
death. Master file.
They haven't
as
respawned
such
yet? Like
term
when I
is
clear them out,
defined
do
in
they get
section
cleared?
203D of the
No way.
Bipartisan Budget Act of 2013.
I thoroughly, well, I
to
didn't clear them out from the
determine whether
inside.
Any individuals enrolled
Are deceased. Yeah,
for
determining
medical
enrolled
assistance
people that
under
are
the
dead.
state plan
People do die
or
sometimes.
waiver of such plan are deceased. B,
Let me teleport.
disenrollment under
Hell
state
yeah. 1,
plan.
2,
If the state determines
3,
based on info.
4, 5,
Matt Ion obtained
6,
from the Deathmaster
7.
file.
Hell
That an
yeah, this shit
individual
is
enrolled
crazy.
for medical assist
Every time I use this item, it's just insane.
and under the state plan or waiver of such plan is deceased, the state shall I treat such information as factual
Give me a stim pack. You got any?
The death of a band.
No,
Officiary
okay.
for purposes of section 431.213.
Oh, I need to save a Nuka-Cola for
Of
Sheffield.
Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations.
I'm totally gonna
or
forget to give him that.
any
I'm completely
successor
certain.
regulation. 2. Disenroll such individual from the
Yeah, okay.
state
I'm
plan
not even
or
that bothered. I
waiver
get
of
it.
such
Trying to
plan.
make sure we're
And
not. Here's my
3.
issue. What does it mean,
Discontinue
like,
any payments for
if?
medical assistance under this
Bonk.
title made on
God, do I love this
behalf of
item.
such individual
It's so insane.
other than pay.
All right, here's my question.
Ments for any items or services
If someone is
furnished
deceased and is supposedly
to
still
such
accessing these
individual
things,
prior to the death of
are the Republicans thinking
such
that
individual.
someone has stolen their identity to get health
See
care?
reinstatement of coverage in
One, I'm still not
The
that
event
bothered
of
because
error
it's health
dot,
care.
if a state
You're not stealing
determines
anything. That's not violence.
that an
Is
individual
accessing
was
something that your government should have
misidentified
provided
as
you from the
deceased.
beginning. That's not violence.
Based on
I don't
information
consider
obtained
identity
from the
theft of a
death.
dead person in order to access health care,
Master file
even if
who
you
was
didn't pay into it,
erroneously
as
disenrolled
violence. That's not.
from medical
It's barely a
assistance
problem.
under the state
It's a
plan,
person getting health care. But
or
like, is that
waiver
their
of such
reasoning that
plan
like
based on such
these dead people are having their identity stolen and people are using it to
the
what?
state
Be
shall
addicted to health
immediately
care? Be addicted to getting
re-enroll such
their flu shot?
individual under the
Being
state
addicted
plan,
to, you know,
or waiver
getting
of
medicine?
such plan retroactive to the date.
And if that's not the
such
reasoning, is the reasoning that like
disenrollment.
somehow the money is disappearing
2.
because it's
Rule
being
of
like given?
construction dot nothing under.
I don't
This
fucking know.
subsection shall be construed to preclude the
How I need data. When the
ability of
government,
a state to use
I hate
other
it. I
electronic
hate how
data sources
unscientific this shit is.
to timely identify potentially
Why? Tell me
deceased
why you can't give me
beneficiaries.
data for like, oh well, we have
So
this many
long as the
people
state is also in compliance
that
with the
are dead and using it.
requirements
That's
of
why
this
we're legislating
subsection
this.
and
Tell me,
all other
prove it. You can't because you probably have like
requirements
100.
under this title relating to Medicaid ELA.
That was a girl.
Gibility determination and redetermination. Dot.
Why are they all girls? What's going on?
SEC.
Who the hell's hitting me with these? I'm not enjoying it.
44,105.
I'm not appreciating it, frankly.
Medicaid provider screening require. Ments. Section 1902, KK 1 of the Social Security Act, 42. USC 1396A, KK 1 is amended. 1. By striking the state and inserting.
Make it this
in
guy's
general dot
sword.
the state, and
Oh, this is the entrance again. Oops.
2. By adding at the end the following new sub.
Yeah, the second I get this item, suddenly this game
Paragraph.
gets 30 times easier. Maybe it's just because I'm used to using
Additional
it,
provider screen.
like in this way.
ING dot beginning January 1st, 2028 as part of the enrollment or re-enrollment or revalidation of enrollment of a provider or
Don't mind if I
supplier
do.
under
I'm taking everything I can get.
this title
Nope,
and
that's
not
not
less
opening.
frequently
Nope,
than
needs
monthly
terminal.
during the period that such provider or supplier
What
is so enrolled, the
do?
state conducts a check of any database or similar system developed pursuant to Section 6401(b)(2) of the Patient Protection
The Affordable Care Act? You mean Obamacare?
Affordable Care Act to determine whether
You're using
the
Obama? I
Secretary
thought
has
we hate
terminated
Obama.
the participation of such provider or supplier under Title 18.
Ugh, that's not the
Or
Affordable
whether
Care
any
Act. That's
other
called
state has
Obamacare. You
terminated
got to
them.
be scared of that. It's evil. It's bad. I can't believe you're using
Participation
it.
of such provider or supplier under such other states.
Why don't you repeal
plan under
Obamacare? I
this
thought you
title,
hate Obama and the liberals.
or waiver of the plan or such
See
other
how that
state.
goes for you.
State child health plan under Title
I mean, they're already seeing how this
XXI,
goes, I guess.
or waiver of the plan. Dot. SEC.
God, do I hate doing this.
44,106.
With two likenesses, here's might be able to find it.
Medicaid provider screening.
Fuck. I hate hacking
Requirements.
in this game.
Section 1902.
Additional
KK
medical
1
provider
of the
screening
Social
requirements.
Security Act,
I don't like
42.
the sound of that.
USC 1396A KK 1 as amended by section
This isn't worth it.
44105 is further amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph C. Provider screening against Death Master File. Beginning January 1st, 2028 as part of the enrollment or re-enroll.
Meant
or
process?
revalidation of enrollment of a pro. provider or supplier under this title and not less frequently than quarterly
We got a
during the
logger going
period
on
that
today.
such provider or supplier is so enrolled, the state conducts a check of the death master.
Okay, so I gotta do this, and I'll
File,
try to
as such
kill it with
term
my
is
shotgun
defined in
probably.
Section 203D of the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2013 to deter.
No, I'm just gonna punch it.
Mind whether such
I'm just gonna
provider
punch it really
or
hard.
supplier is ceased. SEC 44,107.
Oh, one more. Let's go.
Removing good faith waiver for payment.
Yeah, I gotta save these sorts of things.
Reduction related
for
to
future
certain
use.
ERRO. NEAS excess payments under Medicaid.
Yes, and then this is the like
A,
fight.
In general. Section 1903 U1 of the Social Security
Good faith
Act,
waiver for
42
payment
USC
reduction related to certain
1396B
erroneous
U1
excessive
is
payments
amended.
under excess payments.
1. In subparagraph B. A. By striking the secretary and in. Inserting I. Subject to clause 2. The SEC.
Why the hell did you hit me, dude?
Readery and B. By adding at the end the following new clause. 2. The amount waived under clause I 4A.
What the hell's the keeper's note?
Fiscal year
Is that
may
in
not
miscellaneous?
exceed an amount
It's gotta be
equal to the
miscellaneous.
difference between I. The amount of the reduction required under subparagraph A for such fiscal year without application of this subparagraph and 2. The sum of the erroneous excess pay meant for medical assistance described in sub clauses I and 3 of subparagraph D I made for such fiscal year.
What? I caught one of the cards trying to
2.
cheat. I
In
put the evidence
subparagraph
in a
C
toolbox by
by
the terminals
striking
and starts
in
the key. Let's sink
each
into
place
it.
it appears and inserting the secretary. In each
I need to
such
find a
place
key somewhere.
and
Great.
3. In subparagraph D I.
Alright, I'm
A,
gonna get
in
fully
subclause
kitted up for
I,
this fight
by
real quick.
striking and at the end. B.
I'll
In
set those up.
subclause 2. By striking the PE.
Yeah, hit
Right
that
at
nuka
the
cherry.
end and inserting and end.
Oh yeah, I'll do some
C.
right away.
By adding at the end the following new subclause.
Where's the kid?
3. Payments other than payment staff.
Where's the kid at?
Scribed in subclause
Did you just
I
kill the kid?
for items and services for nished to an eligible individual who is not eligible for medical assistance under the state plan or a waiver of such plan with respect to such items. and
Jake's down there. Welcome away, Jake.
ICES. B. Effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning with respect to fiscal year 2030. SEC 44,108. Increasing frequency of eligibility determinations for certain individ. UALS. Section 1902 E14 of the Social Security Act 42. USC 1396A E14 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph.
Oh, I died. Crap. I'm about to lock in way harder.
Frequency of eligibility.
Alright, one sec. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then
Terminations
I'm gonna
for
keep
certain
reading. I'm just gonna turn my
individuals.
camera off probably.
Beginning on
Why am I
October
immediately
1st,
being hit by this thing? What is
2027,
going on in
the
this
case
game?
of
I do not comprehend.
an individual enrolled under
Let's
subsection
see. How do I turn off my camera again?
A10
I'm gonna mute my mic.
8. A state shall redetermine the eligibility of such individual for medical as assistance under the state plan of such state, or a waiver of such plan once every 6 months. SEC 44,109. Revising home equity limit for deter. Mining eligibility for long-term care services under the Medicaid program. Revising home equity limit. Section 1917 F 1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 p. F. 1 is amended. 1. In subparagraph B. A. By striking estate and inserting I. A state. B. In clause I, as inserted by subpara. Graph A. 1. By striking $500,000 and inserting the amount specified in subpara. Graph A and 2. By inserting, in the case of...
Wait a minute. How the hell are they talking about home equity right now? What? Revising home equity limit for determining eligibility for long-term care services under the Medicaid program. So, the value of your home should determine whether or not you are deserving of not, like, being abandoned while you age? What? Frequency of eligibility for redeterminations for certain individuals. An individual enrolled under section a state shall redetermine the eligibility of such individuals for medical assistance under the state plan of such once every 6 months. You could die in that time. You could die. Your grandpa could die. Your loved ones could die in 6 months of no health care. I would die in 1 month of no health. I'd die maybe in 2 months of no health care. A 6 month waiting period. Obviously, they're just going to make it harder for a lot of people to have access to healthcare. For the people that already have it, and then maybe for some reason redesignated automatically by these changes, they only get 6 months between tries. People could die in that time. People will probably die in that time. Hey, this is like really fucked up.
Elect without regard to the...
Fuck, I hate reading this document. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's not fun. It's only bad.
State wideness and section 1902 A 10B relating to comparability to apply subparagraph A in the case of an individual's home that is not described in clause I by substituting for the amount specified in such subparagraph, an amount that exceeds such amount but does not exceed $1 million, and 2. In subparagraph C, A, by inserting other than the amount specified in subparagraph B, 2.
I'm just going to out-juke them for the next 5 minutes.
Certain non-agricultural
wait for my
homes after
AP to totally come back.
in this paragraph, and B, by adding at the end the following
Nuka cherry is allowed. I'm allowed to hit a Nuka cherry real quick.
In the case that application of the preceding sentence
Look, and
would
keep trying to hit me with the
dollar
flamers. It's not going to do nothing.
amount other than the amount specified in subparagraph B, I, relating to certain agricultural
And
homes
then that'll finish it.
$1 million, such
I'm now at level 15. Leveling up gave me
amount
more
shall
health.
be deemed to be equal
And
to
now I'm going to kill this guy.
$1 million.
Oh my god, I just hit him with one shot. I cannot
B,
believe that.
clarification
Oh, that guy hits too
section
hard. Alright.
1902 of the social
That guy hits
say.
really hard. Or maybe I was just being hit with a lot of
Security
ones. I can't tell.
42 U.S.C. 1396A is amended. 1. In subsection
Okay, this guy
R,
causes me
2,
trouble
by
every time I
adding at
pop
the
up
end
here.
The following new
I'm quick saving on that.
subparagraph. C. This
I
paragraph
think the person
shall
with the
not be
flamer is going to be my
construed as
biggest problem every time.
permitting a state to determine the eligibility of an individual for medical assistance
Yeah,
with
keep talking, big
respect
boy.
to nursing facilities serve ICES or other long-term care services without application of the limit under section
Jake, don't do it.
1917 F1 and
Okay, I'll quick save
2
there.
in subsection E14
Wow, I got
E4.
that for that. That was sick.
A. By striking subparagraphs in Certain. I. In general. Subpara.
Keep punching him. Keep punching him.
Graphs and
Wow, I die instantly.
B. By adding at
Whatever
the
that guy's
end the
using kills me
following new
hard.
Subclause. 2. Application of home EQ. UITY interest limit. Section 1917 F shall apply for purposes of determining the
Wow, okay,
eligibility of an indie.
I'm struggling.
Visual for
getting
medical
hard.
assistance with respect to nursing facility services or other long-term care services. See effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning
get
on
'em.
January
Get
1st,
outta here.
2028.
Get out of this guy's range to hit
SEC.
me with whatever that is.
44,110.
Ah, crap, the flamer has a long range.
Prohibiting federal
Nope.
financial
So I need to figure out what to do about that guy with the flamer, because he's killing me right after that guy every time.
Individuals without verified citizenship, nationality, or
Well, how about I just drop a
TION status. A in general. 1. Medicaid.
Perish.
Section 1903 I-22 of
No.
the SO.
that guy hits
Security
so
Act,
hard
42
that I die
USC
instantly every time I confront him.
1396B I-22 is amend.
Shit, this sucks. What am I gonna do with this flamer?
By adding and at the end. B. By striking two amounts and inserting. 2. A. Amounts and
Okay, so first I need to heal up
C.
to max.
By adding at the end the following
Nuke a
new
cherry with some rat away.
subparagraph.
Take me all the way up to max.
B. In the case that the state elects. Under section 1902 A.
Oh, it still hasn't talked
46,
yet?
C,
I have to do
to
this every
provide
time?
for making medical assistance available to an indie.
What? No, so the
Visual
whole
during
game's just kind of broken right now.
I. The period in which the individual
No one's moving. We're just kind of stuck here
is
awkwardly.
provided the reasonable opportunity to present satisfactory documentary evidence of citizenship or nationality under section 1902 E2 C
I need to get
or
the fuck away
subsection
from that guy.
X4. 2. The
Keep
90-day
dodging
period
this, strafing
described
this.
in section 1902
Wow, he hits too hard.
1 B 2
It's that guy's
2,
freaking gun.
4.
I just find a way to like slow him down or
3.
something.
The period in which the individual is provided the reasonable opportunity to submit evidence indicating a SAT.
The guy behind me is about to
Its
kill me with
factory
me.
immigration
Yeah,
status
instantly
under
every time
section.
too. I would need like a mini nuke or a bomb.
1137D.
I'm gonna keep doing this 3 or 4 more times
Amounts
before I give up,
expended
but
for
we'll see.
such medical assistance, unless the citizenship or nationality of such
Perish.
individual or the satisfactory immigration status
Run!
of such individual.
Oh, I have
as
legendary slow time
applicable
again. This is huge.
verified by
Good stuff.
The end
What?
of
Why is
such
Jake
period.
fighting me? Jake, do not fight me, Jake.
2. Chip. Section 2107 E1N of the SO.
Okay, I'm just gonna fully reset and figure
File
something out here.
Security
I don't really
Act,
know what to do,
42
honestly.
USC 1397 GG E1N is amended by striking and 17 and inserting 17 and 22. B. Eliminating state requirement TO
Okay,
provide
yeah, stay dead, please.
medical assistance during
Definitely causing me some trouble.
opportunity period. 1. Documentary evidence of citizenship or nationality. Section 1903 Acts 4 of the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396B Acts is amended. A. By striking under clauses I and 2 of Section 1137 D 4A and inserting under Section 1137 D 4 and B. By inserting, except that the state shall
Don't do
not
it,
be
Jake.
required to make medical assist and available to such individual during the PE riot in which such individual
Oh
is
god, every
provided
time I
such
get kicked out of my...
reasonable opportunity if
chance
the
to kill
state
this
has
guy.
not
we're
elected
gonna have
the
to
option under section
Hit a couple of stim packs.
1902 A.
This will make me
46
stronger for a
C
little bit.
before the period at the end.
Hit my Rad X.
2.
Hit a
Social
Nuka-Cola.
Security data match.
I
Section
need to get to that guy with the flamer fuel
1902
right now.
E of the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396 A
Before he takes
is
more
amended.
health from me.
A. In paragraph
Kill him. Good, 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 good. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm out of there. I
in
need to get away from the guy with the
subclause,
sword
2 by
right now.
striking and
All the other guy has is a laser gun.
continues to provide the
If I get too close, he
individual
won't be able
with
to hit me for a bit. Sure, they can have Molotovs, but I'll
medical
be fine.
assistance during such 90-day PE.
All right, what's the next step?
Riot and
Another
inserting
stem.
in if the state has.
Unfortunately, Sheffield will not get that
Elected
Nuka-Cola.
the option under subsection. F46C continues to provide the indie. Visual with medical assistance during such 90-day period and 2
Come on, Jake,
in
kill that guy.
subclause 3 by inserting
Hell, I guess I have a long-range-ish
or
weapon.
denies eligibility for medical assistance under this title for such individual as AP.
Wow, slag hits way too hard every
Applicable
time.
after under this title.
Not fun.
And B in paragraph 2C.
I just have to find a way to bullshit my way through this fight.
1 by striking under clauses I and 2 of section 1137 D 4A and insert.
Jake? Oh, well, Jake can't die. That's
under
good. Good
section
stuff.
1137
Glad that
D
Jake can't die.
4 and 2 by inserting.
Wow, yeah, that hits way
except
too
that
hard.
the state shall not be required to make medical assistance available to such individual.
Holy shit, that thing hits so
during
hard
the
every
period
time.
in which such individual is provided such reasonable
What does this
opportunity
do?
if the
did
state
that
has
just do
not
for me? I don't
elected the
understand.
option under
What the hell's a dampening
section
coil for?
1902 A 46.
That'll be useful for something later, I'm sure.
At the end, 3
some
individuals
iguana
with
bits, that's nice.
satisfactory immigration status. Section 1137.
He always kills me
D4
before I can
of
even
the
punch him.
Social
It's so not good.
Security Act 42
I think I just need to go after him,
1320
like directly, and no one else.
4 is amend. A in subparagraph A2 by inserting.
I think I might
Except
just
that
not be
such
strong enough.
prohibition on delay, denial, reduction, or termination of eligibility
Give
for
me a hit.
Pen A
Let me get a hit. Let me hit. Let me hit.
fits under
Let me
the
just hit you
Medicaid
barely.
program under title 19 shall apply only if the state has elected. The option under
Come
section
on.
1902 A 46C
Crit.
after
Oh, that wasn't
has
enough.
been provided and B in subparagraph B
One
2
more.
by inserting.
Yeah!
Except that such prohibition on delay,
That took
denial,
so long.
reduction,
It's
or
kind of-
termination of eligibility
It's also
for
dystopian
Ben
that
A
I'm playing Fallout 4 while listening to
fits
like this
under the
terribly
Medicaid
apocalyptic
program
document,
under
but
title.
someone has to give me serotonin.
19 shall apply only if the state has elected.
I don't. This
The
isn't even
option
a
under
useful sword to
section
me.
1902 A 46C after
Oh,
status
I get an entire set of power armor out of this.
C
Sick.
option TO continue providing medical AS
So I need to drop some other
assistance
stuff
during
on me, clearly.
reasonable opportunity PE.
That doesn't mean
Ryan.
nothing. This
1
weighs a lot.
Medicaid. Section 1902 A 46 of the SO Sile Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396 A 46 is amended. A in subparagraph A by striking. And at the
What did
end,
I just drop that was so
B
heavy?
in subparagraph
The cage
B2
armor alone is
by adding.
27?
And at the
Yeah, man,
end,
I don't need that.
and
What
C
else did I
by
drop to make
inserting
that
after
such a change?
subparagraph B2. The
All
following
right, Jake, go
new
home.
subparagraph
How do I tell you to go home?
C
Jake?
provide at the option of the state for making medical assistance available. I to an individual described in subpara. Graph B during the period in which such individual is provided the reasonable opportunity to present satisfactory documentary evidence of citizenship or nationality under subsection
Okay, I'll do that later.
E2
I forgot how big and
or
complicated
section
this entire
1903
situation is.
X4 or during the
Build new
90-day
statues
period
at settlements.
described
Wonderful.
in subsection
Can't believe I beat that guy.
E1 B2 2
Oh,
or
so I just had like 5 outfits that were weighing
2
me down,
to an
probably.
individual who is not a citizen or
It's a
national
big red
of
button
the
over
United
there.
States
I'm
during
just
the
not gonna
PE.
hit it.
Riot
Sykes
in
terminal.
which such individual is provided
Try
the
lost. Face. and
reasonable
hate.
opportunity
Okay.
to submit evidence indie.
Well, never mind. really
Indicating
care
a
that much. So.
satisfactory immigration status under
He seems like a jerk anyway.
Section
I don't want to read his dumb thing.
4.
2. Ship. Section 2105 C9 of the Social.
Oh, I'm gonna
Security
freaking get
Act,
myself overweight
42
again if I keep
USC
looting when I should be taking stuff instead.
C9 is amended.
Wait,
By
where's
adding
this supposed to
at the
take
end
me?
the following new subpara. Graph. C. Option to continue providing.
What did I just
Child
pick up
health
in miscellaneous?
assistance
I got
during
the.
reason. Able opportunity period. Section 1902.
The roof key. I don't know how to get to the
apply
roof
to
still.
states under this.
None of this is taking me there.
Title in the same manner as it applies to a state.
Kind of would have expected it to.
Under Title 19. D. Effective date. The amendments made by. This section shall apply beginning October 1st, 2026.
I think
SEC
the access way is not in this room.
44,111. Reducing
I had to make sure my
expansion
character stops drinking so
FMAP
much.
For certain. States providing
What?
payments for health.
What was this?
Care furnished to certain individuals.
What is a dampening coil?
Section
feel crazy.
1905 of the Social Security Act, 42 USC 1395D is amended.
Well, I didn't find the roof access.
1.
So.
In subsection Y.
Looks like I also have to go to some terminal and find some item.
A. In paragraph 1E by inserting or. For calendar quarters
Oh, this is the
beginning
roof.
on or after OC. October
Huh.
1, 2027.
I'm not
in
sure if I used the
case
key
such
there or if
state
it was
is
just
a
unlocked.
specie. Fide stake with respect to such calendar core. Ter 80% after thereafter and B.
Okay, I think
in
I leveled up.
paragraph
I did
2
level up.
By adding at the end.
Still just putting everything into
The
endurance, I
following
think.
new subparagraph.
I'm gonna go until I'm at 10 endurance, and then I'm gonna hit solar powered.
The term specie.
And,
Fide state means with
let's
respect
see.
to a quarter. A.
Yeah, total health and action point
State
from
that.
sprinting, whereas
I provides
action
any
points in
form
that.
of financial
Oh, I should probably put a bunch
assistance
into
during
agility. I will
such
after I
quarter
max that.
in whole or in part, whether or not made under a
Leave me
state
alone.
plan or waiver of such plan under this title or under another program estab listed by the state and regardless of the source of funding for such assistance to or on behalf of an alien who is not a qualified alien or otherwise lawfully residing in the United States for the purchasing of health insurance coverage as defined in section
Nobody
2791.
Nobody is coming to the
B1
US to
of the
purchase
Public
health insurance.
Service Act for an alien who is not a qualified alien or otherwise lawfully
Yeah, I don't
residing
understand
in
what it said about roof key. Like, I'm on the
United
roof. I don't
States
think I
or
used the key to get up here. I think I just
2.
went up here.
Provides any form of comprehend civ health benefits coverage during such
I was hoping to get way better
order,
loot out of this
whether
entire
or not under a
interaction.
state plan or waiver of such plan under this title or under another program
this it?
established by the
No, let's just let me in automatically.
state
I didn't
and
have to think about it.
regardless of the source of
Oh, who just
funding
flavored
for
me to
such
death? God damn it.
coverage to an alien who is not a qualified alien
You
or
jerk.
otherwise law fully residing in the
Uncool.
United States.
Not nice.
D. Immigration terms. I. Alien. The term alien has the
Oh, it's a trap, huh?
meaning given such term in section 101A
Nice. So
of the
I can just,
Immigration and Nationality Act.
get rid of that or something.
2. Qualified alien. The term.
These guys are really
Qualified
obsessed with using
alien
fire
is
to
the
kill
meaning
people, huh?
given. Such term in section 431 of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Rec. Conciliation Act of 1996, except that
I pushed that button.
I,
okay.
the reference to at the time. The alien applies for, receives, or at. Attempts to receive a federal public benefit in subsection B of such SEC. Tie-in shall be treated as a reference to.
Oh, my head.
At
on
the
my head,
time,
man.
the
Don't do that.
alien is
That's not
provided
nice.
comprehensive health benefits coverage.
Aid. Oh, what?
described
Didn't I get a
in
stim pack
clause
earlier?
2
No more stim
of
pack for me? That
section
sucks. I literally don't have health.
1905 YC of the Social Security Act, or
Stim
is
pack on there?
provided with financial
Shotgun
assist,
shield. Not useful.
and
I have to kill the
described
last
in
person down
clause
there
I of
and hope
such
that I have enough health to do it.
section
Can
as
you stop?
applicable, and
Genuinely stop.
2
It's annoying.
the references to in the opinion of the agency
Why do all of you wear the same
providing
spike
such
armor? Stop
benefits
throwing
in
Molotovs.
subsection C of such
Stop it.
section shall be treated as references to in the opinion of the state
My
in
guy's head still hurts.
which such comprehensive health
Oh my
bend,
god, you're down there. I have to
ethics
kill you down
coverage or
there.
such financial assist,
Let's go.
answers provided as applicable that and
Can't see the
2
enemies
in
nearby.
subsection
Well, it would be nice to
Z2
deal with this enemy.
A
and
in
then...
subparagraph A by striking for such year and inserting for such quarter.
Okay, now I'll sleep to get my health back.
And B in subparagraph B I 1 in the
Yeah, I'll
matter
sleep.
preceding subclause 1 by striking for a year and inserting for a calendar quarter in a year, and 2 in subclause 2 by striking for the year and inserting for the quarter for the state. Subpart B preventing wasteful spending. SEC 44,121.
Well, frankly, I don't even know how to get back down now.
Moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs.
Bomb!
The
That hurt.
Secretary of Health and
God
Human
damn it.
Services shall not
Used to be a lot
during the
better about
period
catching that sort of
beginning
thing.
on the date of the enact
I'm clearly not very good at it
meant
anymore.
of this section and ending January 1st,
Dang, it's my right arm. That's the one I use for the
impl.
fister.
Meant administer or enforce the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid
Wait, I'm losing it. I have no idea how to get
Services
back
on
out
May
of here.
10th,
I'm just stuck.
2024, entitled Medicare and Med. ICAID
Oh, I'll
programs,
just use my little
minimum staffing
indicator and it will
standards
tell
for
me how to
long
get back in.
term care facilities and Medicaid institutional payment.
What happens if I go up here? Oh, I die, huh?
Transparency reporting, 89
does seem bad
Federal Reg,
to me.
40,876.
That does seem bad.
SEC,
Yeah, I should not do that.
44,122. Modifying retroactive coverage under the Medicaid and CHIP programs. A. In general. Section 1902, A. 34 of the Social Security Act.
See, that's a silo.
42 U.S.C. 1396 A. 34 is amended. 1. By striking him and inserting the individual. 2. By striking the third month and inserting the month.
No, I'm unsurprisingly
3.
pretty
By
fucking stupid about
striking
getting
he
out of
and
here.
inserting the
'Cause
indie.
I'm like totally trapped.
Individual and 4.
I
by
remember this
striking
in
his
previous
and
playthroughs that
inserting
I
the
physically can never find the damn door
UALs.
that lets me out of here.
D. Definition of medical assistance. Section
Okay,
1905 A of the Social Security Act. 42
Fucking falling
U.S.C.
was my best bet. I
1396
hate that.
D A is amended by striking in or after the third month before the month
Raiders,
in
get
which
the hell off of me.
recipient
I'm not even
makes
here for you right now.
application for assistance in inserting in
Who the
or
hell
after
gave you
the
a missile
month
launcher?
before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance. See CHIP. Section 2102 B1B of the Social
Let's
Security.
try this again. So, I need to read that
Security
guy's
Act,
note.
42 U.S.C. 1397 BB B1B is amended. 1. In clause 4
Okay.
by striking and at the end. 2. In clause V by striking the period in. Certing and. 3. By adding at the end the following new clause. 6. Shall,
Tries to keep
in the
his
case that
toolbox.
the state elects to provide child health or pregnancy related assistance to an individual for any period prior to the month in which the individual made application for such assist. Ants or application was made on behalf of the individual, provide that such assist. Ants is not made available to such individual for items and services included under the state child health plan or way.
How the hell are any of you fuckers still
or of
alive?
such plan that are furnished before the month preceding the month in which such individual made application or apply.
Is this
Cation
really
was
taking me
made
to the
on
right place
behalf
right now?
of such individual for such assistance. D. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to medical assistance and child health and pregnancy-related assistance with respect to individuals whose eligibility for such medical assistance or child health assistance is based on an application made on or after October 1st, 2026. SEC 44,123. Ensuring accurate
basic
payments to
health
FAR.
stuff. Huge. Very important. to me.
Macy's under Medicaid. A. In general. Section 1927 F of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396
Well, I
or
literally
8
cannot
F
pick
is
that.
amended.
What?
1. In paragraph 1A.
Oh.
A. By redesignating clause 2 as clause 3 and B. By striking and after the semicolon at the end of clause I and all that precedes it.
Good. Couple of
through
stems.
1
Huge.
and inserting the following.
Makes a big difference. I need to read this note.
1. Determining pharmacy actual acquisition costs. The secretary shall conduct a
Retail
They of
community
retail
pharmacy drug
community
prices.
pharmacy drug prices
Pharmacy
and
drug prices to determine national
applicable
average
non-retail pharmacy drug prices to deter mine national average drug acquisition cost bench.
Okay, I have heard that
Marks as such term
there
is
have been
defined
times
by
where
secretary
the
as
Medicaid,
follows.
because Medicare is for old people, Medicaid is for
A.
everyone,
Use
technically.
of vendor. The secretary
Where Medicaid doesn't pay the
for
pharmacy
make
or
contract
doctor
services for
well or correctly.
I with respect to retail
If you're going to
community,
legislate to deal with that, why don't you just
pharmacies,
legislate to
the
fix drug prices
determination of retail,
at 5%
survey
ROI?
prices of the national
That's it.
average drug
There you go. You
acquisition
can't have
cost
a
for covered
diabetic
outpatient
drug that is $10,000,
drugs that represent a nationwide
even though it
average
costs,
of
$40 to
consumer
make.
purchase prices for such drugs, net of all discounts, rebates, and other price concessions to the extent any information with respect to such discounts, rebates, and other price concessions is available based on a monthly survey of such pharmacies. 2. With respect to applicable non-retail pharmacies. I. The determination of survey prices separate from the survey prices described in clause I of the non-retail national average drug acquisition cost for
Read them
covered
on. In order to
outpatient
get to
drugs
it, you have to
that
shut off the molten drip, then use the
represent
console
a
to move the
nationwide
container down the
average
track.
of consumer purchase prices for such drugs, net of all discounts, rebates, and other price concessions to the extent any information with respect to such discounts, rebates, and other price concessions is available based on a monthly survey of such pharmacies, and 2. At the discretion of the SEC readery for each type of applicable
Is this fucker in here? Die.
non-retail pharmacy, the determina tie-in of survey prices separate from the survey prices described in clause
What a difference.
1
Loving
or
this.
subclause I of this clause of the national average drug acquisition cost for such type of pharmacy for covered outpatient drugs that wreck.
Guess I'm getting a special mod for my power
Present
armor,
a
maybe. I don't
nationwide
know.
average of con. Sumer purchase prices for such drugs. Net of all discounts, rebates, and other.
Oh, wow, I missed this fucking
Price
sting pack area
concessions
earlier?
to
That
the
sucks.
extent any. Information with respect to such dis.
Oh, free power armor.
Counts,
I probably have a sell on me,
rebates,
don't I?
and other price con.
Yeah. Let's get in
Sessions
there.
is available
Free power armor. I'll
based
take
on
it.
a
Probably could use that for the fight, couldn't
monthly
I?
survey of such pharmacies. And
Okay, they're just talking about making sure
two,
they're
in subparagraph B of paragraph
paying
1
the-
by striking subparagraph A2 and inserting sub
Oh, I see. So to get it, you have
paragraph
to do that. Interesting.
3 in subparagraph D of paragraph 1 by striking clauses 2 and 3 and inserting
I don't even know
the
what I'm doing
fall.
right now in terms of this side
Lowing
quest or whatever. I have no idea
2.
what's going
The
on.
vendor must update the SEC. Readery no less often than monthly on the survey prices for covered outpatient drugs. 3.
now I'm going
the vendor
down,
must differentiate
I think.
in collecting and reporting survey data. 4. All cost information collected, whether a
Flame-resistant legs.
pharmacy is a retail community pharmacy or an applicable non-retail pharmacy in,
Craft the mods
including whether
and
such
retrieve the
pharmacy is
incinerator.
an AFIL.
But this is a whole
I8 as
thing I've
defined
never
in
seen before
subsection K
in this
14,
game. I've never done this.
and in the case of an applicable non-retail pharmacy, which type of applicable non-retail pharmacy it is using the relevant FAR Macy type indicators included in the GUID. ANTs required by subsection D2 of SEC. Tie-in 44123 of the Act
think I've
titled
made
in
it
Act 2.
Fire-resistant, no?
Provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title 2 of H. Con.
What, show now? I
Res.
have legs on this thing.
14-foot dot.
Thermal
4, by
left leg,
adding
thermal
at the
right
end of
leg.
paragraph 1, the
What is going on? This is some
Following.
crazy stuff.
F
In the game.
survey reporting dot in order to meet the requirement of section 1902A 54A.
Now what? I walk into this
State shall
molten
require
lava
that any
and grab
retail
a damn
community,
item?
pharmacy or applicable non-retail pharmacy in
Okay.
the state that receives any
Cool, I
payment
guess I got EXP for it,
reimbursed,
so I'm happy, I guess.
meant administrative fee, discount, rebate, or other price concession related to the dispensing of covered outpatient drugs
Alright then,
to
it's going to take me 20 minutes to figure out how to leave this entire
receiving
area. I'm
benefits
certain
under
of
this
that.
title, regardless of
Oh, I'm
whether
totally certain
such
that I'm
payment,
lost.
reimbursement,
sucks.
admin, administrative fee, discount, rebate, or other
I have
price
6 power cores on me? Why?
concession is received from
I
the
need to
state
get to that
or
one vault.
man, aged care entity or other specified entity, as such terms are defined in section 1903 M9D.
Now I'm going to have like
directly
5
or
suits of
from a
power armor that I don't
pharmacy,
know what to do anything with.
benefit manager or another entity that has a contract with the state or a managed care entity, tie or other specified entity as so defined shall
I think that's all that taken care of.
respond to surveys
I'm just going to
conducted
go
under
fall
this
off the
para.
side again.
Graph.
National drug acquisition prices
G,
obtained in this
survey
paragraph shall be
information
made
dot
publicly. Ooh, I
information.
like the idea of this being public.
On national drug acquisition prices
Oh, they're going to
obtained
make the prices they find
under this
public. That'd be
paragraph
sick.
shall be made publicly available in a form and manner to be determined by the secretary and shall include at least the following: I. The monthly response rate to the survey, including a list of pharmacies not in compliance
the
with
farm.
subparagraph F.
And now I have more power armor, I guess. I don't really know what to do
the
with it.
sampling
And
methodology
when I play the game, I almost never use power armor
number
because you
of
can't use the
pharmacies
fist when you're in
sampled
power armor.
monthly. 3.
So-
Information on price concessions.
It's just guns, right?
To
I
pharmacies,
feel like even in the show,
including
they don't show anyone
discounts.
using
3.
anything other than
Bates
just
and
armor.
other price concessions to the extent that such information may be pub legally released and has been collected by the Secretary as part of the survey. H. Penalties. I. In general. Subject to clauses 2, 3, and 4. The Secretary shall enforce the provisions of this paragraph with respect to a pharmacy through the establishment of civil money penalties applicable to a retail community pharmacy or an AP. Applicable non-retail pharmacy. 2. Basis for penalties. The Secretary shall impose a civil money penalty established under this subparagraph on a retail community pharmacy or apply cable non-retail pharmacy if I. The retail pharmacy or apply cable non-retail pharmacy refuses or otherwise fails to respond to a request for information about prices in connection with the survey under this section. 2. Knowingly provides false
Give me my EXP, Preston
information
Garvey.
in response to such a
Preston Garvey.
survey, or 3. Otherwise fails to comply with the requirements established under this paragraph.
Like hell I know where Preston
3.
is right now.
Parameters for pen.
Here we go. What's up, Preston?
Alties. I. In general. A civil money penalty established under this paragraph may be assessed with respect to each violation and with respect to each non-compliant retail
We're already retaking the
community
castle? I've only done like
pharmacy,
3
including
quests.
a pharmacy that is part of a chain or
I have to fight that giant Mirelurk Queen, and I don't have nearly enough items for it.
non-retail pharmacy, including a pharmacy that is part of a chain in an amount not to exceed $100,000
Taking
for
independence.
each such
Holy
vial.
crap. Okay. That's
Lat
insane.
ion. 2.
I'm going to keep reading. I'm
considerations.
going to go to the bathroom
Indeed.
again.
Determining the amount of
Oh,
a
this
civil
is
money
insane.
penalty imposed under this
Camera
subpara.
off. My mic off. I'm still
Graph.
listening.
The Secretary may consider the size, business structure, and type of pharmacy involved, as well as the type of violation and other relevant factors, as determined appropriate by the SEC. Re. 4. Rule of application. The provisions of Section 1128A, other than subsections A and B, shall apply to a civil money penalty under this subpara. Graph in the same manner as such provi. Scions apply to a civil money penalty or seating under Section 1128A. I. Limitation on use of applicable non-retail pharmacy pricing informa. Tie-in. No state shall use pricing information reported by applicable non-retail pharmacies under subparagraph A2 to develop or inform payment methodologies for retail community pharmacies. 5. In paragraph 2. A. In subparagraph A, by inserting including payment rates and methodologies for determining ingredient cost reimbursement under managed care entities or other specified entities, as such terms are defined in Section 1903 M9D after under this title, and B. In subparagraph B, by inserting and the basis for such dispensing fees before the semicolon. 6. By redesignating paragraph 4 as para. Graph 5. 7. By inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph 4. Oversight. A. In general. The Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Serve. ICES shall conduct periodic studies of the survey. Data reported under this subsection as APRO. Priat, including with respect to substantial variations in acquisition costs or other applica. BLE costs, as well as with respect to how internal transfer prices and related party transactions first may influence the costs reported by pharmacies that are affiliates, as defined in subsection K13, or are owned by, controlled by, or
Okay.
laid under a common ownership.
Here's what I'm starting to put together,
with
because it is going slow in this whole
a
pharmacy section.
wholesaler, distributor,
It is
or other
sounding
entity
like,
that
as opposed to saving the government
acquires
money
covered outpatient drugs relative to
by, getting
costs
drugs to
reported
be
by
the
pharmacies
appropriate low
not
price that they should be.
affiliated with
This
such
is sounding a
entities.
lot more like it's
The
going to
Inspector
guarantee
General
that
shall
the
probe
that the
feed
businesses that are
periodic
doing
updates to Congress on the results
that the businesses
of such studies as
that are
appropriate in a
manufacturing the
manner
drugs are the ones that are being prioritized
that
right
does
now,
not disclose
because
trade
it's
secrets
talking
or
a lot
other
about like, oh,
proprietary information. B. Appropriation. There is
who are
APRO,
you?
priated to the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services, out of any money in the Treasury.
I need to
not
go find a
otherwise
Nuka-Cola and give it to
AB.
Sheffield. I keep
Appropriated
forgetting.
$5 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended to carry out this paragraph and 8 in paragraph 5.
I'm gonna go get
as
Piper
so
and send her to Diamond
redesignated.
City. I'm gonna and send her
A,
to
by
Sanctuary. I'm gonna go
inserting
get
an $8 million for
everyone else.
each of fiscal years 2026 through 2033 after 2010, and B. by inserting funds appropriated under this paragraph for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2033 shall remain available until expended after the period. B. Definitions. Section 1927 K of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396 Era 8 K is amended. 1. In the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking in the section and inserting in this SEC tie-in, and 2. By adding at the end the following new paragraphs. Following new 12. Applicable non-retail pharmacy. The term applicable non-retail pharmacy means a pharmacy that is licensed as a pharmacy by the state and that is not a retail community pharmacy, including a pharmacy that dispenses prescription medications to patients primarily through mail and specialty pharmacies. Such term does not include nursing home pharmacies, long-term care facility pharmacies, hospital pharmacies, clinics, charitable or not-for-profit pharmacies, government Macy's, or low dispensing pharmacies, as defined by the Secretary. 13. Affiliate. The term affiliate means any entity that is owned by, controlled by, or related under a common ownership structure with a Macy benefit manager or a managed care entity or other specified entity, as such terms are defined in
Section 1903 M 9 D.
C. Effective date. 1. In general. Subject to paragraph 2. The amendments made by this section shall apply b. Ginning on the first day of the first quarter that b. Gins on or after the date that is 6 months after the date of enactment of this section. 2. Delayed application to applicable. Non-retail pharmacies. The Pharmacy Survey. Requirements established by the amendments to SEC. Tie-in 1927 F of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 or 8 F, made by this section shall apply to retail community pharmacies beginning on the effect. Tive date described in paragraph 1, but shall not apply to applicable non-retail pharmacies until the first day of the first quarter that begins on or after the date that is 18 months after the date of enactment of this section. D. Identification of applicable non-retail pharmacies. 1. In general. Not later than January 1st, 2027, the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall, in consultation with stakeholders as appropriate, publish guidance specifying pharmacies that meet the definition of applicable non-retail pharmacies, as such term is defined in subsection K. 12 of Section 1927 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 or 8, as added by subsection B, and that will be subject to the survey requirements under subsection F1 of such section as amended by subsection A. 2. Inclusion of pharmacy type indica. TRS. The guidance published under paragraph 1 shall include pharmacy type indicators to distinguish between different types of applicable non-retail pharmacies, such as pharmacies that dispense prescription tie-ins primarily through the mail, and pharmacies that dispense prescriptions that require special handling or distribution. An applicable non-retail pharmacy may be identified through multiple pharmacy type indicators.
Cool.
E. Implementation. 1. In general. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the Secretary of Health and Human Services may implement the amendments made by this section by program instruction or otherwise. 2. Non-application of administrative procedure. ACT. Implementation of the amendments made by this section shall be exempt from the requirements of Section 553 of Title V, United States Code. F. Non-application of paperwork reduction. ACT. Chapter 35 of Title 44, United States Code, shall not apply to any data collection undertaken by the SEC. Secretary of Health and Human Services under Section 1927 F of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 or at 8 F, as amended by this section. SEC 44,124. Preventing the use of abusive spread pricing in Medicaid. A. In general. Section 1927 of the
Is spread pricing
Social
what I think it is?
Righty Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 or 8, is amended. 1. In subsection E, by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6. Transparent prescription drug pass through pricing required. A. In general. A contract between the state and a pharmacy benefit manager, referred to in this paragraph as a PBM or a contract between the state and a managed care entity or other specified entity, as such terms are defined in Section 1903 M 9 D and Col. collectively referred to in this paragraph as the entity that includes provisions making the entity responsible for coverage of covered out patient drugs dispensed to individuals enrolled with the entity shall require that payment for such drugs and related administrative services as applicable, including payments made by a PBM on behalf of the state or entity, is based on a transparent prescription drug pass through pricing model under which any payment made by the entity
Oh my
or
god.
the PBM as applicable for such a drug
Okay, I now know what spread pricing
is limited to
Oh, it looks like forward flashing. I apologize.
AA ingredient
Whoa,
cost
it's still flashing. What is
and
going on? Is it done yet?
BB a professional dispensing fee that is not less than
think you're supposed to do that.
the professional dispensing fee that the state would pay if the
fucking crazy.
state were making the payment.
All right, here's what I understand as spread pricing is, because I looked it up and read it. I had to read it for a bit, though, to really make sense of it. Spread pricing, it's all capitalism, but spread pricing allows a pharmacy to charge the insurance more than the cost of the drug that the person is going to receive. Mind you, the pharmacies are all losing money. They're not losing money. Actually, I'm pretty sure a lot of them are lost leaders for like grocery stores. But the pharmacy is not doing well, which is the actual business of people that physically deliver the drugs to the person. The drug manufacturers are overcharging. The insurance is overcharging. And the pharmacy is trying to have enough to stay afloat. So what does this prohibition do? Preventing the use of abusive spread pricing in Medicaid. The spread pricing allows the pharmacy to actually make some money instead of I don't know. I guess this policy is anti-pharmacy, but it's pro-insurance. And I feel like one of those groups has more lobbying going on for them right now. I think one of those groups has more lobbying going on right now. I don't know. It actually just kind of all sounds bad, but it's a policy that will benefit the insurance, and the insurance being Medicaid. So that was interesting to learn about momentarily.
A in general section
Pass-through pricing model under which any payment made by the entity or the PBM as applicable for a drug is limited to ingredient costs, professional dispensing fee, bathroom entity except as reduced under federal or state law, federal regulations, pharmacy something manager, PBM is what I read that as. Such drug was subject to an agreement under section of the Public Health Service Act. Such payment for the ingredient costs of such drug does not exceed the maximum payment that would have been made by the entity or the PBM for the ingredient costs of such drug if such drug had not been purchased by such covered entity. Well, I'm totally tripping now. Does ingredient cost mean actual ingredient cost or ingredient cost according to the drug manufacturer here? For manner. I guess so. The way they're saying it is they're saying that the it's so weird for Republicans to ever say this sort of thing. They talk about fraud, waste, and abuse, but like they're, I don't know, they are fraud, waste, and abuse. But they're saying that the pharmacies are greedy and skimming off the top with this whole spread pricing thing. PBM broken down to the extent such as costs are attributed to an individual covered outpatient drug. By such drug including ingredient costs, professional dispensing fees, administrative fees. Oh, I don't trust administrative fees. Post-sale and post-invoice fees, discounts or related adjustments. Oh, these all sound like helping the health insurance provider and the drug manufacturers. By any amount charged or claimed by the entity or the PBM exceeds the amount paid to the pharmacies or providers on behalf of the state or entity. So maybe this is somewhat rational. It's a, how goes it goes good, Andrea. I didn't see that until just now. PBM is the pharmacy benefit manager. So they're saying, oh, I don't know what the argument here is. They're saying, oh, this is state-run health insurance. You can't charge more off of the top for the amount that the insurance would charge and pay to you for the drug, because you shouldn't be able to make money off of the government subsidized health care. If I see that, I see that, but I'm almost completely certain that the drug manufacturers themselves are pieces of garbage that are massively overcharging the material cost and cost of manufacture. Not to mention half of them fucking steal, and I mean steal hard, like active violent steal. Many of these drug manufacturers are stealing their research and development from graduate students and doctoral students at different colleges that were publicly subsidized, including their research consequently, and their knowledge as people. They were produced as a consequence of public subsidization, and then promptly their discoveries and inventions were privatized by these businesses and then sold for a 10,000% markup. So fuck these health insurance providers. Shout out Luigi Mangione. If the idea of one man murdering one man is somehow worse to you than one man resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands, you're a fucking idiot. Just because one of them feels more direct and more personable because it was direct. Fuck you. Those things are completely different conversations. Murder is bad. Murdering 10,000 people is a completely different kind of act. Publication of information, secretary shall publish not less frequently than on an annual basis. I'm not personally a fan of murder, by the way. I'm not personally bloodlusted. I just think that people in power shouldn't have power. Simple as that. I remember when people were talking about Joe Biden recently getting diagnosed with, I think, prostate cancer. Was it? It's so common for men. Yeah, it's a male reproductive organ. But people were talking about, Joe Biden has prostate cancer. We shouldn't clown on a person for having cancer. Lots of people get cancer. And I feel like that entire line of reasoning is just kind of weak, because I don't think it's wrong to clown on the literal passage of time and the passing of a person. Because I think when I clown on, for example, the fact that there will come a day when Donald Trump dies, that's fucking awesome. There will also come a day where Joe Biden dies. That's also fucking awesome. There will come a day where Bernie Sanders dies. That's not awesome. Why do I say these things for different circumstances? Well, it's because some people are in power, and they use that power for harm and the concentration of power up top. And there are other people that are in positions of influence, authority, and power who are using that to promptly subvert their own influence in pursuit of democracy. So when a tyrant like Donald Trump, when a fascist like Donald Trump passes away, there's a million things to celebrate. The loss of that person's power and capacity to have a negative effect on the world. It is a wonderful, very good thing. Is that somebody's father? Absolutely. Maybe you shouldn't have a dick for a dad. My dad's a dick. I'm able to move past that, right? Elon Musk will pass away one day. He has kids that fucking hate his guts. Because it doesn't matter if you're dad, if you're just biologically someone's father, that shouldn't matter. And actually, conservatives hate that line of reasoning. They hate the idea that their genetics and their natalism do not confer power if you subvert it. Yes, Donald Trump is a father. Yes, there are people that love Donald Trump as a person, personally, not just because he's in power. There are people that care about him as a person, probably. I'm sure he's kind of annoying as an egotist in real life, but lots of people have egotists for parents and siblings and even lovers. So when a person in incredible power that produces incredible harm using that power passes away, you shouldn't celebrate how they passed away or even hope that they particularly suffered a lot unless they really, directly have blood on their hands in a very visible way. That's kind of going to be up to an individual person to decide how much they want to revel in their suffering. Rather than suffering, we should revel in the loss of power itself. When powerful people are done away with, and their absence produces a meaningful vacuum, that's a good thing. You want a power vacuum. You want an absence of power, and you want it to be filled with people, and freedom, and then the vacuum disappears because people are empowered instead. So, yeah, fuck these health insurance CEOs. Fuck these medicine manufacturing CEOs. I know fucking graduate chemistry students that are synthesizing shit in their goddamn dorm room like it's a joke. For nothing. They eat grilled cheese every single day, and yet they're synthesizing complicated drugs that are actually used for treating meaningful diseases. Fuck both of those groups of people. And I wish them their loss of power. I don't think they have to die. I don't think murder is good either. But I think the loss of power by those that are in power that cause harm with their power is a wonderful thing. And if death happens to be what it takes to make that happen, then the outcome is still good. Just not preferable. I'd rather reform people. Pharmacy benefit manager means any person or entity that... Why do they're saying PBM after 14, they introduce PBM? You're not really supposed to do that in a document.
The term pharmacy benefit manager means any person or entity
back to the game.
Either directly or through an inter.
I need to shut the fuck up.
Mediary acts as
I'm gonna get banned like Hassan Abi for advocating murder.
Chaser on behalf of a state managed care entity as defined in section 1903 M9D.
Sheffield, I'm so sorry. I've been trying so hard to get you a damn Nuka-Cola. It's not happening.
Or manages the
There's a bar in town somewhere, isn't there?
Drug benefits provided by a state managed care in titty or other specified
Did it just say titty?
Including the proc.
Care entity.
In payment of claims for prescription drugs. The performance of drug utilization review, the proc.
Dude, my character didn't even get to dwell in a damn vault.
The man. Aging of appeals or grievances related to the prescription drug
Science
benefits.
Center.
Contracting with pharmacies. Controlling the cost of covered outpatient drugs or the provision of services related thereto.
Here's the bar.
Such term includes any person or entity that acts as a price-in-e negotiator with regard to payment amounts to FAR. Macy's and providers for a covered outpatient drug, or the net cost of the drug or group purchaser on behalf of a state, managed care entity, or other specified entity or that carries out one or more of the other activities described in the preceding sentence, irrespective of whether such person or entity calls itself a pharmacy benefit manager. B. Conforming amendments. Section 1903 M of such act, 42 U.S.C. 1396 B M is amended.
Please tell me I can get a... I can't.
Paragraph 2
Shit, that
A
sucks.
13 A by striking in 3 and inserting 3. B by inserting
God damn
before
it.
the period at the end the following, and 4 if the contract includes provisions making the entity responsible for coverage of covered outpatient drugs. The entity shall comply with the requirements of Section 1927 E6 and
I'm getting
C,
way too many
by
fucking side
moving the
quests.
left margin 2 EMS to the left, and 2 by adding at the end the following.
Why does this dude
new
look like me? I hate it.
paragraph.
I literally
10,
just want
no
a bunch of
payment
Stimpaks,
shall be
please.
made under this title to a state with
Thank you.
respect to expenditures incurred
Easy
by
peasy.
the state for payment for services provided by
I have so many things I want to be doing in the game at the same time, and I'm
other
not doing them.
specified entity as defined in paragraph.
Should I go
9,
kill
B,
Kellogg
3,
and go through
unless
his
such
memories? Yeah, I
services
should.
are
I mean,
provided
technically
in
I'm
AC.
speedrunning, aren't I? So I should, like, get to that.
Accordance with the contract between
It'll take
the
forever
state
to
and
find the
such.
parts for the teleporter.
Entity
So,
which satisfies
I might
the
as well just get to it.
requirements of paragraph 2A.
Should have plenty of items
13
too
dot.
for the actual
See
fight that
effective
comes.
date dot, the amendments made by.
Taking the entire settlement's
This
food.
section shall apply to contracts between states and
Yes,
managed
all the food
care
is mine.
entities,
Wonderful.
other specified entities,
Wonder if Piper
or
made it
FAR.
here.
May see benefit managers that have an effective date begin.
Okay, I'm gonna go
May
get
on
well
or
rested,
after
and I'm
the
gonna
date
go
that is
show my
18
dog
months after the
the
date
cigars.
of enactment of this section.
Hey, wait a minute. What
D,
happened to the house that I put in?
implementation
Did I put it
dot.
over here?
1.
Oh, how did
in
I end up-
general
how did I
dot,
even end up here?
notwithstanding any other provision of law, the Secretary of Health and Human Services may implement the amendments
How did
made
I end
by
up here?
this
What am I
section
doing in
by
the game?
program instruction or off.
That's my
or
house.
wise.
What did I run so far?
2. Non-application of administrative pro. Procedure ACT. Implementation of the amendments made by this section
Man,
shall
I'm
be
stupid.
exempt from the requirements of Section
Sleep time.
553 of Title 5, United States.
Put me at 10 a.m. I'll go get the
Code.
dog. I'll go follow it to
E.
Kellogg. and
Non-application
kill a
of
million
paperwork reduction.
synths. Kill Kellogg.
ACT.
Take his brain.
Chapter 35 of
Learn the
Title
teleporter
44,
situation.
United States Code shall not apply to any data collection
First things first, we're
undertaken
doing
by
the
the
main
SEC.
quest now.
Readery of Health and Human Services under Section 1927E of the Social Security Act, 42
How the hell do I
USC
turn this fucking
1396R.
Sheffield side quest off?
8E as amended by this section. SEC 44,125. Prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP. Funding for gender transition pros.
Uh-oh.
Doors for minors.
Yeah, this will be something to read up on for sure. All right. Prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP funding child health care something plan. I can't remember anymore. Insurance plan? Child health care insurance plan? Funding for gender transition procedures for minors. I should just start pulling it up every time. But there's official data in the U.S. on the number of gender transition surgeries taking place per year for minors. It's like, I don't remember what it is, but it's like in the thousands maybe per year. It's much less than 10,000. It's still more than 100. I think it's in the thousands. And like the vast majority of them are all cis boys dealing with gyno, getting breast reductions. Technically, it's a breast reduction and it's top surgery. And then maybe there are some trans kids that are doing top surgery. And then bottom surgery, there's like 20 minors per year or something that get it, which is like a 0.0000000 percentage of the United States of America. This is so incomprehensibly uncommon, unimportant, not... So like, one, trans rights, right? We should liberate trans people. We should do youth liberation. We should create better systems for letting children make decisions about their lives, and doing it safely and effectively. And that's a discussion that's worth having. Yeah, like we should just put more research into understanding what it really means to be trans in the first place, especially psychologically, for making the final decisions. And I also like the idea of letting letting people pursue that and make sense of it. But socially transitioning is so different from medically transitioning, and that's different from hormonal transitioning, which is different from surgical transitioning. These are all different things. It's a complicated situation. Gender transitioning procedures for minors. It's like 50 per year, and the amount of fucking hoops that families have to jump through to make it happen means it doesn't happen by fucking accident. It also still costs a fuck ton of money, even if you have Medicaid or CHIP. Still costing you a fuck ton of money. So just shut the fuck up about these. The government should have nothing to fucking say about what a child is choosing to do, about what a family is choosing to do. None of this. Get the government out of my fucking life, out of your life, and regulating this and putting money into regulating this is psychotic. And 28 Social Security Act, specified gender transition procedures defined. In general, for the purpose of section, except as provided, The term specified gender transition procedure means with respect to an individual, any of the following when performed for the purpose of intentionally changing the body of such individuals, including by disrupting the body's development, inhibiting its natural functions, or modifying its appearance to no longer correspond to the individual's sex. Oh, this definition is fascism. Bad. Do you know the different ways that you could interpret development and natural function? Like, oh my god. Wait. Oh, this is going to be so much case law on this. This is going to be so interesting in a bad way, but because they've left so much room to fuck around. Purpose of intentionally changing the body of an individual to no longer correspond to the individual's sex. They're still afraid to use the word gender because they don't believe gender exists. So, my question becomes, when a person is intersex, let me see, gender, an individual, any of the following, an individual, they're not saying minor. This could mean adult too? By the way, I'm going to go through every single fucking one of those procedures for this entire thing. With consent, puberty suppression or blocking the person, normalizing puberty from individual experiencing. Medically necessary. Okay, so I'm actually going to read the second part first. So they're still going to allow puberty drugs for atypical puberties. Medically necessary procedures for... They're talking about aneuploidies for intersex. Issues with the ovaries or testes. Sex steroid hormone production. Sex hormone action. If determined to be abnormal through genetic or biological means. The effects of infection. Procedures to restore and reconstruct the body of an individual in order to correspond to the individual's sex after one or more procedures described in paragraph. This may include the removal of pseudophallus or breast. Ah, fuck, they've gotten smarter. Okay, unfortunately, they are just banning gender-based surgeries, not, Okay, and then their definition of sex isn't even right. It's sex meaning either male or female. Again, intersex people exist, and you even acknowledge it 30 words before this. So you don't even know how to define sex correctly. Female naturally has, will, or would have the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports eggs. Male, sperm. Okay, sperm versus male. Now, again, intersex people sometimes have the organs that could do a lot of complicated things. And it's kind of hard to tell which one's which, and it's going to be really hard to medically verify. So it looks like they are successfully making room for intersex people, people with hormonal disorders. So, this sucks. I like when they fuck up. Unfortunately, they haven't fucked up that hard. I mean, they're transphobic, but they haven't fucked up. They haven't done the fuck up. The fuck up would be like, oh, we accidentally forgot about intersex kids, which is something they would do, but the law has made room for it, and I'm sure it's because with legal consult, they designed this bill and act to not be immediately challenged in the Supreme Court, because it fucking would have if they hadn't made room for this. So, wonderful. I'm happy for intersex people. I'm happy for all those sorts of those gender. So, gender affirming care, yes. Gender transition care, no. That's the summary. But I'm going to go through all of these individual things. So again, it's disrupting the body's development, inhibiting its natural function, or modifying its appearance to no longer correspond to the individual's sex. Okay. I know what castration is. Castration is when you cut the body parts off. I know what sterilization is. It's when you make a person sterile. There are a few ways to do that. All right. Orchiectomy, removal of one or both testicles. So no removing the testes for gender confirmation purposes. Again, I want to say that they're idiots and they accidentally banned any care or surgery affecting the genitalia. No, they're focusing in just on gender affirming care. Scrotoplasty, reshape or repair the scrotum. It's often performed for cosmetic reasons to address birth defects. Remove excess skin, tightening the scrotum. Oh, so scrotoplasty would be part of the chemical transition. Vasectomy. I had a vasectomy. Holy shit, this would have banned me. I really need to know if this is saying just for minors. Yeah, I have a feeling this is still just applying to minors because it's in the subsection on minors. But I got a vasectomy in my, I think it was 24. No, I think it was 25. I think it was technically only 2 years ago. Oh, it was like January of 25 or something. So, yeah, it was essentially 2 years ago. 1.5, 2 years, I don't know. I got a vasectomy. And I'm non-binary. Is there an argument to make that that was gender-affirming care? I just wasn't a minor, though. Tubal ligation, I think that's vasectomy, but for females. Hysterectomy is the removal of the uterus, I believe. I'm gonna have to Google it. I know hysterectomy is removal of the uterus. Removal of the uterus. I went to college. Oophorectomy. The removal of the ovaries. Nope, I see ovarectomy below that. So ovarectomy is not what I think it is. Oh, oophorectomy is when you remove the ovaries. So then what is an ovariectomy? Is that removing just the eggs from the ovary or something? Removal of the ovary. Oh, those are the same thing. They're just defining it in two ways. Metoidoplasticity. You know, I actually have never researched what the like mechanical aspects of gender affirming surgery is for bottom surgery. No idea. I mean, I can guess, but lower bottom surgery creates a penis using the clitoris, which may be enlarged by hormone therapy. Yeah, because they are genetically the same thing. It's the epigenetic regulation of the genes and their expression during development determine what that becomes, whether it becomes a penis versus the clitoris. So the thing that turns a clitoris into a penis is banned. The thing that turns a clitoris into its penis, essentially. Male to female transitions. Yeah. Yeah. So the clitoroplasty is the male to female. The urethra with or without a medioplasty. Reconstruction of the fixed part of the urethra with or without a... Again, but they're saying that these can only apply to... I'm just going to assume that penectomy means removing of the penis, because I'm not stupid. Removal of the penis. Yep. Which, that's really close to the definition of castrate. Maybe castration only applies to the testicles. Phalloplasty sounds like the construction of a penis. Phalloplasty. I cannot believe I'm reading through all these individually. Created from another body part. Okay, yeah, neophallus. It's where you make an artificial phallus. Vaginoplasty, that's making a vagina. Vaginectomy is the removal of the vagina. Vulvoplasty means the construction of a vulva. Wow. That's a big fucking phrase. I'm Googling. I'm just, you know what? They're making me trans. That's what they're doing with this. I'm becoming trans by reading this because it's so interesting. Surgical procedures, the problems of the Adam's apple. Oh, interesting. Oh, thyroid, so that's neck. So reducing the Adam's apple to look more feminine. Fuck it, whatever. Man, I could not imagine giving the slightest shit about that. Tracheal shave. Reduce the prominence of the Adam's apple. Wow. So they're just banning the idea of being able to transition. Again, I think it seems to just be applied to minors here, but... Adam's apple. Mastectomy, removal of the breasts. Plastic or cosmetic or aesthetic surgery that feminizes or masculinizes facial or other body features of an individual. So... Oh, I think we finally found a good hang-up that we could kind of lean into. I see a route of legal challenge for this, finally. Any plastic, cosmetic, or aesthetic surgery that feminizes or masculinizes the facial or other body features of an individual. What if how your culture defines feminine is how my culture defines masculine, and to your child it's gender affirming, but to me it wouldn't be because I define gender differently? That is going to be a route of challenge. I hope we fucking get a challenge to it through that route. That would be it. Knowing the way the law would be implemented by a judge, not that I think that this will survive. I hope this gets taken out. A judge would, I don't even know what they'd have to do. It'd have to be complicated as fuck. They'd have to verify that, like, that's truly what cis means to that family. It's all bullshit. We should stop trying to regulate things like gender and sex and people's access to transitionary healthcare. You have to understand that, yes, you can pay doctors to do shit, but it costs a fuck ton of money here. And even if it didn't cost a fuck ton of money, they have medical licenses. They can't just go around doing willy-nilly surgeries without like a child really being deeply affected. Any placement of chest implants to create feminine breasts or placement of erection or testicular prostheses. Prostheses. So I guess strap-ons are still allowed, but a prosthetic one is not. A fat or artificial implants to the... You can't... No more butt work? What if you're a guy and just want a fat ass? I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I think, again, this is all applying to minors, though, which is kind of a different conversation that even I'm willing to have. I know it's crazy. Like, I'm trans rights, but I think there should be systems in place where, like, it takes time to kind of get out of the adolescent and then get into the young adult stages, so teenage. So going from, like, 10, 11, 12, 13, I think there needs to be a time period where, like, you get towards the 16s and the 17s as things kind of escalate, so that way there is time before hitting these more difficult to reverse procedures. I actually am a fan of that. I think gender counseling should exist. I think that should be a thing that is paired with other medical treatments, where a child receives... I think this is what they do in the UK, if I remember correctly, where children get gender counseling long before they are touching anything that is permanent, whether it be hormonal, which is moderately reversible, and then obviously surgical, which is much more difficult to reverse. I'm actually generally a fan of gender counseling. In fact, I think we should just be teaching people that people are complicated and that you're going to feel complicated ways. And frankly, like, I think trans people should exist. But I wonder if the people and the way they live their life and being trans, whether that be medical, whether that be social, whether that be hormonal, whether that be surgical, I think that shouldn't even fucking matter or have anything to do with anyone's goddamn opinion or the government. Or it totally should be out of their lives. People should be free. But to some degree, I am a gender abolitionist, which I've had some really valuable and succinct conversations with some new friends. I've been a gender abolitionist insofar as I think we should move beyond the restrictive parts of social constructs of gender, so gender norms. I think we should move beyond those and create a world where people are free to be as they are without the gender label boxing them in. But I also had some good conversations with some trans friends. Technically I'm non-binary, so I don't know if I'm truly trans. I don't experience dysphoria, gender dysphoria, so that might be kind of disqualifying depending on who you ask. I don't know. I don't really worry about it. But I had some good conversations with some friends who were like, hey, but, I get the idea of not wanting to do gender norms, but my gender matters to me. Like, I like feeling feminine. It matters to me. I feel good, and I enjoy living that way. And guess what? When I hear that, do I counter them by being like, yeah, but gender norms and you'll be liberated by getting rid of gender norms? No, that's not what I think. What I think is, oh, well, that doesn't hurt anyone, so I don't fucking care. Go for it. And that's the reasonable solution. So we should push society forward such that gender norms do not have as consequential effects on the outcome of a person's life. We should de-misogynize our culture and our government and our systems of power. And then gender can be just what a person wants it to be for them. Just a thing that defines them, and if they want to feel pretty in a certain way, they can fucking go for it. Will gender norms always exist? Fucking absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. The data is data. There are physiological sexes. There are a few of them. Intersexes, and then male and female, and then different hundreds of millions of different configurations of how male and female develops and what that looks like in a person. But there are bell curves where people end up certain ways. Gender norms will probably always exist. And I don't think, I don't care about doing anything about their existence insofar as they should not affect the outcome of a person's life in a material way. Instead, they should be a thing that a person gets to interact with, like their height. I'm tall. I don't like the fact that being tall has allowed me certain advantages throughout life. I'd rather that not be the case, because I'd rather my actual personality matter more. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. I'm a gender abolitionist, but I'm a gender abolitionist in the way that I'm a free speech absolutist. I think free speech is really good. I also think hate speech that directly incites violence is, like, bad. Paradox of tolerance. When it comes to children's access to gender transition care, I think there should be counseling involved. I think there should be professional adults involved to guide the process, not to an outcome, but instead to guide the child towards well-being and health and welfare and self-actualization and just well-being in general. So I think these are totally fine. I definitely, listen, the way I think is, based on psychology and development, I don't really know if a child's personality is a personality and their beliefs and the whole exploration thing. I hate that Christian nationalists, especially, who are super against this whole sanctity of body thing for trans people. They're super transphobic. Sometimes Christian nationalists are all bad people. That doesn't mean all Christians are. If you don't like that Christian nationalists are giving Christians a bad name, then you need to fucking deal with it in your own community. I'm an atheist, so it's not my problem to fucking fix. Yeah, I probably like 12 or 13, and then you can start gender counseling, and then, because, be real, most children are pretty androgynous until like a certain-ish area. You know what? Just gender counseling at some point. and it's up to the family and the child to advocate and figure out when it is they want to have that conversation. It doesn't even need to be called gender counseling. It could just be like puberty counseling. Like, why the fuck don't we have puberty counseling for everyone? Why not forced? I just mean an option, right? Why is that? Obviously, a doctor plays that role. A psychiatrist can kind of play that role. I think it'd be really healthy for. We should have aging counseling. We should have puberty counseling. We should have childhood counseling. We should have. Society should be oriented such that humans help each other, is what I mean. And I think that could be an important part of deciding children's access to the most irreversible, the most difficult to reverse pursuits that are involving surgical transition. Honestly, hormonal transition, I don't really give a shit. I don't think it needs to be qualified too hard. Social transition, the second that the government touches the concept of social transitioning, that it's over. Like, that's fucking warfare. Like, that's violence. I will say, as someone who doesn't suffer with or struggle with gender dysphoria, I am in a position of privilege because there are things I don't understand about how severe this is when you're young. And how much of a threat this really can be to a person's mental health, to feel so out of their body. But I think the people on the right that are writing this shit don't even understand what it means to be out of their body, which is hilarious because of how many right-wing men are so obsessed with feeling more cis. They're so obsessed with their masculinity. That's me being non-binary. Chest implants banned, no butt lifts, no BBL drizzy, administering, prescribing, or dispensing an individual's medication, including gonadotropin releasing hormones, analogs, and other puberty blocking drugs. Gonadotropin blocks sex hormones? Testosterone, estrogen, so that's the chemicals you need for the hormonal transitioning, shall not apply when furnished to an individual by a healthcare provider with the consent of such individual's parent or legal guardian. Yeah, so cis medical care is allowed, trans is not. Medically necessary procedures for treatments to correct disorders of sex developments like 46XX. Yeah, so dealing with the intersex disorders, ovarian and testicular issues. So like, this is going to be TMI. Warning for a little bit of TMI. Don't worry, it's not too gross. I think it's like 1 out of like 10 babies, male babies or something. Like, it's pretty common. But I am physiologically male. I have male reproductive organs. I have all of them. A very common disorder for like super young boys or honestly newborn babies is something called an undescended testicle, which this thing happens physiologically where the testes actually start out kind of like in the ovary area and then they actually physically descend in the body as you age. That's like the phrase of like balls dropping. That's where that comes from. Sometimes it doesn't at the right time, and it's kind of like not even in the right place from infancy, and you can do a surgery to put the testes in the right place and make sure it functions. I can't remember if failing to do that surgery actually reduces fertility. I really can't remember. I think if it's done, it's probably for that reason. It's also probably just for social reasons. So this is making room to make sure that male babies can get like an undescended testicle dealt with. So very clear. This is not the abolition of cis healthcare. This is just the abolition of healthcare for trans kids. And I know it's so tempting to be like, Ooh, they're abolishing all healthcare. They're not. I would love to be able to tell cis people, you're under a threat too, and they are, but not substantively according to this individual document. The effects of diseases that impair bodily functions. Restore or reconstruct the body of an individual to correspond with sex after one or more previous scourgers. Yep. Oh, detransitioning is allowed. Transitioning is allowed. Detransitioning is not. Wait. Detransitioning is allowed. Transitioning is not. Interesting. What if... Follow me here. This is insane. What if a young male boy has gyno, which means he naturally developed breast tissue that is rather sizable, enough to be socially inconvenient, usually is the point at which it needs to be dealt with. A male boy develops gyno and is trans, and their body naturally developed breasts, and that male with gyno is trans, but transitioned completely naturally. What does that do with this system? What happens if that child that is certain they are female wants to get gyno anyway, wants to get the breast reduction anyway? The child says that they're trans, but they'd be doing a surgery that to the government seems as gender transitionary. What happens then? This is just fun because the government is fucking stupid and doesn't know what sex and gender are. Oh, look, how they define sex, male and female. What about intersex? Female, individual eggs. Male, individual sperm. No federal funds that are considered direct spending and providing to carry out a state plan under Title XIX 10.1.21 of the Social Security Act or waiver plan should be used to make payments to prohibited entities for items and services furnished during the 10-year period beginning on the day. If this lasts 10 years, it will affect trans people in a serious fucking way. Prohibited entity, organization described by the IRS as exempt from tax, essential community provider, federal regulation. Family planning provides for abortions other than an abortion if the pregnancy is a result of rape or incest. So that the Republicans have learned the federal make the, what is the word? The word is make an exception for rape or incest. Suffers from physical disorders, physical injury, physical illness, including life endangering physical. So threatening the life of the mother or rape or incest. Total amount of federal and state expenditures. So they're going to be turning off... Well, let me read this better. No federal funds that are considered direct spending, state plan, shall be used to make payments to a prohibited entity for items and services. And these include... is an organization. Prohibited entities include IRS Code 1986 and exempt from tax. So so they're banning. Oh God, this is really hard to read. No federal funds. So, they are withdrawing federal funding from family planning, reproductive health centers that are nonprofits. Okay, that's the one. What is it called? The one that people are always protesting. How did I forget this? What's it called? It's not called family planning. Oh my God. Famous Family Planning Clinic US. It's called, am I stupid? Planned Parenthood. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. It's called Planned Parenthood and I completely forgot what it was called. God, I'm an idiot. Okay, so yeah, Planned Parenthoods now will not have access if they provide abortions at all. So long as the abortion, if they provide any abortions that are anything other than for rape and incest or the life of the mother. Oh, that's really bad. Given the term under the section, covered organization, mandatory health plan, the state Has been given the term. Holy shit. That one section bans access to abortions through public. You can't do you can't do that kind of reproductive care at a nonprofit using Medicaid anymore. I'm sure there are already limits on it from state to state, but this would federally do that. I'm not sure this is going to be able to hold up in court because it's that bad. I like how I haven't been playing the game for like a long time now, but reading is more important. Oh no. Okay, now we are on sunsetting eligibility for increased FMA, family medical and something. I don't know what FMAP stands for. No increase provider taxes. Oh, limiting taxing on the health insurance companies. So yes, pro health insurance, not pro patient. Okay, now I can get back into the nitty-gritty of the individual payment plans and yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again, don't know why, but I'm gonna keep listening, trying to make sense of things. No audio? It's probably just lost itself, hasn't it? Let's see, read aloud. There we go. Uh-oh. Read aloud.
Section 1905, 2, 3 of the Social Security Act, 42. USC 1396D 2, 3 is amended. 1. By
Where am I?
striking which has
I need
not
to go to
and
Diamond City.
inserting the following which A
I need to get the
has
dog.
not.
I need to follow the dog. I need to go
2,
find the guy.
in subparagraph
Which I'm pretty sure I've
A
already been
is
to.
so inserted by striking the period at the end and inserting and
Oh,
3,
I messed up.
by adding at the end the following new sub. Paragraph B
Wrong direction.
begins to expend amounts for all such
Where'd the dog at?
individuals prior to January 1st, 2026. SEC 44,132.
Get the dog, kill
Moratorium on
Kellogg,
new
move
or
forward.
increased pro.
Vie des taxes.
Be detox. I
Section
hate how it suddenly turns
1903
French.
W1A3 of the Social Security Act.
Fine, Sean.
4. 42 USC 1396B W1A3
Let's go, dog meat.
is amended. 1. By striking or at the end. 2. By striking if there and inserting if. I, there, and. 3. By adding at the end
This dog
the
is
following
fast.
new sub. Clauses. 2. The taxes first imposed by the state.
More agility. I'll
or
start
by
spreading
a
stuff
unit
out.
of local
As I level up.
government in the
Got the
state.
game.
On or after the date of the enactment of this subclause, other than such a tax for which the legislation or regulations providing for the position of such tax were enacted or adopted prior to such date of enactment, or 3. On or after the date of the enact. Meant of this subclause, the state or unit of local government increases the amount or rate of tax imposed with respect to a class of health,
Why am I faster than the dog?
care items or services.
Am I faster
or
than the
with
dog? I
respect
guess the
to a
dog
type
wouldn't be like sprinting. Where am I
of
at in the game?
provider
I'm
or
on my way to go
activity
kill
within
Kellogg.
Such a class, or increases the base of the tax such that the tax
And I'm on page 355 of the
is imposed
document.
with respect
I
to
think
a class
I'll
of
stop
items
reading at
or
about 500 today.
services, or with respect to a type of provider
Don't know if I'll get that far though.
or activity within such a class to which the tax
Dog meat?
did not previously apply, but only to the extent that such revenues are attributable to such in.
I forgot the game kind of sets up some enemies to fight while you go. Some different encounters along the way. Keep it up, dog meat. Microsoft Word, what the hell happened? Keep it going, Microsoft Word.
revising the payment limit for certain
That was weird.
state-directed payments. A. In general. Subject to subsection B. The SEC. Reterie of Health and Human Services shall revise section. For 38.6 C2.
How am I faster than the dog? It just, the dog must just not be sprinting.
Federal regulations.
Alright.
Or a
Get off my dog. Get off my
regulation
dog.
such that,
Get off my
with
dog.
respect to
Get off my
A,
dog. Get off my dog.
payment described
Get off
in
my
such
dog.
section made for a
Stay off
service
my dog.
firm.
Perish.
Missed during a rating
Stay off my
period
dog.
beginning on or after the
Oh dear.
date of
Bonk.
the enactment of this
Bonk.
act, the total payment rate
Sprinter right
for
leg.
such service is limited to
Get off my dog.
100% of the
Get off my dog.
specified
Get off my dog.
total published
Perish.
Medicare payment rate.
Movement speed. Hell yeah,
Grandfathering
I'll put that
certain
on. Why wouldn't I?
payments. In the case of a payment
Unless I already have a
described in
cool right
section
leg or something.
438.6 C2 3 of
No, I didn't already have a cool right
Title
leg, so
42
why wouldn't
Code
I?
of Federal
Heck yeah. I'm gonna
Regulations
drop that to
or
make
a
sure I
successor
physically don't
regu.
keep it on me.
Lation, for which written
Cool.
prior
There's
approval
another one.
was made
Perish.
before.
Bonk.
The date of the enactment of this act.
Yeah, I
for
forgot
the
that the game
rating
sets up
period,
some encounters while you run.
occurring as of
Come on,
such
Dogmeat, let's
date
go.
of enactment or a payment so described for such rating period for which a preprint was submitted to the Secretary of Health and Human Services.
HHS.
Prior to such date of enactment,
Oh, I remember this.
the
Each
revisions
time.
described in subsection A shall not apply to such payment for such rating period and for any subsequent rating period if the amount of such payment does not
Dogmeat,
exceed the
track
amount
it.
of such payment so approved. See definitions. In this section 1. Rating period. The term rating PE. Riot has the meaning given such term in section 438.2 of Title 42 Code
Does the
of
dog know to the
Federal
cross?
Regulations or A.
Dog is crazy.
Successor
Dogmeat, where'd you go?
regulation.
Dog meat?
2. Total
No.
published Medicare payment. Rate.
Dog, you
The
were way
term
faster than me,
total
dude.
Published Medicare pay. Meant rate means amounts calculated as payment for specific services that have been developed under Part A or Part B of Title 18 of the Social SSEU.
What was the chance that
Righty
Dogmeat
Act,
just happened to know how to
42
track?
USC
Like, I get that he's a
1395
shepherd and maybe he's the descendant of a police dog or
written
something.
prior
A whole
approval.
Yaogwai?
The
Why?
term
Why?
written
Why is this
prior
what I'm fighting
approval
right
has
now?
the meaning given
Ow,
such.
stop this.
Term in section 438.6 C2I of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor
I
regulation.
swear to God, perish.
D. Funding. There are
Yeah, I think I'm
appropriated
actually,
out of
I might
any
be over leveled for this.
monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated.
Yeah, I just did a couple of,
$7 million for each of fiscal
couple of
years
thingies and I'm good.
2026 through
Ramen meat.
2033.
Oh, sad.
For
Come on, Dogmeat.
purposes of carrying out this section.
Might be slow-mo. Come on.
SEC 44,134
Jump.
requirements.
What is this, 10 Pines
regarding
Bluff?
waiver
Where is
of
this?
uni.
I think this is a familiar place.
Form tax requirement for Medicaid. Provider
Where the hell are we going in
tax.
here, dog?
A. In general. Section 19.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. This was like a very
W
weird
of the
thing I'm
Social
walking
Say.
into.
Security Act 42 USC 1396B W is amended. 1.
Oh,
in
that hurt.
paragraph 3E by inserting after clause
Perish.
2 the following new clause.
My
3.
legs.
For purposes of clause
Stimpak.
2 I a tax is not con. Cited to be generally redistributive if any of the following conditions apply.
Oh my God, why did I
I,
sit
within a
this
permissible
game
class, the tax rate
with the
in
chairs?
posed on any taxpayer or tax rate group as defined. In
Are we,
paragraph
okay, we're still running,
7J,
Dogmeat.
explicitly
I feel like I've
defined
already
by its
been where we're
realm,
gonna end up, though, haven't I? It's
typically
a
lower volume or
No, this might be the
percentage
first time.
of Medicaid tax.
yeah. I don't think it's Fort Hagen
Able
it might be
units,
Fort
as
Hagen, actually,
defined in paragraph 7
because that was the
H
super
is
institute-y
lower
place.
than the tax rate imposed on any other taxpayer or tax rate group explicitly defined by its relatively higher volume or percentage of Medicaid taxable units.
Perish.
2. Within a permissible class, the tax rate. Imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group as
Get his ass, dog meat.
defined
Funk.
based upon its Medicaid
Are
taxable
there any
units
legendaries, or is it
as
just normal goals?
so defined is higher than the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group
Fuck 'em up.
based
Oh, there
upon
we
its
go.
Medicaid
Bonk.
taxable unit as defined in paragraph
That's enhanced leather right arm.
7I.
It's kind of like the game is
3.
trying to power
The
you up on the
tax
way there or
excludes
something.
Or imposes a lower tax made on a taxpayer or tax rate group as so defined.
I don't know if that's worth it because right
based
now I have
on or
the
defined by any description
oh
that
I need that
results
one that slows time. That one's fucking
in the
sick.
same effect as described in subclause I or 2 for a taxpayer or
No,
tax
no,
rate
this is
group.
the gear I have on right now is too
Characteristics.
busted. I'm not changing it.
That may indicate such type of exclusion include the
What fucking ambush?
use of terminology to establish a
Ain't no one
tax
here.
rate group. AA based on payments or expenditures
What ambush?
made under the program under this title with out
no
mentioning
ambush,
the
bro.
term Medicaid or any similar term to accomplish the same effect as described in subclause I or 2 or BB that closely approximates a taxpayer or tax rate group under the program under this title to the same effect as described
It's giving
in
me lots
sub
of gears on it.
clause I or 2
Come on, dog meat, let's
dot,
go.
and
Crap.
2 in
I actually have to
paragraph
find something
7
of his?
by adding at the end the following new subparagraphs. H. The term
there some blood
Medicaid
somewhere,
taxable
maybe?
unit means a unit that is being taxed within a healthcare related
All right, let's
tax
do
that
this
is
like a grid, like
applicable
it's
to the
forensic science
program
grid.
under this title.
Oh,
Such
there's it,
term
there it is.
includes a unit that is used as the basis. 4. I. Payment under the program under this title, such as Medicaid bed days. 2. Medicaid revenue. 3. Costs associated with the program under this title, such as Medicaid charges, claims, or expenditures, and 4. Other units
Leave me alone.
associated with the program under this title
Tato.
is determined by the SEC. Re. I. The term non-Medicaid taxable unit means a unit that is being
Dog, why are we
taxed
running
within a
straight up
health
fucking hill right now?
care-related tax that is not applicable to the
Dog, I am not that good at this.
program under this title. Such term includes a unit that is used as the basis for I. Payment by non-Medicaid payers.
Oh, do I have to fight a Deathclaw on the way?
as non-Medicaid bed days.
Could swear you kind of
2.
randomly one into one
Non-Medicaid
during
revenue.
this.
3. Costs
Am I
that are
tripping?
not associated with the program under this title, such as non-Medicaid charges, non-Medicaid claims, or non-Medicaid
More bandages.
expenditures, and 4. Other units not associated with the
Why is he leaving out bandages like
program
that?
under this title, as determined by the Secretary. J. The term tax rate group means a group of entities contained within a permissible class of A.
It totally is Fort Hagen,
Healthcare-related
isn't it?
tax that are taxed at the same rate. B. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall take effect upon the date of enactment of this act, subject to any applicable transition period date determined appropriate by the Secretary of Health and
He's in here, doggo.
Human Services, not to exceed 3 fiscal years.
This is it.
SEC.
All right, dog meat. You gotta head home. I don't want you getting hurt.
44,135. Requiring budget neutrality for Med. ICAID demonstration projects under Section 1115. Section
Go home, dog.
1115 of
The idea
Social
that the dog knows how to
Security
go home is
Act,
insane.
42 USC.
Frankly, completely insane.
1315
Yeah, I already cleared
is
Fort Hagen
amended
earlier
by
to get that
adding at
damn
the
thing.
end the following new Subsection
So I'm just gonna go clear it again. It wasn't that hard last
G,
time.
requirement of budget neutrality for.
Alright, I'm just
Medicaid
gonna punch a bunch of
demonstration
fucking whatever they're
projects
called.
dot.
What are they called? Synths.
One,
I'm gonna go
in
punch a
general
bunch of
dot,
synth.
beginning on the date
Synths.
of. The
Synthetics.
enactment of this subsection, the Secretary may
Eh.
not approve an application for
I'm just gonna go
or
punch these
renew
guys.
or
They can't. There really isn't that much in
amendment
here. That's
of
probably
an
valuable to me.
experimental, pilot, or demonstraw. Tie-in project undertaken
Demonstration.
under subsection A to Pro. Mote the objectives of Title 19
155 to
in a state
330.
in
So I have
this.
plenty of
Subsection
space to loot
referred
this
to
entire
as a
place and sell what I
Medicaid
get out of it.
demonstration. Project, unless the Secretary certifies that such
Parish.
project is not
Punch.
expected to result
Punch.
in an increase in the
Punch. Thank you.
amount of federal
And I use
expenditures
fusion cells
compared
now,
to
so that's
that
nice. Punch. Punch.
amount that
Punch.
such expenditures
Thank
would
you.
otherwise be.
Oh.
In the absence of such project.
Punch. Punch.
2. Treatment
Punch.
of
Nope.
savings dot
Punch.
in the
Parish.
event
Punch.
that federal expenditures
shooting
with
me?
respect
This guy's
to a
shooting me.
state under a Medicaid
Punch.
demonstration project
Punch.
are during
W.
an approval period for such project.
I need
less
to.
than
I need
the
to do the thing where like I
amount
put
of
stims
such
onto a hotkey. I'm
expenditures
just
that
not
would
gonna
have
do it.
other
I've gotten so used to not doing it. I could just drink that
licensing made
water.
in the absence of such
I'm just
project.
stupid.
The
Who's coming after me?
Secretary
Anyone?
shall specify
Oh,
the
are you in
methodology
there?
to be used
Are you stuck in there?
with respect to any subsequent approval period for
Yeah. Parish.
such project for purposes of taking the difference be
Hey, so maybe I am getting better at
between
this
such
game.
expenditures
Barely.
into account. Subpart D, increasing personal accountability.
Maybe I am
SEC,
getting a little bit better at this game. Somehow. Stim packs. Stim
44,141
pack.
requirement for states to establish
Desk fan.
Medicaid community engagement
Any good?
rate
Just a camera? It's not. I don't know. Maybe that's
requirements
useful.
for certain individuals.
A.
In general dot section 1902 of
Well,
the
you guys make
Social
yourselves really
SCU.
obvious when you show up. Whoop.
Righty
Punch.
Act 42
Teleport.
USC
Yeah, the long
1396A,
distance
as
punch.
amended
Old
by
famous
sections
technique, well known.
44103
You're the leader?
And
You really ain't that strong, bro.
44104 is further amended by adding
Buddy,
at the
you
end
is not
of
that strong.
following new subsection.
Crawl out
20,
through the
community
fallout,
engagement
baby.
requirement for
When you see that draw.
applicable
The game got too easy too
individuals
quickly.
dot
I'm so fucking pissed
1
about that.
in general dot beginning January 1st, 2029, subject to the succeeding
Alright.
provisions of this subsection. A state shall provide, as a condition of
Thank you.
eligibility for medical assistance for an applicable in
Power Fister. Thank you.
individual, that such individual is required to dem
Sure.
on straight community engagement.
Now I have
under
to go find
paragraph.
Kellogg. Oh, and this will probably take me to Kellogg. I remember
2.
now. He starts doing like a
A,
menacing dialogue
In the case of an applicable individual
because he thinks he's menacing.
who has filed an application
Captain Crunch.
for medical assist
Fuck you, Captain
and
Crunch.
under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title for one or more as specie fied by the state
Hi.
consecutive
How we
months
doing, gang?
diagonally preceding the month during
Yeah, that
which
could have killed me.
such
I didn't put a Molotov on.
individual applies for such medical assistance.
Let's eat some melons and
And
mole rats.
B, in the case of an applicable individual enrolled in receiving medical
Well, I'm so close to
assistance
having
under
enough hitting to
a
really
state plan or
do some
under
damage
a waiver of such plan
and two-shot them.
under this
that would be
title
preferable.
for one or more as specified by the state, months, whether or not consecu. I, during the period between such individuals
I hate how it
most
suddenly
recent
thinks it's speaking
determination
French.
or redetermination as applicable of eligibility and such individuals next regularly sched yield redetermination
One
of
hit?
eligibility
No.
as verified by the state as part of such regu largely scheduled
God, I love this thing.
redetermination of eligibility
So peak.
or 2 in the case of a state that has elected under paragraph 4 to conduct more frequent verifications of compliance with the requirement to demonstrate community engagement during the period B between the most recent
This thing done
and
yet?
next such.
When this thing goes off,
Verification
usually
with
that's it.
respect to such individual. 2. Community engagement compliance. Describe subject to paragraph.
Oh, it just does
3,
that.
An
It's not
applica.
okay. Whatever.
Individual demonstrates community engagement. Under this paragraph for a month if such individual meets
Dang
one
it.
or more of the following conditions with respect to such month as determined in accordance
Surprisingly not accurate to how
with
picking actually goes in my
criteria
experience.
established by the
I've messed around with
secretary
lock picking
through
before, and it doesn't particularly look like that to me.
If the individual works not less than 80.
So usually when I kill
hours.
Kellogg, I use a fat man
B,
and
the
explode
individual
him.
completes not less than 80 hours of community service.
But this time,
C,
I don't know if
the
I'll be able to
individual
access the item I need
participates
to
in a
explode
work
him. I think it was locked
Program
away.
for not less than 80 hours. D, the individual is enrolled in an EDU. Cational program at least half-time.
I don't need a roommate. My guy, you
D,
shot my
the
wife. I'm clearly going to kill you.
engages in any combination of
Are you
the
crazy?
activities described in subpara. Graphs A through D for a total of not less than 80 hours. F, the individual has a monthly income that is not less than the applicable
If I remember
minimum
correctly, the Institute actually let me
wage
out.
requirement under Section 6 of the FAIR Labor Standards Act of 1938 multiplied by 80 hours. 3. Exceptions.
Why am I wasting?
F.
cells?
Mandatory exception for SARE.
Give me my power
10
fister.
individuals. The state shall deem
Oh, I'll just have to punch you manually then.
to have demonstrated calm. Community engagement under paragraph 2, 4A. Month
Can't
if
shoot me if I'm standing directly in front of you.
4 part or all of such month.
Common mistake, I know.
Individual. I was a
Let me in.
specified excluded in. Individual as defined in paragraph 9A2 or 2 was
I don't know about that, Chief.
AA
I don't know about
under
that.
the age of 19.
Think it might go my way.
BB,
Yeah, is there a
pregnant
fat man
or
in there? There's like a
entitled
fat
to
man somewhere.
Postpartum
Or maybe I
medical
just usually have
assistance.
one by now. I'll have to fight him manually
Under
this time.
paragraph 5
Not
or
quite used to that,
16
honestly.
Of subsection E.
Just gonna open the door.
Entitled to
We got
or
any stim packs
enrolled.
in here?
4. Benefits
bracket
under
cleaner.
Part A of Title 18
Sure.
or enrolled for benefits.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom again real quick.
Under Part B
Keep
of Title
listening.
18 or DD described in any of subclauses I through 7 of subsection A10 A I or 2 at any point during the 3-month period ending on the first day of such month, the individual was an inmate of a public institution. B. Optional exception for short term hardship events. I. In general. The state plan, or waiver of such plan, may provide, in the case of an applicable individual who expiry inces a short-term hardship event during a month, that the state shall, upon the request of such individual under procedures established by the state, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary, deem such individual to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 2 for such month. 2. Short-term hardship event. Defined. For purposes of this subpara graph, an applicable individual experiences a short-term hardship event during a
I'm noticing that
month
the chair
if
I'm sitting in
4
is slowly
part
moving
or
in the
all
wrong
of such
direction,
month.
so I'm gonna fix that.
I. Such individual receives in patient hospital services, nursing facial, ITY
Optional exceptions for short-term hardship events for certain individuals. So minors, pregnant or recently gave birth, extra benefits, 3-month period, inmate. Wait, they're gonna... What? If I go to community engagement in this paragraph for a month if such an individual meets one or more of the following conditions. Community engagement compliance. The fuck does that mean here? So you're allowed healthcare because you've engaged with the community. 3 periods determination, eligibility. Conduct more frequent verifications of compliance with requirements to demonstrate community engagement during the period. What is community engagement really? You're not really defining that. Am I going crazy? Medicaid community engagement requirements for certain individual. So school children, pregnant people, 80 hours community service, half-time educational program, individual engages in any combination of activities described in subparagraph A. The individual's monthly income does not lessen the applicable minimum wage requirements. Mandatory exceptions for certain individuals, pregnant people, minors. Interesting. Short-term hardship. Secretary. Demonstrate community engagement for such month. Short-term hardship event defined. During a month, such an individual receives an inpatient hospital services, nursing facility service, or an immediate medical care for individuals with intellectual disabilities, inpatient psychiatric services, or other services. Oh, so FERPA disaster. FERPA. FEMA disaster areas, places that are declared disasters federally. More frequent compliance verification. Respect to an applicable individual will receive medical. Okay, so again, it's just locking down, making sure, like, they're obsessed with the idea that people are getting healthcare when they shouldn't be, when they could just be fixing healthcare. Instead, they're trying to save money for Medicaid instead of putting more money into it and making universal healthcare, which would save the entire country and the middle class a bunch of money. But no. God, so it's just jump through hoops. It's just jump through hoops. Hopefully you die before you even get here.
3. If no such satisfactory showing is made and the individual is not a specie. 5. Excluded individual described in para. Graph 9.
Can I shoot? Can I punch this thing?
Deny such individuals
Sick.
AP. Application for medical
Can I punch this
assistance
thing?
under they. State plan or waiver
Sick.
of such plan or as. Applicable,
Squirrel bits,
disenroll
gourd.
such individual from
Mute fruit.
the plan or waiver of such plan
Water.
not later
Stimpeg. That
than
was
the
more than I
end
need.
of the month
I know that.
following the month in which such
Do you
30
not just punch me
calendar
with your
day PE
dumbass looking arm?
riot ends, provided that
What? How did that thing finally hit me?
I, the state first determines
Jump
whether,
punch. Oh, I
with
can't jump
respect
punch.
to the Indy
I have to be standing still to
individual,
punch.
there is any other basis for Eli.
Thank you.
Gibility for medical assistance under
Eli Gibility.
the state plan or waiver of such
Kellogg,
plan.
I'm not even here
or
to
for
talk.
another insurance afford.
I know that we can talk and
Ability
just kind of fuck around.
program
You know, maybe I'll
and
get some EXP by, like,
2. The
charismaing him.
individual is provided written notice and granted an offer.
Oh, that is
Opportunity
crazy.
for a fair hearing in accordance
Because now I use
with
energy weapons.
subsection A3.
I specifically use one
B.
now.
Notice
Just 'cause I like that
notice
from
of
that guy I
non-comply.
killed.
Ands provided to an applicable individual under.
We get it. You don't want people to have healthcare. I get it. I get it. You're terrible people.
AI shall include information.
You want people to have healthcare. In like really specific ways, you want to create systems by which that make it harder for normal people to have access to healthcare. I get it.
Secretary on. I, how such individual may make a satisfactory showing of compliance with such requirement as described
Why are you all
in
so ugly?
subpara.
To be honest, like why are you so ugly?
Graph A2 or make a satisfactory show.
I need to give Sheffield a
ING
Nuka-Cola when
that
I get
such
one.
requirement does not apply to such individual on the basis that such individual does not meet the definition of
No, I'm just gonna explode the
applicable
institute. To be real with you.
individual under paragraph 9A and 2.
Parish.
How such individual may reapply for medical assistance under the state plan
Stimpak.
or a waiver of such plan under this title
Punch.
in the case that such individual's applica
I get that he's trying to say like,
is
ooh, it's
denied
crazy.
or as applicable in the case that such individual is disenrolled from the plan or waiver. 7. Treatment of non-compliant
Ah,
individ.
more Stimpaks.
UALS
Man, I
in
get so
relation
many
to
for this part of the
certain other
game, but
probing.
if I don't do the main quest first, the game is so
Seals.
hard. Ah,
Certain map increases. A state shall not be treated as not providing medical as assistance to all individuals described in section.
to be honest, I'm not sure how often I ever even got
1902,
close to breaking a pick when lockpicking in real life.
8 or is not expending.
Oh, honestly, just leave
Amounts
me
for
alone.
all
I'm
such
tired of dealing with you.
individuals under
Oh,
they.
it killed me.
State
When was the last
plan
time I
or
quick
waiver
saved?
of such plan solely be.
How hard was that
such
hitting
an
me?
individual is determined ineligible for medical
Oh,
assistance.
thank God,
under
I
the
saved
state
recently.
plan
All right, well, okay,
or
I'm just disregarding all this bullshit and
waiver
running then. I'm
on the
tired.
basis of a failure
I've done
to
this 10
meet the
times in game. I'm sick of it. I don't want to do it
requirement
anymore.
to demonstrate community engage. Meant under paragraph
I just went the wrong
1.
direction. That's not good.
B. Other provisions. For purposes of section 36B, C, 2B of the Internal Revenue
Kellogg, I do not care.
Code
Bro,
of
I just straight do
1986,
not care.
An individual shall be deemed to be eligible
I keep
for
trying,
minimum
dipshit.
essential coverage day. Described in section 5000A F1A2 of such.
I'm not utilizing
Code for
stealth,
a
bro. I
month
just
if
don't
such
care.
Individual would have been eligible for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, but for a failure to meet the requirement.
Just die, bro.
To
Straight up,
demonstrate
just die.
community engagement under paragraph 1. 8. Outreach.
Stop.
A,
Leave me
in
alone.
general. In
All of you
accordance
die.
with standards
Stop.
specified
Go
by
away.
the secretary, beginning
I swear to God, if y'all don't stop, it's over.
not later than October 1st, 2028, or if earlier. The date that precedes January 1st, 2029, by the number of months specified by the state under paragraph 1.
No, I'm punching you, bro. You best be knowing I'm punching you.
Cali thereafter, the state shall notify applicable
Get the fuck out of here.
individuals enrolled under a state plan
This way?
or
No. Wrong way.
waiver under this title of
What the hell is the right
requirement
way? I don't remember anymore.
to demonstrate community engagement under this
I'm so lost.
subsection. Such notice shall include informa.
Ooh,
time
free
and
fusion
on
core. Good stuff.
Under this. I. How to comply with such require. Meant, including an explanation of the exceptions to such requirement under para.
Oh, I'm so
Graph
lost.
3 and
This
the
way.
definition of the
No.
term.
Oh my God, I'm so lost. What has happened?
Applicable individual under paragraph
Good.
9A. 2. The consequences
So not
of
that way.
non-comply.
It's...
Ants with
okay, I
such
guess it is this way.
requirement. And 3. How to report to the state any
Leave me alone.
change in the individual's status
Stop
that
trying to
could
explode me.
result in
No, not
I,
that way.
the applicability
This way?
of an accept.
Was I going the
Tie
right way the
under
whole time and I'm just
paragraph
stupid?
3 or the end.
No, this is the wrong way, isn't it?
Of
I
the
already beat these guys.
applicability of such an accept,
Now I'm going up. Yeah, this cannot be the right way.
tie-in, or
Holy cow, I'm lost.
2. The individual qualifying as a
Why am I so
specified
bad at this right
excluded
now?
individual under paragraph 9A2.
Leave me alone.
B. Form of outreach notice. A-no. TICE required under subparagraph A shall be delivered I. By regular mail, or, if elected by the individual in an electronic format.
Just fuck off.
And 2.
I genuinely
in
do
one or
not have
more
time to give a shit
additional
about you
forms,
guys.
Which may
Dang, I got
include
so far
telephone,
and then that thing
text
suddenly carried
message,
me.
an internet website, other commonly avail, able electronic
Here we
means,
go.
and such other forms as the Secretary determines APRO. Priet. 9. Definitions. In this subsection. A. Applicable individual. I. In general. The term applica.
Don't I already have this
The
password?
individual means an individual, other.
Yeah,
Then a
cool. Maybe
specified
this is where I get the fat man
excluded
every time.
individual, ASDA.
Sick.
Find in clause 2. I, who is eligible to enroll, or is
Bobby
enrolled
Pins.
under the state plan.
I don't think there can be a fat man inside of that.
10 AI 8. Or 2. Who AA
Some
is otherwise
stims.
eligible to enroll or is enrolled.
Maybe I'm
under
just
A.
too highly leveled.
Waiver of such plan that provides coverage that is
Ow.
equivalent to minimum
What?
essential
Oh,
coverage.
see, yeah, it does give me a
as
fat man every time. I could have
described in
sworn.
section
And I did swear because I was right. I knew it.
F1
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit him with
of
that
the
and then be done with
internal
this. I'm not even gonna talk to him the second I
Revenue
get a
Code
chance
of
to.
1986 and ESDA.
I don't want to talk to him. Seems like a waste of my
Determined in
time. Oh my god, I'm
accordance
going the
with
wrong way again, aren't I?
Standards prescribed by the SEC. Readery and regulations, and BB has attained
Oh no,
the
I'm that
age
lost. This is bad.
of 19 and is under
This is so bad.
65
I'm that
years of
lost.
age, is not pregnant, is not
Jesus, I don't know where I'm going.
entered, pled to, or enrolled for benefits under Part A of Title 18 or enrolled for
Yeah, I'm heading the right way. I
benefits
remember
under
this in
Part
general.
B of Title 18 and is not off.
Okay, I've never just
Otherwise
tried like
eligible
talking
to
to
enroll
Kellogg
under
for like 20 minutes. I
Such
think I'm
plan.
gonna charisma him and then kill him.
2. Specified excluded indie.
Oh, I finally hit my max for
Individual
carry
dot
weight.
For purposes
No,
of
I
clause
wanna keep
I,
getting shit.
the term specified excluded individual means
Hey, let me
an individual
drop
as
some heavy
determined
stuff.
by the state
visor, hooded
in
rags,
accordance with
rat sack high
standards
outfit.
specified by the
Is that enough?
Secretary.
I'm not gonna be able to carry his scrap.
1.
then.
I, who is described in sub.
Bored?
2. Section A.
Don't care about
10 AI 9.
This one's worth more.
2.
This one's
Who
worth more.
AA is an Indian or an
Huh?
urban Indian, as such terms are.
Oh, I forgot that we still use those terms
Defined in
sometimes. A lot of
paragraphs
tribes actually still use
13
that term
and
too.
28 of Section 4 of the Indian
All right, hi
Healthcare
Kellogg.
Improvement Act. BB is a California Indian, described in Section 809A of such act, or CC has otherwise been determined eligible as an Indian for the Indian Health Service under regulations promulgated by the Secretary. 3. Who is the parent, guard, Ian, or caretaker relative of a disabled individual or a dependent child. 4. Who is a veteran with a disability rated as total under Section 1155 of Title 38, United States Code. V. Who is medically frail
Oh, halfway dead
or otherwise
in that
has
little
special
amount of hit.
medical
All
needs,
right, that didn't
as
do anything, so I'm
defined
just
by
gonna
the
fat man him.
Secretary in CLUD.
I was really hoping I could somehow
ING
get some
an
EXP out of like
individual.
charismaing him, but no.
AA, who is blind or dis.
No, man, just to keep
Able,
some things
as
completely
defined in
clear and honest
section
with you.
1614.
That
BB
works.
with a substance use. Disorder.
And I think I'm just gonna punch him
CC
really hard.
with a disabling men. Tal disorder. DD with a physical
Harbor,
intel.
couple of stims, maybe some
Intellectual
meat,
or
a
developmental
little bit of rat
dis.
away. Let's punch the
Ability
guy.
that significantly impairs.
Oh, one
Their
shot.
ability to
Nah, yeah,
perform
you
one
can
or
you can
more
try your stupid little thing. I'm just
activities
going
of
to keep
daily
punching
living.
you.
E with a serious end. Complex medical
You
condition
dipshit.
or
I can still see your dumbass.
FF subject to the
I'm
approval
killing your synths.
of the secretary with any other. Medical
Your synths are harder to fight than you,
identified by
jackass.
the state that is not otherwise identified under this
All right,
clause.
jackass, I'm taking your stuff.
6. Who AA is in compliance with any requirements imposed by the state
I took
pursuant
Kellogg's
to
clothes.
Section 407 or
All right, so I need to talk to someone and realize that
BB
we can go to the
is a
brain den or
member of
whatever.
household
memory den,
that
I
receives
believe.
supple mental nutrition assistance pro
Kellogg's out.
RAM
I don't want
benefits
that.
under the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 and is not exempt from a work require.
I never really carry a fat
meant
man on
under
me
such
because
act.
it's just so
7.
rarely
Who is
useful.
participating in a drug addiction or alcoholic treatment.
I don't
and
really care for Kellogg's pistol, but it's worth a lot, so I'll sell
program
it.
as defined in Section 3H of the Food and Nutri Tie-in Act of 2008. 8. Who is an inmate of a public institution or
Well, I killed Kellogg.
9. Who meets such other
Good
CRA.
stuff. Is there like a way to leave that's easy or what?
Chariot as the secretary determines AP. Appropriate. B. Educational
No
program.
easy way to leave. I
The
have to like
term
physically walk out of here. That's pretty stupid.
Educational program means
Oh wait, is that like an exit?
I,
No way.
an institution
No, no, no.
of
Okay.
higher education.
This thing will tell me stuff.
as
supposedly.
defined in Section 101 of the
Views,
Higher
views. Those look valuable.
Education Act of 1965. 2. A program of career and tech. Nickel education, as defined in Section 3 of the Carl D.
What
Perkins
did we just
Career
back
and
onto
Technical.
They really like that Carl D. Perkins thing. Okay, so it's talking about who has access to healthcare still. Special excluded individuals for the purposes. Okay, so we're still on that. I'm gonna speed it up because we are hearing the same things over
Education
and over
Act
again.
of 2006 or 3. Any other
I just have to
educational
pay special
program
attention for
that meets such
changes in
criteria as
topic.
the secretary determines appropriate. C. State. The term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. D. Work program. The term work program has the meaning given such term in Section 601 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. 10. Prohibiting waiver of community engagement requirements. Notwithstanding Section 1115A, the provisions of this subsection 15th may not be waived.
I
B.
mean,
Conforming amendment. Section 1902 A10 AI8 of the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396 A10 AI8 is amended by striking subject to subsection K and inserting subject to
some
sub
good items.
sections K and XX. C. Rulemaking. Not later than July 1st, 2027. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall promulgate regulations for purposes of carrying out the amendments
Fuck, I hate the word
made by
promulgate.
this section. D. Grants TO states. 1. In general. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall, out of amounts appropriated under paragraph 3, award to each state a grant equal to the amount specified in paragraph 2, 4. Such state for purposes of establishing systems NEC. SRE to carry out the provisions of and amend ments made by this section. 2. Amount specified. For purposes of paragraph 2, the amount specified in this para. Graph is an amount that bears the same ratio to the amount appropriated under paragraph 3 as the number of applicable
probably
individuals
heal.
as defined in SEC. Tie in 1902 XX.
Man,
of
I
the
could
Social
defeat a
Security
lot
Act
of
as
stuff in
added
this game right now.
by subsection A, residing in such state bears to the total number of such individuals residing in all states.
I'm on the roof? Why am I
3.
on the
Funding.
roof?
There are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $100 million for fiscal year 2026 for purposes of awarding grants under paragraph 1. 4. Definition. In this subsection, the term state means one of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. E. Implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying
Why
out
the hell am I
provisions
on the
of
roof?
and the amendments made by this section
What does that
that
do
are
for me?
appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, $50 million for. fiscal
Oh,
year
is this the
2026
arrival
to
of
remain available
the
until
Brotherhood finally?
extended. SEC. 44,142.
For some reason, I only get to see this now.
Modifying cost sharing requirements for certain expansion individuals.
I should have done a
Under the Medicaid
Brotherhood
program.
run because I've never
A, in
have.
general. Section 1916 of the Socialist SEU. Righty Act 42 U.S.C. 13960 is amended. 1 in subsection A in the matter preceding. Paragraph 1 by inserting other than beginning.
I still
12
don't
October
believe
1st,
that, like, if
2028,
that were
specified
hydrogen or
individuals as
helium,
defined in
it would still be displacing
subsection
enough
A, 3 after individuals and
enough air to actually
2
keep
by
you
adding
buoyant.
an
I
equal
don't think
following
so.
sub.
It'd have to be way bigger
Section
than that.
K,
Like way,
special
way
rules for
bigger.
certain expansion IN. Individuals. 1 premiums. Beginning October 1st, 2028.
Right, but the Brotherhood
The
of
state plan shall
Steel
provide that in the case
is
of A,
supremacist,
specified
right? They
individual
they
as defined in
hate
paragraph 3.
they
eligible
hate
under the plan, no
synths.
enrollment
They
fee.
hate
Premium or similar charge will be imposed under
ghouls.
plan.
They hate
2 required imposition of cost charge.
black people, probably.
ING
No, they
dot.
don't.
A in general. Subject to
They would
subpart
have though if they could.
Graph B and subsection J in the case of A. Specified individual. The state plan shall begin. Ning October 1st, 2028. Provide for the imposee. Tie-in of such deductions.
Oh yeah, there's
cost
just
sharing,
more
or
armor
similar
here. I never get it.
charges determined appropriate by the state in an amount greater than $0 with respect to medical assistance furnished to such an
God damn it! I'm carrying too much
Individual.
again. This shit sucks.
B. Limitations. I. Exclusion of certain served.
Wonder glue.
ISIS. In no
Wonder
case may a
glue.
deduction, cost, sharing, or similar charge be imposed under the state plan with respect to serve.
I've got more
ISIS
fusion cores.
described in
Why
any
not?
of subparagraphs B through
Tell
J
me why I
of
shouldn't.
subsection A2 furnished.
I should go to Covenant and do the Covenant
Specified
quest.
individual. 2. Item
I
and
should try to
service
do a
limit.
quest I've never done actually. Probably.
I in general. Except as provided in subclause 2 in no case. 22nd may a deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge imposed under
Yeah,
that.
fuck it. Let's go
State
back
plan
to
with respect to
I don't
item
know
one.
wherever the game would want me to.
Service furnished to a specified individual exceed $35. 2. Special rules for prescription drugs. In no case may a deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge imposed under the state plan. With respect to a
Diamond
prescription
City.
drug
Back to
furnished to
the
a specified
guy.
individual X.
Enemies
See the
nearby.
limit that will
Where?
be applicable. Under
What
paragraph
enemies?
2A, I, or 2B of section 1916A.
I physically don't see any. Is there
such drug and
like
individual
one
of such
here?
drug.
Just another rad
So
roach?
furnished were subject to cost char.
Wait, like a normal
ING
one?
under such
Oh,
section.
that's it? Is he just stuck?
3. Maximum limit on cost char.
Well, I can't even punch him that
total
easily?
aggregate amount of deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges imposed under the state plan for all individuals in the family may not exceed 5% of the family income of the family in. Involved as applied on a quarterly or month LY basis as specified by the state. C. Cases of non-payment. Not with standing subsection E or any other provision of law, a state may permit a provider participate paying under the state plan to require as a condition for the provision of care items or services to a specified individual entitled to medical assistance under this title for such care items or services, the payment of any deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges authorized to be imposed with respect to such care items or services. Nothing in this sub paragraph shall be construed as preventing a provider from reducing or waiving the applica tie-in of such deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges on a case-by-case basis. 3. Specified individual defined. 4. Purposes of this subsection, the term specified individual means an individual enrolled under section 1902 A10 A I8 who has a family income as determined in accordance with section 1902 E14 that exceeds the poverty line as defined in section 2110 C5 applicable to a family of the size in
Who the hell's
All.
supposed to teach me about
B.
these?
Conforming amendments.
I think I need to go back
1.
to the
Required application. Section 1902
to my
A14
team.
of the Social
I need to go
Security
back to
Act,
Sanctuary
42
and show it to my people,
1396 A14
and they'll
is
have an
amended by
idea
inserting
about
to
his
provide
synth parts.
for imposition of such deductions, cost sharing, or similar charges for medical assistance furnished to specified individuals as defined in paragraph 3 of section 1916 K in accordance with paragraph 2 of such section after section 1916. 2. Non-applicability of alternative cost sharing. Section 1916 A1 of the Social
Crap, I
Security
can't exit here.
Righty Act 42 U.S.C. 1396-01 A1 is amended in the
Let me
second
out.
sentence by
Yeah.
striking or J and insert ing J or K. Part 2 Affordable Care Act. SEC
Are we being attacked right now?
44,201. Addressing waste,
I'm
fraud,
still
and abuse
overweight.
in the ACA exchanges. A. Changes TO enrollment periods for EN.
R.
Rolling in exchanges. Section
Nope.
1311
R.
of the Patient
T.
Protection and Affordable Care Act.
I'm
42
good.
U.S.C. 18031 is amended. 1. In subsection C6. A. By striking subparagraph A. B. By striking the Secretary and inserting the following. A. In general. The Secretary. C. By redesignating subparagraphs B. through D as clauses I through 3
Ah,
respect
this is not helping me.
tidely and adjusting the margins accordingly. D in clause I as so redesignated by striking periods as determined by the SEC. Readery for calendar years after the initial
Oh,
enrollment.
Murphy. Oh, yeah.
Net
Talk to this
period, and
man.
inserting the following PE. Riots for plans offered in the individual MAR.
Wow.
I
Okay,
for
that's
enrollment
an
for plan
issue.
years. Beginning before January 1st, 2026 as
What the hell do you mean
determined
search
by the
for new
Secretary,
what?
and 2 for enrollment for plan. Years beginning on or after January 1, 2026.
What does search
beginning
for
on
more
November 1st,
information really mean in this
and ending on
context? How is it
December
going to
15th
help
of
me? What is it going to do?
preceding calendar year. E in clause 2 as so redesignated by inserting subject to subparagraph B before special enrollment period specified and F by
Oh,
adding
it
at the end
probably
the
was in
following
his
new
logs on his
subparagraph.
terminal.
B prohibited special enrollment.
Help
Period
defend
dot,
10
with
Pines
respect to plan
Bluff.
years beginning on or
Where's
after
10 Pines
January 1st,
Bluff?
2026. The Secretary
Yes, I'll help
may
defend it.
not require an exchange to provide for a SPE. SILE enrollment period for an individual on the basis of the
I think
relationship
you need to
of
go
the
through his
income
damn
of such
terminal because I'm an idiot. Fuck.
individual to the poverty line other than a SPE. SILE enrollment period based on a change in CIR. Circumstances or the occurrence of a
Oh my
specific
god, I'm not even fighting with
event
my
and
weapon.
2 in subsection
hilarious.
D by adding at the end the
I still punch pretty hard
following
though,
new
it looks like.
paragraphs. 8 prohibited enrollment periods dot in.
Whoa,
Exchange
whoa,
may not provide
instantly
for,
killed?
with
Are you
respect to
kidding
an
me?
Enrollment
Fine
for
then.
plan years beginning on or after Janu.
I'm just gonna go load
Area 1, 2026.
the
A,
fucking
an
place I
annual
was in
open enrollment
before.
period. Other than the period described in subpara. Graph
I'll
A,
just
I
fight
of subsection
Kellogg again
C,
real
6,
quick and
4.
that's
B,
faster.
a special enrollment period described.
Miraculously, that's
in
somehow
subparagraph
faster.
B of such subsection. 9. Verification of eligibility for SPE. CIAL enrollment periods dot. A. In general dot with respect to enroll. Meant for plan years beginning on or after Janu. Area 1, 2026. An exchange shall verify that each individual seeking to enroll in a qualified health plan offered by the exchange during a special enrollment period selected under subparagraph B is eligible to
Dead.
enroll during such special enrollment period prior to enrolling such individual in such plan. B. Selected special enrollment periods dot for purposes of subparagraph A. An exchange shall select one or more special enrollment periods for a plan year with respect to which such exchange shall conduct the verification required under subparagraph A, such that the exchange conducts such verification for not less than 75% of all individuals enrolling in a qualified health plan offered by the
Crap,
exchange
again,
during a
I'm
special
overweight. Fuck, I keep
enrollment
doing
period
that.
with respect to such plan. Year. B. Verifying income for individuals enroll. ING in a qualified health plan through an X. Change dot. 1. In general dot section 1411 E4 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act 42. USC 18081 E4 is amended. A. By
I'm an
redesignating
idiot. I
subparagraph
need to
C as
do that first.
subparagraph E and B. By inserting after subparagraph B.
Now I'm gonna get to
following
see
new
the Institute come
subparagraphs.
back again. Again.
C. Requiring verification of common family
Kellogg's
size and
office
tax
is
data
stupid.
unavailable dot.
No,
for
that puts
plan
me
years
directly
beginning
under.
on or
Cool, I'm just not allowed to
after
pick up a
January
single other
1st,
item until I leave.
2026
Okay,
For purposes of subpara.
gotta lock in.
Graph A. In the case that the exchange requests data from the
Try that
Secretary
again?
of the Treasury regarding an individual's
Should've
household
read
income and
the thing
the
instead of doing
Secretary
what I
of the
did.
Treasury does not return such data, such
Terrible
information may not be
speedrunning
verified
form. Not that this is a
solely on
speedrun
the basis of the attestation of such
or anything akin to a
individual with
speedrun
respect to
anymore.
such household income, and the exchange shall take the actions to
There's so many
described in
actual
subparagraph
glitches in
A.
proper speedruns. I could
D.
never learn
Requiring
to do it well.
verification of come in the case of certain income discrepancies dot. I in general dot subject to clause 3 for plan years beginning on or after
No, that didn't make much of a difference. I
19th
don't know why I
January
did that.
1st, 2026, for purposes of subpara. Graph A, in the case that is specified in come discrepancy described in clause 2 of this subparagraph exists with respect to the information provided by an
It's
applicant.
just a bunch of
Under
ways to
subsection
make it
B,
harder to
3, the
access
household
healthcare. Get it?
Come of such individual shall be treated as inconsistent with information in the records maintained by persons under sub section C or is not verified under sub section D, and the exchange shall take the actions described in such subparagraph.
I learned that all of the elevators aren't doing
2,
anything. They're just
specified
like a
income
certain
discrepancy.
amount of time,
ANCY dot for purposes of clause
and
I,
I'm unhappy about that.
specified income discrepancy exists with respect to the information provided by an apply. Can't under subsection B 3 if I, the applicant attests to a projected annual household income that would qualify such applicant to be an applicable taxpayer under SEC. Time 36B C1A of the Internal Rev. NUI Code of 1986 with respect to the taxable year involved.
Oh,
2,
I'm
the
overweight
exchange
again.
receives data
God, I suck
from
at
the
this.
Secretary of the Treasury or the Commissioner of Social Security.
Let's just
or
drop
other
some
reliable
shit that I don't
third-party
need.
data.
Shock baton,
That
there you
indicates
go.
that the
Doesn't
household
doesn't
Some of
look
such
valuable.
applicant is less than the household income that would qualify.
People of the Commonwealth. Yeah,
He
fuck
faced such
off. I don't
applicant
give a
to be
shit.
inapplicable
Get out of here.
taxpayer under such section.
Sanctuary. Let's go.
36B C1A with respect to the tax.
I hope I have a
Table year
Nuka
involved.
Cola to give Sheffield.
3. Such attested projected annual household income exceeds the income reflected in the data described in subclause 2 by a reasonable Old established by the exchange and approved by the secretary, which shall be not less than 10%, and 12 may also be a dollar amount, and 4. The exchange has not as
I guess I ended up not
assessed
getting
or
that
determined
power
based on
armor
the
this time, but I
data
just
described in
do
subclause
not
2
care
that
for power armor in this
the
game.
household
It's
income of the
just not
applicant
important to me, and I just don't
meets the
think much
applicable
about it.
income-based eligibility standard for the Medicaid program under Title 19 of the Social Security Act or the state children's
First,
health
I'm selling all
insurance
this crap that
program
I
under
don't need.
XXI of such act. 3. Exclusion of certain individuals ineligible for Medicaid. This subparagraph shall not apply in the case of an applicant who is an alien law, fully present in the United States, who is not eligible for the Medicaid program under Title 19 of
Yeah,
the Social
30 out of
Security Act
8s,
by reason of
38s,
such alien status.
44s,
2.
45,
Requiring individuals on whose
10s, and those.
half advance payments
None
of
of them are
premium
useful to
tax.
me.
Credits are made to file and
8 of
reconcile on
those, 1 of those.
annual basis. Section 1412B of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act,
no.
42 U.S.C. 18082B is amended by
No.
adding at the end the fall.
I like that one.
Lowing new paragraph.
Coke's
3.
pistol,
Annual
fuck
requirement to
that,
file
don't
and
need
rec.
it.
On
A
file
10
dot.
mil.
A. In general. For plan years begin. Ning on or after January
Otherwise,
1st,
I think I actually like what
2026
I've
in the
got.
case
So,
of an individual with respect to whom any advance payment of the premium tax
right,
credit allowed.
that's a
Table under
cool
Section 36B
thing,
of
but
the
the armor's
Internal
not very
Revenue
good.
Code of 1986 was made under the Section 2. The issuer of a qualified health plan for the REL. EVAN prior tax year
Fusion
and
cell,
advance
shotgun shell,
determination
cannonball, and a bunch of
of eligibility
flares.
for such premium tax credit may not be made under this subsection with respect to such individual and such plan year if the X
Ammo, let me buy all of your
change
shotgun
determines
shells.
based on information provided by the Secretary of the Treasury that
All of your
such individual I has
fusion
not filed an income
cells.
tax return as required under Section 6011 and 6012 of such code and implementing regulations for the relevant prior tax year.
Right, now I gotta get
Or,
to Nick again,
2,
and
as
then go
necessary,
to
as
the
not
brain
reconciled.
drain place.
In accordance with subsection F
and go
of
through
such
the 10-minute long
Section 36B, the advance payment of the
exposition that
premium
is
tax
the
credit made
looking
with
through
respect to
Kellogg's memories,
such
and then
individual for
I
such
will know that I
relevant
need to
prior
go
tax
find the guy
year.
in the glowing
C.
sea.
Relevant prior tax year. 4. Purposes of subparagraph A. The term REL. EVAN prior tax year means, with respect to the advance determination of eligibility made under this subsection with respect to an individual, the taxable year for which tax return data would be used for purposes of verifying the household income and family size of such individual, as described in Section 1411 B3A. C. Preliminary attestation. If an individual subject to subparagraph A attests that such individual has fulfilled the requirements to file an income tax return for the REL EVAN prior tax year and, as necessary, to reconcile the advance payment of the premium tax credit made with respect to such individual for such relevant prior tax year as described in clauses I and 2 of such subparagraph, the Secretary may make an initial advance determination of eligibility with respect to such individual and may delay for a reasonable period. As determined by the Secretary, any determination based on information provided by the Secretary of the Treasury that such individual has not fulfilled such requirements. D. Notice. If the Secretary determines that an individual did not meet the requirements described in subparagraph A with respect to the relevant prior tax year and noti fees the exchange of such determination, the exchange shall comply with the notification
Be tempting to take
requirement
Piper.
described in Section 155.305 F4I of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect with respect to plan year 2025.
Dr. Amari.
3. Removing automatic extension of PE. Riot TO resolve income inconsistencies. The
Oh, come on, let me leave.
Secretary of Health and
Thank
Human
you.
Services shall revise Section 155.315 F of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations or any successor regulation to remove paragraph 7 of such section such that, with respect
I don't understand.
enrollment
You're
for
going to
plan
put
years
this
beginning
much
on or
fucking
after
energy into making so
6th January
people don't
1st,
have access to
2026,
healthcare,
in
and
the
then you're
case
going to
that
spend
an exchange
$150 billion
published under subtitle D of
for
Title I
more
of the
fucking
Patient
war.
Protection and Affordable Care
You're
Act, 42
anti-life.
USC 18021
You're not
ETC
pro-life,
provides
you're
individual
anti-life.
24
You're against the concept
in a
of
qualified health
life,
plan with a
of
90-day
well-being, of safety.
period to resolve an inconsistency in the
Now, where the hell is
application
good neighbor? I
of
don't
such
fucking remember
individual
anymore.
pursuant to section
There it is.
1411 E4A22 of such act. The exchange may not provide for an automatic extension to such 90-day period on the basis that such individual is required to present satisfactory
Oh,
documentary
Vaultec didn't
evidence
finish
to
114.
verify household
Interesting.
income. C. Revising rules on
I
allowable
didn't know that
variation.
that's how that was. I was
Actuarial
111.
value of health plans. The Secretary of Health and Human Services
I
shall
wonder how many vaults are in this
1.
entire
Revise Section
game.
156.140 C
By
Title
like
45 Code
20?
of Federal Regulations or a successor
No,
regulation
that's probably too
to
many. Isn't
provide
it?
that for plan years beginning on or after
I just
24th
remember lots of
January 1st,
different
2026,
vaults
the
with
allowable
different
variation in
stories.
the
Oh,
active
look at you.
25
Hey
variable
man, how
value
you
of a health plan
doing?
applicable
Too
under
heavy
such
to carry. That's just mean.
section shall be the allowable variation for
It's not
such
nice to
plan
call that guy fat. That's
applicable
mean.
under such section for plan year 2022. 2. Revise Section 156.200 B3 of Title 45 Code of Federal
It's
Regulations
getting easier
or a
to
successor
run, which is nice.
tie-in to provide that for plan years beginning on or After
Good
January 1st, 2026,
neighbor.
the requirement
Oh
for a quality
shit, I forgot. I'm
qualified
gonna
health
have to
plan
find
issuer
another
described
way
in
around.
subsection is that the issuer ensures that each qualified health plan complies with benefit design standards, as defined in section 156.20 of such title, and
Let me
3.
in.
Revise section 156.400 of Title 45, Code of Federal Regulations, or a successor regulation to
Are we really just not gonna
provide
let me
that
in right
for
now?
plan
That's
years beginning
crazy.
on or after
This is crazy work.
14th
Let me in.
January 1st, 2026, the term to minimize variation for a silver plan variation means a minus 1 percentage point and plus 1 percentage point allowable actuarial value variation. D. Updating premium adjustment percentage.
Let me in.
Methodology. Section 1302 C4 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18022 C4.
Holy crap! Let me
is
in, a good
amended.
neighbor. This is
1.
ridiculous.
By striking for purposes and inserting A in general. For purposes and 2. By adding at the end the
Son
following
of a
new sub.
bitch. Where am I?
Paragraph B. Update TO methodology. 4. Calendar years beginning with 2026. The pre-MIAM adjustment percentage under this para graph for such calendar year shall be determined consistent with the methodology pub listed in the Federal Register on April 25th, 2019, 84 Federal Reg 17537 through 17541. E. Eliminating the fixed dollar and gross percentage thresholds applicable to exchange.
Hey, I'm going
Enrollments.
crazy,
The
aren't
Secretary
I?
of Health and Human
How do I get to good neighbor?
Services shall revise section 155.400 G of Title
Those
45
are all
Code
these guys.
of Federal Regulations, or a successor regulation, to eliminate for plan years beginning on or after January
And I want
1,
nothing to do with any of you
2026, the gross premium
jackasses.
percentage-based premium payment threshold policy described in paragraph
Everyone
2
has
of
to go through that door to get
such
here? That's
section and
crazy.
the fixed dollar premium payment threshold policy described in paragraph 3 of such SEC. F. Prohibiting automatic re-enrollment from bronze to silver level qualified health plans offered by exchanges. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall revise section 155.335 J of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations, or any successor regulation, to remove paragraph 4 of such section such that, with respect to re-enrollments for plan years beginning on or after January 1st, 2026, an exchange established under Subtitle D of Title I of the Patient Protection and
Hey,
Able Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18021 etc., may not re-enroll an individual who was enrolled in a bronze level qualified health plan and a silver level qualified health plan as such. Terms are defined in section 1301A and described in 1302D of such act, unless otherwise permitted under section 155.335 J of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations.
can I get more
As
punchies?
in effect on the
Not
date
until
or the
level
date of the
18.
enactment of this section.
Dang it.
G.
I'm at
Reducing advance
17.
payments of premium
Agility.
tax credits for certain individuals re-enrolled in exchanges. Section 1412 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 U.S.C. 18082.
Yeah, so
is amended.
Hancock kills this guy no matter
1
what
in
I do. He
subsection
stabs the
8,
hell out
by
of him.
inserting subject.
He
to
really
subsection
stabs him.
C2, C after
Okay
qualified health
then.
plans, and 2 in subsection C2. A in subparagraph A by striking.
I'm sorry,
and
Hancock.
inserting
I just
subject
do
to
not
subparagraph.
care. I'm leaving.
C the and B by adding
Memory
at the end the following
done.
new
Let's get this done.
subparagraph.
At that rate,
C,
I'll just need to
reduction
go
in
to
advance
the glowing
specified
sea
re-enrolled
and meet
individuals.
the guy. I don't really know how I'm going to meet the
I,
guy
in general,
because
the amount of it.
I can never really find him
Advance
very
payment
easily
made
every
under
time I go.
subpara.
Oh
A,
crap!
reduce the premium payable
Crap!
for a qualified health plan that provides coverage to a specified re-enrolled individual.
How the hell do I
applicable
put
month
those
shall be
back? Son of a
amount equal to the amount that would
bitch!
otherwise be made under such subpara.
Son of a bitch!
Graph reduced by $5 or such higher amount as the Secretary determines APRO. Prior 2 definitions. In this subpara graph, I applicable month. The term applicable month means with
Wait, I forgot
respect
that
to a
they have a
specified re-enrolled
crush on each other.
individual any month during a plan year.
No,
Beginning on or after January 1st, 2027, or
I have
in the
to go
case of an
defend 10
individual
Pines Bluff.
re-enrolled in a qualified health plan by an
Ridiculous.
exchange established pursuant
10
to
Pines
section
Bluff.
1321, see January 1st, 2026.
Oh no,
If
I have to
prior
leave
the first day
now.
of such month,
Great.
such individual has failed to
See,
confirm or
10
update
Pines
such
Bluff is
information as
ridiculous. How did I find that
is
out?
necessary
Did
to
someone tell
redetermine
me?
the
Do we have telephones?
ability of such individual for such plan. Year pursuant to section 1411 F. 2. Specified re-enrolled individual. The term specified re-enrolled individual means an individual who is re-enrolled in a qualified health plan and with respect to whom the advance payment made under sub paragraph A would,
Protecting 10
without
Pines
applicant,
Bluff.
tie-in of any reduction under this sub paragraph reduce the premium pay able for a qualified health plan that provides coverage to such an individual to $0. H. Prohibiting coverage of gender transi tie-in procedures as an essential health benefit under plans offered by exchanges. 1 in general.
Problem
Section
dealt with.
1302 B2 of the Patient
I
Protection
discovered
and
that the
Affordable Care
solution
Act,
is to
42
throw 5
USC
of
18022
those
B2 is amended by adding it
and act natural.
and the following new subparagraph. C. Gender transition pros. Durs. For plan years
Oh my
beginning on or after
gosh.
25th January 1st, 2027, the essential health benefits defined pursuant to paragraph 1 may not
Uh-oh, now I gotta read this
include
crap
items and services
again.
furnished for a gender transition procedure. 2. Gender transition procedure date. Find Section 1304 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, 42 USC 18024.
Whoa, killed again. God
By
damn.
adding at the end the following new subsection.
Oh,
F,
okay.
gender
I'll
transition
come back to
procedure
this in a second.
1. In general. In this
Wait,
title,
they're using-
except as pro.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now they're just doing it for adults in general? Payment exchange, prohibiting coverage of gender transition. Okay, I'll get there in a sec. Let me do this stupid fight, and then I'm gonna have to read that and lose my damn mind. Okay, let's do this once again. It's really being attacked by raiders. These... Are they still being attacked? Did I ever get that? No? Am I crazy right now? Did I go into the den? Yeah, I did. Let's just hit like 3 stim packs real quick. Taking all your shit. Killing you. Thank you. Shit, that guy still has an exploding mob, doesn't he? Dodge! Okay. Stealth boy? What the hell am I gonna do with a stealth boy? Where's the guy with the explodey thing? Where you at, dipshit? Other dipshit. Thank you. Is there other legendary raider? Just perish. Mutated, who cares? Stop sliding. Where the hell did this body just go? I'm gonna sell all your crap, you jerk. Do I got anything useful for building some basic defense out here? How the hell do I get in here and assign you to do stuff? No, no, no. No sleeping. Wake up, 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 wake up. Wake up! That took forever. Hated that. Command. Nope, 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 nope. Assign. No, don't do that. Why would you do that? I don't want you to do that. Can I build a basic turret? No, they don't have nearly enough items here. Okay, so I'm leaving, and I'm going back to the memory den now. Now I have a bunch of crap on me, though. Going back to Diamond City to sell all that crap. God dang it, I can't go 5 minutes without having to do stuff. Okay. Preventing coverage of gender transitions. Oh, you know what? I should definitely read this section during the memory den scene. Because it's unskippable and there's a lot of just like, just sitting while people talk. Sure, Myrna. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the fat man. I forgot. I need to go store that. That's not very valuable to me. Harder time detecting you while you're sneaking and moving. I just do not care for that item. I do think the welding goggles are funny, though. I always think they're funny. Okay. Now to the memory den for the 15th time. Good God. I will read this. Prohibiting. It looks like it's almost a copy paste of the previous one. I saw it. I wonder if there'll be a slight difference, and I might definitely maybe miss it. That doesn't feel like anarchy. True anarchy wouldn't have a power structure. There being a leader says something. Instead, there should likely be committees of distributed power where people use direct democracy to make decisions. But instead of using just single majority voting, they have mechanisms of consensus, whereby they get like a massive, massive, ultra super majority of consensus. Or better. Or negotiation. Stuff like that. Here you go. All right, quick save. We're doing the unskippable cutscene. Yeah, but I remember it is true, the Kellogg's memory coming back for a millisecond at the end of this is actually like a pretty good, scary, dramatic kind of moment. I remember every time, and it's pretty fucking creepy. All right, what are we doing? Okay, sure thing, Dr. Amari. Unskippable cutscene and a half. Alright, time to read stuff. So, prohibiting coverage of gender transition procedures as an essential health benefit under plans offered by exchanges. Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act is amended by adding that at the end of the following new subparagraph, procedures for plans beginning on or after... Hey, Beb, what's up? I knew I needed to pull up chat. I hadn't checked it in a while. What's up, Bed? Gender transition procedures for plans beginning on or after January 1st, 2027. The essential health benefits defined pursuant to paragraph 1 may not include items and services furnished for gender transition procedures. They're going to define them as disrupting the body's development, inhibiting its natural function, appearance. Okay, saying it's a copy paste of the one for the kids. Okay, so that's a different. Really, realistically, they're both horrible. But for fucking grown ass adults to not have access to this, fucked up. Fucked up. I mean, there's a genuine chance that if you're non-binary like me and you try to get a vasectomy as an adult, you are now not allowed to because your government specifically decided to fuck you over. Not because they couldn't afford it. It was already a thing that was allowed before. Nope, just because they want to fuck you over. I'm sure it's already hard to get half the stuff covered. Okay, it's a copy paste of the one for the kids. So I'm glad that I read it through because it appears not once but twice. Exchanges. Title term alien lawfully present in the United States. Oh my god, they're going out of their way. They're going out of their way to ban Medicaid-based transgender surgery for immigrants while adding $150 billion to the military budget. What the fuck? This is such... Fuck. It is actual... I mean, this is a kind of state violence. Like, having a medical system and then being this biased against transgender people in this way is a kind of systemic violence. But they're so good at their fucking culture war because this is... There's a lot of transgender adults, and they should have access to healthcare. But they're using one thing to capture our attention while increasing the military budget $150 billion, as if they couldn't just easily subsidize everything for that amount of money. Individuals shall not be treated as lawfully present if the individual is an alien granted. Okay, so yeah, they're not going to treat payment pro edition. Healthcare coverage made to the extent allowed under the law denies such coverage in the case of an individual who owes any amount for premiums or individual health insurance. Alright. That section looks awful too. What the hell is an orphan drug? Okay. I think I'm going to run through this and then... Because I can't run the game while reading. I guess I can follow it word for word. So I'm going to take another second and then be right back. Yeah, I think I'm going to run through this terribly long cutscene first and then read through some of this. Oh, I'm going to start it and I'm going to try to pay a lot of attention to it while I do it.
B414M or 414 B414M or 414O of the Internal Revenue.
Okay. I'm frankly going to turn down the game's audio completely.
Code of 1986. 2. Effective date. The amendment made. By paragraph 1 shall apply with respect to plan. Years beginning on or after January 1st, 2026.
My mic is still
Part
good.
3,
Okay.
improving Americans' access to care. SEC 44,301. Expanding and clarifying the exclusion. For orphan drugs under the drug price negotiation program. A. In general. Section 1192E of the Social Say. Security Act
What is an orphan drug?
1320 F01E is amended. 1. In paragraph 1 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph.
Oh my god, that took my audio away.
C.
I used my
Treatment of
phone
former
and it took my Bluetooth audio away. That is not a good outcome. Fuck. Yeah, I do not hear. Oh, now I hear stuff. Thank God. Could have totally lost it completely. Okay, first I have to know what an orphan drug is. Back to reading, please. Read aloud. This. To treat rare diseases that affect a small population. And it is not reading aloud my stuff, so that's stupid.
44,301. Expanding and clarifying the exclusion. For orphan drugs under the Drug Price Negotiation Program. A. In general. Section 1192E of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1320 F01E is amended. 1. In paragraph 1 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C. Treatment of former orphan drugs. In calculating the amount of time that has elapsed with respect to the approval of a drug or licensure of a biological product under subparagraph A2 and subparagraph B2. Respectively, the Secretary shall not take into account any period during which such drug or product was a drug described in paragraph 3A. And 2. In paragraph 3A. A. By striking only one rare disease or condition and inserting one or more rare diseases or conditions.
Okay, so
B. By striking such disease or condition and inserting one or more rare diseases or conditions, as such term is defined in section 526A2 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. B. Application. The amendments made by sub Section A shall apply with respect to initial price applicability years, as defined in Section 1191B of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1320 F.B., beginning on or after 7th January 1st, 2028. SEC 44,302. Streamlined enrollment process for e-gayable out OF state providers under Medicaid and CHIP. A. In general. Section 1902 KK of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A KK is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 10. Streamlined enrollment process for eligible out OF state providers. A. In general. The state I adopts and implements a process to allow an eligible out-of-state provider to enroll under the state plan or a waiver of such plan, to furnish items and services to or order,
Virgil.
prescribe,
Okay, so now I need
refer,
someone.
or
I
certify
need to
eligibility
go after Virgil.
for items and services for qualifying
Okay, so we're gonna learn about the whole teleporting thing.
individuals without the imposition
I need to
of
go kill a courser by finding its
screening or
signal.
enrollment requirements by
Why did that guy
such
just
state
teleport?
that
It,
exceed
like
the
the
minimum
game.
NEC SRE for such state to provide payment to an eligible out-of-state provider under such state plan or a waiver of such plan, such as the provider's name and national provider identifier and such other information specified by the Secretary, and 2. Provides
How
that
do I
an
leave?
eligible out of state provider that enrolls as a partici Paying provider in the state plan, or A. Waiver of such plan through such
Okay,
process.
got through that. Now I need to
shall
go
be
kill a
so
courser,
enrolled for a
and then I need
5-year
to build the
period.
teleporter. I
Un.
think it's a
Lest
courser
the
or something.
provider is
One of the strong
terminated
ones.
or excluded from participation during such period. B. Definitions. In this paragraph. I. Eligible out of state pro. Viter. The term eligible out of state. Provider means, with respect to a state, A. Provider. I. That is located in any other state. 2. That AA was determined by the Secretary to have a limited risk of fraud, waste, and abuse for purposes of determining the level of screening to be conducted under Section 1866, J2, has been so screened under such SEC tie-in 1866, J2, and is enrolled in the Medicare program under Title 18, or
Kellogg talks to me.
BB, was determined by the
Should have killed you when you were
state
on ice. Yep.
agency administering
Such a
your
crazy
suit,
little moment.
purposing the administration of the state plan or a waiver of such plan of such other state to have a limited risk of fraud, waste, and abuse for purposes of determining the level of screening to be conducted under paragraph 1 of this subsection has been so screened under such graph 1 and is enrolled under
I can just take
such
a
state
power
plan
armor. I didn't know
or a
that.
waiver of such plan, and 3 that has not been
I didn't know I could just take power armor. I always thought I had to find a hazmat suit.
Or
Or just do a bunch of Radaway or use the
program pursuant to
that
section
miracle cure that kept that one group of people
1128
immortal
or
forever.
1128A.
The vampire people. The immortal ones. I don't remember them.
From Partisci.
They found a
Pation in the
medicine
state
that makes them
plan,
immortal,
or A.
essentially.
Waiver of such plan pursuant to Part 1002 of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or any SUC, Cessor regulation or state law, or CC terminated from participating in a federal health care program or the state plan.
What the
or a
hell
waiver
is
of
this
such
robot
plan,
doing
or
here
A.
right now? Cleo, how the
Reason
hell
described
did
in
you
paragraph
glitch out of your damn shop?
8A. 2. Qualifying individual. The term qualifying individual means an individual under 21 years of age who is enrolled under the state plan or waiver of such plan.
I'm not playing that.
3.
The glowing
State.
sea
The term
has a
state
giant crater in it. That is the
means
crater
one
of
the
Adam.
50 states or the district
So I need to head that
of
way.
Columbia.
In power
B.
armor, apparently.
Conforming amendments. 1.
So I'll go buy a bunch
Section
of Radaway
1902, A,
and
77
hit up
of the
my power
Social
armor. I
Security
have like 5 cores,
Act,
thankfully. So
42 USC 1396 A 77 is
I remember
amended
where
by
Virgil is.
insert
I'll find him. I'll figure it out.
ING enrollment after screening.
Could have sworn it was the courser first and
2.
then
The
Virgil.
subsection heading for section
But I guess
1902
not.
KK of such act 42 USC 1396 A KK is
Okay, I think this is my best set of
amended
power
by
armor,
inserting
really.
enrollment after
I
screening.
have like a third one somewhere, don't
3. Section
I? Oh,
2107
no, I never got that third one.
1G of such
Okay,
act 42
transfer. Give me the
USC
fusion core. Thank you.
1397 GG
Can I have like 6 fusion
E1
cores, which
G
is huge?
is amended by inserting enrollment after screening. See effective date. The amendments
I'm
made
just
by
I'm just gonna go for it. I'm
this
not even gonna
section
play. I'm
shall
just gonna
apply
go straight
beginning
for
on
it.
the date that is 4 years after the date of enactment of this act.
Yeah, I'm just
SEC
doing it. I've got plenty of lots of things, really.
44,303. Delaying DSH reductions. A. In general. Section 1923 F of the Social
The issue is
Stay.
I'm just gonna have to use this pistol
Security
probably
Act,
for a lot of it,
42
or the combat
USC
shotgun,
1396
as
or
opposed
4
to my
F is
preferred
amended.
item.
1. In paragraph 7A.
So let's do
A. In clause
put that
I.
there. Lots of
1.
okay.
In the matter preceding subclause.
And then
1. By
what
striking
do-
2026
I don't know if I have enough radix
through
right away,
2028
but whatever, it'll be fine.
inserting 2029 through 2031 and 2. In subclause 2 by striking or. Period.
Wow, is that
and
really the closest I can get?
B. In clause
this?
2 by striking
All right, I'm heading back to
2026
Fort Haken and going straight south.
through 2028 foot and inserting 2029 through 2031 foot and
So maybe I'll
2.
find Virgil
In
today.
paragraph 8 by
We're at
striking
page 410.
2027 and inserting 2031. B. Tennessee DSH allotment dot section 1923 F 686
Here's what I
of
can
the
do. I
Social
can
Security Act,
hit the auto walk
42
button,
USC.
which is something I've learned in this game because I used to get really pissed at having to walk long distances.
A6 is amended. 1. In the header by striking 2025 and insert. ING
Oh, that's not good.
2028 and
Because I lost my headphones,
2.
I also
by
lost
striking fiscal
audio
year
in the game.
2025
I'm actually
and
reload.
inserting. Fiscal year 2028.
Not that it's that important in comparison to reading, but
SEC 44,304. Modifying update to the conversion FAC. TOR under the physician fee schedule. Under the Medicare program. Section 1848D of the Social Security Act, 42 USC. 1395 W04D is amended. 1. In paragraph 1. A. In subparagraph A. 1. In the first sentence by striking and ending with 2025 and 2. By striking the second sentence and
it's taking a long
B.
time to
In
load Fallout. I don't know what's
subparagraph
going on.
D. By striking or beginning with 2026 applicable conversion FAC. TOR
There we
and
go, back to playing.
2. By amending paragraph 20 to read as fall.
Crap.
Lows.
It's gonna take my headphones again, isn't it?
20. Update for
just had that
2026
problem.
and subsequent years. The update to the single conversion factor. Established in paragraph 1A. F for 2026 is 75% of the SEC. Reader's estimate of the percentage increase in the MEI, as defined in section 1842, I-3-4. The year, and B, for 2027 and each subsequent year is 10% of the Secretary's estimate of the percentage increase in the MEI for the year. SEC 44,305. Modernizing and ensuring PBM account.
Hey, I would love to
Ability.
fully set it to auto walk, but I can't.
A. In general.
I have to
dot.
check something in the car real quick.
1.
So
Prescription drug plans. Section 1860 D12 of the Social Security Act, 42 USC. 1395 W112 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. H. Requirements relating to pharmacy ben. EFID managers. For plan years beginning on or after 20th January 1st, 2028. 1. Agreements with pharmacy benefit managers. Each contract entered into with a PDP sponsor under this part with respect to a prescription drug plan offered by such sponsor shall provide that any pharmacy benefit manager acting on behalf of such sponsor has a written agreement with the PDP sponsor under which the pharmacy benefit manager and any affiliates of such pharmacy benefit manager, as applicable, agree to meet the following requirements. No income other than bona fide service fees. I. In general. The pharmacy benefit manager and any affiliate of such pharmacy benefit manager shall not derive any remuneration with respect to any services provided on behalf of any entity or individual in connection with the utilization of covered Part D drugs from any such entity or individual other than bona fide Ice fees subject to clauses 2 and 3. 2. Incentive payments. The purposes of this subsection and incentives. Payment as determined by the Secretary. Paid by a PDP sponsor to a pharmacy. Benefit manager or an affiliate of such. Pharmacy benefit manager, that is PER. Forming services on behalf of such sponsor shall be deemed a bona fide service fee, even if such payment does not otherwise meet the definition of such term under paragraph 7b. If such payment is a flat dollar amount is consistent with fair market value as specified by the SEC. Injury is related to services actually performed by the pharmacy benefit manager or affiliate of such pharmacy benefit manager. Hager, on behalf of the PDP sponsor MAC. ING such payment in connection with the utilization of covered Part D drugs and meets additional requirements, if any, as determined appropriate by the Secretary. 3. Clarification on rebates and discounts used to lower costs. Covered Part D drug stock rebates, discounts, and other price concessions received by a pharmacy benefit manager, an affiliate of a pharmacy benefit manager, from manufacturers, even if such price concessions are calculated as a percentage of a drug's price, shall not be considered a violation of the requirements of Clause I, if they are fully passed through to a PDP sponsor and are compliant with all regulatory and sub-regulatory requirements related to direct and indirect remuneration for manufacturer rebates under this part, including in cases where a PDP sponsor acting as a pharmacy benefit manager on behalf of a prescription drug plan owner by such PDP sponsor, or evaluation of remuneration arrangements. Components of subsets of remuneration arrangements
Okay.
such
Let's
as
turn this down a little bit.
fees or other forms of
All right.
compensation paid.
Oh,
To
am I
or
like
retained by the
sitting
pharmacy
differently
benefit.
again? What's going on? I need to adjust
Manager
everything.
or affiliate of such pharmacy band. Effort manager as determined appropriate by the Secretary
There you go, that's
between
better.
pharmacy band.
Or maybe the
Effort
monitor
managers or
moved while I was
affiliates of such
shuffling around.
FAR. Macy benefit
Um,
managers as applicable and
Okay, let me pull chat
other
back up.
entities
do
involved
this.
in the dispensing or
already back
utilization
to
of
gameplay,
covered
so I
Part
should see
D
it
drugs
reflected
in
momentarily.
CLUD. ING PDP sponsors, manufacturers, FAR. Macy's, and other entities as determined. Appropriate by the Secretary
Okay.
shall be subject to review by the Secretary in con.
All right. Okay,
Consultation with the
I had
Office
to
of the
do a quick be
Inspector
right back just to check
General of
on
the
the
Department of
batteries
Health
in
and
the off-grid
Human
car that I live in.
Services as determined APRO.
Th-
by the
all these
Secretary.
streams,
The
since
Secretary in
since the Supreme
consultation
Court
with the
stream,
Office of the
all these
Inspector
streams have been literally 100% solar powered,
shall
like
review
in the most
whether
literal
renewed.
sense possible.
Narration under such arrangements is con. Consistent with fair market
just checked.
value as specified
I just checked the car batteries,
by the Secretary
and we're at
through reviews
97%
and
power, even though I've been streaming like all,
assessments of
you know,
such
how many hours?
remuneration
I've been streaming
as
for 4
determined.
hours, and
Mind appropriate.
the batteries are at 97%, and it says that our power draw is 0 because we are getting
Benefit
enough solar
manager shall
power to power
disgorge
this
any
entire
revenue.
stream right now.
Narration paid to such pharmacy benefit. Manager or an
But one of my
affiliate
batteries
of
is
such
starting to degrade,
pharmacy.
though. I kind of want to work on
Benefit
that. But
manager in violation of this sub.
one of my
Paragraph
batteries,
to
one
the
of our
PDP
batteries is
sponsor.
only at 70%
Six, additional requirements
charging
stopped.
depth as it used to be,
The pharmacy
which is pretty
benefit
degraded for a
manager
lithium
shall
iron phosphate battery, but it's had like over
I
100
enter
cycles
into a written
for a
agreement
giant battery too.
meant with
I don't know.
any
It might have just been a
affiliate
cheap
of such
battery.
FAR.
But I was checking it. That's what I was doing
Macy
for a second.
benefit
I'm gonna
manager
keep playing.
under which
preferably until I hit about page 500, or until I find Virgil.
Any remuneration described
In game.
clause.
I'm just gonna
To
keep
the
running.
Pharmacy benefit manager.
So what I'm doing is I'm running.
And 2. A test subject to any requirements determined appropriate by
I have
the secretary
8 fusion
that the
cores. I can
pharmacy
only
bank
imagine I'll use maybe 2
Effort
getting
manager
where I
has
need to.
entered into a writ. 10 agreement described in subclause. 1. With
Apparently
any
I just
relevant
used a fusion
affiliate
core.
of the pharmacy benefit manager. B. Transparency regarding wherein. T's and cost
pretty
performance
stupid.
evalua. Tie-ins. The pharmacy benefit manager shall I. Define, interpret, and apply in a fully transparent and consistent manner for purposes of calculating or otherwise evaluating pharmacy benefit manager performance against pricing guarantees or
So lots
Similar
of
cost
it was weird. They were
performance
talking about
measurements
pharmacy
read.
benefit managers before. Now they're
Latest
talking really
rebates,
hard about.
discounts, price
Then they talked really
concedes,
hard about
science, or
being
net
transphobic,
costs, terms such as
and now we're back
I, generic
to
drug
that.
in a
I
manner
guess I do not follow. Is that a
consistent with the
radiated
definition of
fucking
the
Mirelurk?
term under section
What the hell?
423.4
What is
Title
coming after me
42,
right now?
Code of Federal Regulations, or a SUC. Assessor Regulation. 2. Brand name drug in a manner
Stop
consistent
hurting me!
with
You're
the
hurting my
definition
feelings.
of the term under section 423.4 of Title 42, Code
Perish.
of Federal Regulations,
Okay, wow, Mirelurks
or a
are
successor regulation.
a little hard to kill.
3. Specialty drug. 4. Rebate and D.
But this one
discount.
will not die.
2. Identify any drugs, claims, or price concessions excluded from any PRIC. ING guarantee or other cost performance. Measure in a clear
that
and
it? That was the
consistent
hit?
manner. And 3. Where a pricing guarantee or other cost performance measure is based
Wow, these guys really have
on
some
a
crazy
pricing benchmark other
resistances.
than the wholesale acquisition cost as defined in Section 1847A C 6B of a drug calculate and provide a wholesale acquisition
Thank you for standing still while you die, I guess. That
cost-based
was
equivalent to the pricing GUR
a little glitchy, per usual.
anti or other cost performance measure. C,
Back to walking, I
provision of
guess. This
information
isn't technically like a location
I,
that's
in
worth
general,
discovering.
not later than 21st July 1st of each
You
year.
just leave me
beginning
alone.
in
I'm out of here.
2028.
This is
The
whack.
Pharmacy benefit manager shall submit to the PDP sponsor and to the secretary a
Whoa, what? My freaking
report
gear
in
is already
accordance
low.
with this subpara graph and shall
I'm already
make
only
such
at
report
80% power
available.
for this armor? The hell?
Able to such
So should I have
sponsor at
walked
no
here and
cost
then
to
swapped
such
armor?
sponsor in a format specified by
Guess
the
I
SEC.
don't know. I shouldn't be wasting a power cord, but I
Readoring
am.
under paragraph 5. Each such report shall include, with respect to such PDP sponsor in each plan offered by such sponsor.
I
the
need to
following
discover new
information
locations, clearly.
with respect to the previous plan year.
Can you leave me
A
alone?
list of all drugs covered by the plan that were dispensed in CLUD.
Okay,
ING with respect
super radiated
to each such
site.
drug.
More southern.
AA, the brand name, GE.
Not far, not far. Just gotta keep
generic
walking.
or non-proprietary name. And national drug code. BB, the number of
What is the point of passing federal
Enrollees for whom
legislation
the
if
drug
it doesn't
was
just ban the existence of
dispensed,
insurance
the
and make
total
you
number
healthcare
of
universal? None of this is
prescription claims
worthwhile.
for the
None of
drug,
it matters if you're not going to address the
including
underlying issue.
original
The fact that
prescriptions
insurance providers are piece
and
of shit fucking
refills
middlemen
counted as
scraping
separate
money out of the middle class,
claims
turning themselves
and
into the upper
total number
class.
of
The fact that so
dosage
many
units of
of
the
the
drug is.
drugs manufactured and discovered
Hence,
are discovered through the
CC,
research
the
of
number pre-
students that made their way
Prescription
through a
claims
public
described
university
in item.
with public funding,
BB,
publicly
by each
subsidized,
type of
to then be
dispensing.
privatized and resold at a profit by a
Channel
terrible
through which the
organization.
drug was dispensed,
And none of this
including
like,
retail,
ooh, we need to make it harder for pharmacies to make
order,
money. None of that
specialty
is going to work
pharmacy,
better than fixing the
long-term
issue
care
with healthcare right
pharmacy,
now.
home, infusion pharmacy, or other types. of pharmacies or providers.
Alright, trying to
DD,
remember some
the
stuff about
average
the glowing
wholesale.
sea.
Acquisition cost listed as cost per. Days supply, cost per dosage. Unit and cost per typical course. Of treatment
I'm getting
as
rads, but
applicable.
I don't seem to be like actively dying in this
The
moment.
average
Yeah.
wholesale.
So, oh
Price for
yeah,
the
the glowing
drug
sea is just
listed
where one
as
of the bombs
price.
went off, right? So like
Per
everything's
day supply,
destroyed and won't
price per
grow.
dose. Age unit
Or is it worse
and
than that? I
price
can't
per
remember.
Typical. Course of treatment as applica.
Blair.
Applicable.
FF, the total out of pocket. Spending by
How long
plan
until I
enrollees
fight a
on.
death claw? What is a death
Such
claw anyway? A
drug after
mutated,
application of.
like a mutated something?
Any benefits under the plan including plan enrollee spending
I wonder if I
with
could punch a
co-payments,
death claw to death
co-insurance,
right now. I don't know.
and
I might not be strong
deductibles.
enough.
1 GG total rebates paid by
Well, this looks like the glowing sea to
to
me,
the
so
manufacturer on the drug as 3 reported under the detailed DIR
it's like a biome in Subnautica.
for report
the way it just
or
looks so
any
different all
successor
at once.
report. 5 submitted by such sponsor to the 6 centers for Medicare and Medicaid. 7 services.
What? I'm just gonna walk to the edge of it
8
and find
HH,
Virgil magically?
All other direct or in. 9 direct remuneration on the drug. 10 as reported under the detailed. 11 DIR report.
Ain't this
or
the edge of
any
the damn map?
successory. 12 port submitted by such sponsor. 13 to the Centers for Medicare and 14 Medicaid services. 15 to the average pharmacy.
Well, I don't think he's in there, but I remember this
16
area though. It's like a parking
reimbursement amount
garage.
Paid by. 17 the plan for the drug in the AG.
Defeat
18
the hostile
reggae and
soldiers in the
disaggregated
Atlantic
by
building.
dis.
Why would I? What's the point of it?
19 pensing channel identified in item.
Enclave? What the hell's an enclave?
21
Whoa, what does that get
JJ,
hitting me
the
with? That
average
hurts.
national. 22 average drug acquisition cost. 23 NADAC and 24 KK.
Who the hell
total
are you?
manufacturer to
What the hell kind of
25
item are you
right
using to
revenue,
kill me right
inclusive
now?
of bona.
You bastard.
5 service fees attributable to
I don't think I have much of a chance of
The drug
killing
and
you when
retained
you're
by
that
that.
strong.
pharmacy benefit manager and any affiliate of such pharmacy. Benefit manager. 2. In the case of a pharmacy. Benefit manager that has an affiliate. That is a retail, mail order, or SPE. Cialty Pharmacy, with respect to drugs.
What the hell is the
Covered
Enclave?
by such plan
I don't
that
even
were
remember
dis.
this.
Hence, the following
Plasma rifle?
information. AA, the
Combat armor
percentage
helmet.
of
That's actually pretty nice.
total prescriptions that were dispensed by pharmacies that are in
Are
affiliate of the
these
pharmacy
are
benefit
these good
manager for each drug.
parts for the thing?
BB, the interquartile. Range of the total combined costs paid by the plan and plan enroll.
210.
ES per
Ooh,
dosage
3
unit
left
per
leg.
course of treatment per 30-day supply and per 90-day supply for each drug dispensed by pharmacies
They look way stronger
that
than
are
my
not
gear.
an affiliate of the pharmacy benefit manager and that are included in the FAR.
I have no idea what
Macy
the hell's going on in the
network
game
of
right
such
now,
plan.
or what I walked into.
CC, the interquartile. Range of the total combined costs paid by the plan and plan enroll. ES per dosage unit per course of treatment per 30-day supply and per 90-day supply for each drug dispensed by pharmacies that are an affiliate of the FAR. Macy benefit
Stop
manager
killing me.
and that are included in the pharmacy network of such plan. DD, the lowest total com. Bind cost paid by the plan and plan enrollees per dosage unit per course of treatment per 30 day supply and per 90-day supply for each drug that is able from any pharmacy included in the pharmacy network of such plan. EE, the difference between The average acquisition cost of the affiliate, such as a pharmacy or other entity that acquires pre.
I'm tripping. What is going
Prescription
on?
drugs that initially AC
How did I get here?
acquires the drug in the amount.
And why are they hostile to me?
Reported under subclause IJJ for each drug.
Fuck you mean you lost them?
FF, a list inclusive of the
Bro, you're just dumb.
brand name, generic or non-pro, proprietary name, and national. Drug code of covered Part D. Drug subject to an agreement with a covered entity under SEC.
Oh,
Item
he just fell
340B
through the
of
damn
Public
floor.
Health
Oh no, he just turned to liquid.
Service Act for which the FAR.
Fuck!
Macy
I finally
benefit
died.
Manager or an AFIL.
Okay.
I8 of the
I just need to do
pharmacy
that again and not die.
benefit. Manager had a contract or other
What is going on in this
arrangement
game?
with such a
I
covered
don't remember this area even
entity
being in the game.
service area of such plan. 3. Where a drug approved under Section 505C of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, RE. Parade 2 in this subclause has the list. Ed drug is covered by the plan, the following information. 1. AA, a list of currently 2 marketed generic drugs approved. 3 under Section 505J of the Fed. For Errol Food, Drug, and Cosmetic.
Terminal password.
5
End
Act
the lockdown.
pursuant to an
What is
application.
going on? How did I end up here?
6 that references such listed drug. 7 that are not covered by the plan. 8 are covered on the same 4. 9 Mullary tier
How do we get
or
that
a
guy on
formulary tier.
the top? He was
10
causing me trouble.
typically associated with higher.
Establishing a concealed
11
field
cost sharing
headquarters.
than the listed drug.
Non-enclave personnel.
12
Initiate
or are
recovery of
subject
high-value
to
equipment
utilization
identified.
ban. 13
Leave
agement
squad.
that the
What?
listed drug is. 14 not subject to. 15 BB the estimated average. 16 beneficiary cost sharing under. 17
Why do I
the
not
plan
remember
for
who
a
the
30-day
enclave is,
supply of.
supposedly?
18 the listed drug. 19 CC or a generic drug.
I don't know what's going on.
20 listed under item AA.
I'm gonna start taking
is
more
on a
rats out now
4.
that my power armor is fucked
21
up.
Mullary tier
It's not
typically
good.
associated. 22 with higher cost sharing than that. 23 listed drug, the estimated aver. 24 age
Wow,
cost
dying
sharing
again.
that
God
have been
damn it.
A. 25 fishiary would have paid for a 30 day supply of each of the generic drugs described in item AA had. The plan provided coverage for such drugs on the same floor. Mullary tier as the listed drug. DD, a written justification. For
No,
providing
it's the
more
electric guy.
favorable
This guy
COV.
kills me so bad.
Average of the listed drug than
Who
the
is the electric dude?
generic
and how is he
drugs
doing that?
described in item.
What the hell kind of
AA.
item is that?
E. The number of currently marketed generic drugs. Approved under Section 505J of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act pursuant to an AP. Application that references such listed drug. 4. Where a reference product, as defined in Section 351I of the Public Health
Carrying too
Service
much.
Act
That's
is
stupid.
covered by the
Yeah, so let
plan,
me back
the
in then.
following information.
Let me back down. Let me adjust my
AA,
armor.
A list of currently marketed biosimilar
I'm gonna
biological
change my gear to their gear then.
products licensed
better than
under
mine anyway.
Section 351
I just don't know if any of my gear is
Public
gonna
Health
Be fixable at this
Service
point in
Act
time.
pursuant to an apply cation that refers to such ref. Erents product that are not COV aired by the plan are covered on the same formulary tier or a 4. Mullary tier typically associated with higher cost sharing than the reference product or are subject to utilization management that the reference product is not sub. Check 2. BB, the estimated average.
Okay, 'cause I have to
Beneficiary
go up. That
cost
sucks.
sharing under.
Yeah, I'm taking more
The
Raz now.
plan
That's not
for a
good.
30-day supply of the reference product. CC or a biosimilar by a logical product listed under item. AA is on a formulary tier type E. Cali associated with higher cost sharing than the reference prod. UCT, the estimated average cost sharing that a beneficiary would
Hellfire Trooper?
have
What the
paid
hell's a
for
Hellfire
30-day
Trooper?
supply of. Each
What
of
is
the
going on?
biosimilar
Where did you people
biological
come from, dude?
products described in item AA
I don't like none of you. Y'all suck.
had the plan provided coverage for such products on the same
Tesla cannon?
formulary tier as the
I
reference.
don't know what that is, but that thing hurt earlier. I did not
Product.
enjoy it.
DD, a written justification for providing more favorable COV average of the reference product than the biosimilar
I'm not enjoying being
biological
weighed down like this. This sucks.
product described in item AA.
These are all Mark
E,
III.
the number of currently marketed biosimilar bio
So if that one goes.
logical products licensed under Section
Left arm goes.
351K of the Public
Left leg
Health
is good.
Service Act
Right
pursuant to
arm.
an application that refers to such reference
Right leg.
product.
Torso.
B, total gross spending on covered Part D drugs by the plan, not net of rebates, fees, discounts, or other direct or indirect remuneration. 6, the total amount retained
Oh,
by
what
the
just
pharmacy
happened?
benefit
What the hell is a
manager or
Hellfire Soldier, and why is
an
it so hard to
affiliate of
beat?
such pharmacy benefit manager in revenue related to Utiliza. Tie-in of covered Part D drugs under.
Whoa,
That
insta
plan,
killed again.
inclusive
That
of
sucks.
bona fide serve.
Wow, that's
Ice
that's
fees.
very funny looking.
7, the total spending
So
on
I think I'm in
COV.
over my head, huh?
Aired Part D drugs net of rebates, fees, discounts.
I don't
or
remember
other direct
running
and
into
indirect
any of these people when I first played this
remuneration
game.
by the plan. 8, an explanation of any benefit design parameters under such plan that encourage plan enrollees to fill prescriptions at pharmacies that are an affiliate of such pharmacy benefit manager, such as mail and SPE.
Okay, we're
SILT
gonna once
home
again go
delivery
through all
programs
these
and
items and get rid of what we don't need.
Tail and mail auto refill programs. 9, the following information. AA, a list of all brokers, consultants, advisors, and Audi tours that receive compensation from the pharmacy benefit man, Ager or an affiliate of such FAR.
And
Macy
apparently we all need
benefit
to learn
manager
like what
for
a
refer.
pharmacy benefit manager is.
RALs, consulting, auditing, or
I probably should learn that
other
myself
services
realistically.
offered to PDP. Sponsors related to pharmacy. Benefit management services.
Okay, here's gonna have to be the
amount of
method.
compensation provided by such FAR.
I'm gonna just have to fucking
Macy
run
benefit manager or
crazy.
affiliate. To each such
and figure out
broker,
which side is the
consultant,
front.
advisor, and auditor. CC, the methodology for calculating the amount of compensation provided by such FAR. Macy benefit manager or AFL.
Fuck.
I8 for each such broker.
Stop
fund,
trying to hit me.
consultant, advisor, and
Fuck.
auditor.
Holy
X,
hell.
A list of all affiliates of the pharmacy benefit manager. 11, a summary document sub.
Holy shit, so he hit me with
Myth in
a
a standardized template D.
fucking
Vilified
fat man
the
or something? Is that what he
secretary
just hit me
includes
with?
Such information described in sub. Clauses I through X. 2, written explanation of con.
Okay, I think this is very much a
Contracts or
Nuka-Cola Quantum
agreements
kind of
with drug
situation right now.
manufacturers. I, in general. The FAR. Macy benefit manager shall, not later than 30 days after the finalization of Such
What is going
pharmacy
on in
benefit
this game right
manager
now?
or
Because I have no clue. Holy
affiliate of
shit.
such pharmacy benefit manager and a drug manufacturer.
Whoa,
or
I've never played Fallout like this before. This is
subsidiary,
insane.
agent, or entity affiliated.
This is nothing
With
short
such
of
drug
just completely
manufacturer
batshit
that
crazy.
makes rebates, discounts, payments, or other financial incentives related to one or more covered Part D drugs or other prescription drugs as applica of the manufacturer directly or indirectly contingent upon coverage, formulary placement or utilization, management conditions on any other covered Part D drugs or other prescription
Whoa.
drugs as applicable. Submit.
What is getting me when that happens?
To the PDP sponsor a written expla.
There has to be a way to equip these
these
guys' armor while I'm wearing mine, right?
2 requirements.
Yeah.
A writ.
Yeah, I'm gonna
10
figure that out right now.
explanation under subclause
Okay,
I.
drop my helmet, drop my
Shall.
left leg. Nope, I just
AA,
dropped something
include
incredibly
the
valuable.
Tourer subject to the contract or
But now I gotta reload.
agreement, all covered Part
Son of a
D.
bitch. Okay.
Drugs and other prescription drugs as applicable subject to
Okay, try that again.
the contract or agreement and
Gonna take off all my old
the
armor,
manufacturers of such drugs, and a high-level description
the
of
helmet, the left
the
leg,
terms
the right
of such
leg,
contract or
torso.
agreement and how such terms apply to such drugs and
Alright,
maybe
I am
be
now
certified by them.
maybe a lot stronger for the
Chief
time being.
Executive Officer,
Flight helmet
Chief FI,
is not nearly as good as
Financial
the
Officer, or General Count.
helmet. Chest
Sell of
piece.
such
What
pharmacy
chest piece?
benefit,
I'm wearing a heavy painted metal
manager
chest piece,
or
so it's a lot
affiliate
better.
of such pharmacy benefit manager as
Helmet,
applicable or an individual
right
delegate
arm.
gated with the authority to sign on behalf of one of these officers who reports directly to the OFFI.
Sure.
3. Definition of other.
Okay, now I
Prescription
am
drugs
better
dot
prepared
for
for this fight
purposes
than before.
of this clause, the term other prescription drugs means prescription drugs covered as supplemental Ben-A. Fits under this part or prescription drugs paid outside of this part. D. Audit rights dot. I. In general dot.
I am not
less
out
than
of that.
once
That is bullshit.
a year, at the request of the PDP sponsor, the pharmacy benefit manager shall allow for an audit of the pharmacy benefit man, eager to ensure compliance with all terms and conditions under the written agree.
Fuck it. I'll just
Meant
use your
described in
guys'
this
damn weapon
paragraph
against you
and the
then. It's my only option, I
Accuracy
guess.
of information reported under subparagraph C. 2. Auditor. The PDP sponsor shall have the right to select an auditor. The pharmacy benefit manager shall not
Y'all exploded
impose
yet or
any
what?
limitations on the selection of such auditor. 3. Provision of information.
Yeah, fuck
The
off.
pharmacy benefit
Honestly.
manager shall make
Straight up fuck off.
available to such
I guess I
auditor
could have just
all
been using their
records,
item
data,
against them the whole time. I hadn't thought to.
contracts, and other information necessary
Kids, see if that
to
Hellfire
confirm
soldier's
the
still down here
accuracy
for
of
me.
information provided under subparagraph C. Subject
No?
to reasonable restrictions on how such formation must be reported to prevent disclosure of
That
such
guy has a hazmat
information.
suit on. I would love to grab
Or
him.
Timing. The pharmacy benefit.
Oh wow, I'm probably gonna get a
Manager
fuck ton of
must
rads all at
provide
once now. Nope,
information
okay,
under
I guess I'm not allowed to go near that
Clause
guy. Whatever.
3, and other
I don't know what the rules
information,
are.
Data,
He has a
and
hazmat
records
suit though, that would be
relevant to
really
the
useful.
audit to such auditor within 6
Has a
months of the
cartridge,
initiation of
just a bunch of
the audit and
wow, Mark
respond
IV
to requests
gear.
for ADDI.
Is that better than what I already
Final
had?
information from such auditor with in 30 days
These
after
good
the
things. I
request for
don't know how this
additional
game works anymore.
information.
That was a crazy engagement.
V,
Yeah, these are all Mark
information
III, so I
from
imagine they're
affiliate.
not as good or
Atesh. The pharmacy benefit manager
yeah, they're not
shall
as
be
good or
responsible for providing to such auditor information required to be reported under subparagraph C or under clause
Okay, I'm just leveling
3
up in the
of
world, aren't I?
subparagraph that is owned or held by an affiliate of such pharmacy ben. F it manager.
Sure thing, game. I'll run with
2.
it.
Enforcement dot. A. In general.
Now, where the hell do I
PDP
find
sponsor?
Virgil, who I
Shall.
came here for?
I.
This game is so
disgorge to
stupid.
the
What just happened?
secretary any. Amounts disgorged to the PDP sponsor by.
I'm going to be honest, because I am not a
pharmacy
healthcare
benefit
expert
manager
and
under
healthcare
para.
law expert, I don't understand this.
Graph
I don't know what's going on
1A,
exactly.
B.
Like, I'm pretty much struggling.
2.
Well, that's a lot of
require in a
ghouls. I
written
don't really know
agreement
if I want to deal with all that, frankly.
with any
I'm just going to go this way,
pharmacy
huh?
benefit manager acting on behalf of such sponsor or affiliate of.
Sure. Bonk,
Such
bonk,
pharmacy benefit
bonk,
manager,
bonk,
that's
bonk,
such.
bonk, bonk, bonk,
Pharmacy
bonk,
benefit
bonk.
manager or affiliate re. Imburse the PDP
We good?
sponsor for any civil.
Cool.
Money penalty imposed on the PDP spawn.
No,
So as
no
a result
legendaries
of
out
the
here
failure
coming
of
after
the
me?
FAR. Macy benefit manager or affiliate to meet. The requirements
Listen, man,
of
I'm just trying to find
paragraph
Virgil, and
1
clearly I'm
that
not
are
finding him.
applicable to the pharmacy benefit man.
Because this is the damn... I'm past the edge of the map, aren't I? Almost.
3. Require in a written agreement with any such pharmacy benefit
How
manager
is it going to take me straight to Virgil's
acting
cave?
on behalf of such sponsor or affil.
Well, this is the
IA
crater of
such
Adam.
Pharmacy benefit manager. That such pharmacy benefit manager or AF. Affiliate be subject to punitive remedies for.
So I probably
breach of
just need
contract
to...
for failure to comply.
Probably just need a
with the
charisma...
requirements applicable under.
One of the leaders here. Oh, here we go.
Paragraph 1. B. Reporting of alleged viola. Tie-ins. The secretary shall make available and maintain a mechanism for manufacturers, PDP, sponsors, pharmacies, and other entities that have contractual relationships with pharmacy, benefit managers or affiliates of such pharmacy. Benefit managers to report on a confidential basis alleged violations of paragraph 1A or
Sure thing, lady.
subparagraph C.
South, north,
anti-retaliation
east,
and
south,
anti-core.
southwest.
CION. Consistent with applicable federal or state law.
It's a miracle
PDP
you all aren't
sponsor
dead,
shall not
frankly. It's very
I.
impressive that you just do
retaliate
not
against
die.
An individual or
You're like rats.
entity for reporting an alleged violation.
Cockroaches.
Under subparagraph B or 2. Coerce, intimidate, threaten, or
What?
interfere with the ability of an individual.
Alright, time to finally Google it. What is a pharmacy benefit manager? An entity that manages prescription drug benefits for clients like health insurers and employers. An entity that manages prescription benefits like health insurers and employers. They handle tasks like negotiating drug prices with manufacturers and pharmacies, creating drug formularies, processing claims. They're just insurance people. Commercial health plans, self-insurance. The Federal Employees Health Benefits Program. PBMs operate inside of integrated healthcare systems. Kaiser Permanente, which I used to have Kaiser Permanente, which they're evil pieces of shit. Retail pharmacies and as part of insurance companies. Okay, PBMs are they just mean insurance providers. The entire time they've talked about pharmacy benefit managers, they're talking about insurance providers. So this has been some anti-insurance policy so far. Maybe. Disgorge the secretary, not disgorge the PDP. Alleged violations available mechanism for manufacturers, P2P sponsors, pharmacies, and other entities that have pharmacy benefit managers. Oh, it's minimizing the ability of insurance companies to get more money out of the medicine manufacturers. This is just corruption on corruption. These are just two corrupt things fighting each other, and the government weighing in. This is just fucking bull. If you have to do this much jumping around, just get rid of capitalism altogether. Fuck's sake. Prescription drug plan. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? Why is our healthcare this way, and why are they not just getting rid of this entire problem? Yeah, well, your doctor... Hi, exotic butter turtle. Welcome. Why is it that you, a person with insurance, your employer has to negotiate to get an insurance, your insurance has a pharmacy benefits provider that negotiates to develop a pharmacy drug plan, no, patient drug plan, which negotiate with each other with the drug manufacturer. The drug manufacturer should be publicly subsidized to make medicines to keep people alive and healthy. And the doctors should be able to get you prescriptions at the cost of manufacture. It's simple as that. The doctors, they talk with this publicly subsidized medical system. That oh my god, abolish health insurance. Abolish health insurance. Right, that's all I got. Like, I don't need to say anymore. This sucks. Look at all this fucking jumping through hoops they have to do to mimic a fraction of Scandinavia's power of just fucking subsidizing healthcare. Jesus Christ. Notable differences in the level of price base, compensation structures over time between different market segments. This entire section sucks. Obviously, it's because I don't understand it fully. I don't understand all the legalese.
By the Comptroller General. 2. Report. Not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of this section, the Comptroller General shall submit to Congress a report containing the results of the study conducted under paragraph 1, together with
I haven't seen a rat scorpion in a while.
Such legislaw, tie-in and administrative action as the Comptroller General determines appropriate. C. MedPAC reports on agreements with pharmacy benefit managers with respect to prescription drug
an
plans
airlines
and
crash,
MAPD
right?
plans. 1. In general. The Medicare Payment Advisory Commission shall submit to Congress the following reports. F. Initial report. Not later than the
This is a very
March 15th,
stupid
occurring
device
after the
in this
date, that
game.
is, 2 years after the date on which the Secretary makes the data available to the Commission. A. Report regarding agreements with pharmacy benefit managers with respect to prescription drug plans and MAPD plans. Such report shall include, to the extent
Oh my
practicable,
god, these things are gonna kill me before I get to Virgil.
1.
I'm so
A
pissed.
description of trends in patterns, including relevant averages, totals,
Just get
and
off
other
of me.
figures for the types of informa tie-in submitted. 2. An analysis of any differences in agreements and their effects on planning. Rollee out-of-pocket spending and average. Pharmacy reimbursement and other impacts. And 3. Any recommendations the COM
Die.
mission determines appropriate.
Fuck it, I'll
B.
take a quantum.
Final
I don't care.
report. Not later than 2 years after the date on which the Commission submits the initial report under subparagraph.
Oh my god, let me into Virgil's damn cave.
A. A report describing any changes with re.
Death Claw?
Described in subpara.
Give me a break.
A. Over time, together with any rec. Amendations the Commission determines AP. Appropriate. 2. Funding. In addition to amounts other.
I don't know what's going on
Wise
anymore,
available.
frankly.
There is
I'm just
appropriated
spamming
to
this
the
button.
Medicare
Oh, that looks like it might hurt.
Payment Advisory Commission
Ow.
out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated. $1 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available
Jesus
until
Christ.
expended to carry out this subsection.
Ah, my own electricity
Title
killed
B,
me.
Committee on
This game.
Financial Services. SEC. 50,001.
Oh, you're kidding me. I still have to fight you?
Green and Resilient Retrofit Program for multifamily family housing. The unobligated balance of amounts made available under Section 30002.
Okay, now my own
Public
electricity is
Law
about to kill me.
117 to 169.
My last stim pack.
Referred to as the Inflation Reduction Act, 136 Stat.
Gimme.
2027 are rescinded.
Wow, that took a lot of
SEC.
fucking materials just to make happen.
50,002. Public
The
Company
cave.
Accounting
I have to
Oversight
make sure he doesn't try to kill me.
Board. During the period beginning on the date of an act.
Committee on Financial Services.
of this act
Okay,
and ending on
that
the
sounds
transfer
like where I'm
date.
probably going to pause.
1. All intellectual property retained by the
I like going section by section. 454 is not too bad. So probably got like 5 more days of reading before I'm done. What, did they not automatically kill me? I am no harm to you. No sudden moves. Hey, yet another level up. I'm now level 18, which means I can probably punch harder, right? Yeah, more punching. Woo, okay. I should probably level up Lone Wanderer, too. And I'm going to save the game. I guess the pacing for the speedrun's kind of working out in its own way, because, like, where the hell is CIT? The Center for Something Technology? It's going to take me to Green Tech Bio something, probably, I think. But I'm probably going to stop today. Which means next up we'll be on page 454. What was I at earlier? 295, so I did 150 pages today. That was slow, but it was some heavy stuff that kind of I felt the need to really go slow on and pick apart. So I am going to be on page 450. That's what I need to remind myself. Let me go back through the old section by section. Committee on Financial. So we're just now starting Committee on Financial Services. Receive which program? Oh, that's gonna suck. Financial Research Fund, Financial Civil Penalty Fund, Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection. Oh, the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection is going to be huge tomorrow. Then we get into Homeland Security, so I'm sure it's going to be it's going to be ICE. It's going to be ICE. A lot of ICE. Border Patrol, Customs Enforcement. Ooh, Committee on Judiciary is dense as hell. That's going to suck. Part 2, use of funds. Oh, man. Natural resources. We have so much to get through still. Not even halfway. Officially, we're like, I don't know, 2/5 of the way done. We are. Yeah, 40% done. Okay. Alright, I'm going to stop streaming here, and then, I guess I'll